You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
What's going on, everyone? Lip pillow, fully installed. It is time to labe. Yeah. Let's see here. This was a interesting pre-show. Well, first thing I got to say is it's always bugged me that the Eurythmics song is "Sweet Dreams Are Made of This." These was right there. Sweet dreams are made of these. It fits the rhyming scheme. Made of this. It's not like you could say, oh, well, the lyrics make so much sense. You know, you just sit there and listen. You're not necessarily processing everything that the lyrics are saying. So if something was like slightly off, then whoop-de-doo, you know. Anyways, it bothered me. It bothered me listening to that. Otherwise, it was a banger. Yeah, I've always just said these as well, Barton. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. I'm glad that I'm not the crazy one here. Yeah, the accent does turn it into these anyways. No, Mr. Sue, it is, the title of the song is "Sweet Dreams Are Made of This." And the lyrics are all this. If you go look up the lyrics, they all say that. Yeah, okay, great. I feel like I'm in good company with you guys. I thought I was like the weird one who's just like spurging out autistically about language. It's sweet dreams are made of these. That's just, okay, we have just made that. Yes, we have established this as new fact. I don't care Marilyn Manson. I don't care Eurythmics. It's these. Yes, Gluten Doodle. It's these in our hearts. Shout out to Gluten Doodle gifting a sub to Twos McGee. Also, thank you to Colum Rosh and Tyler J88 and Gaga and Mr. Butt Poop. All of you guys, Flicker Rate. All of you guys, thank you for renewing your subscription over on Kick and supporting the show. If you guys will notice, I did put the Make More Ericksons Fund link is there pinned up at the top of the chat. I learned the hard way that you cannot pin a message in the Kick chat when you're viewing it from mobile. So I had to post it out there again. I saw some people who were complaining about the state of Kick, and I feel you. I'm annoyed at the instability of it. You know, from a streamer's side, this side here, it's not totally and completely reliable. Sometimes it like won't let me log in. It won't let me chat, like comment from the studio, the studio view. It's kind of weird, but we're stuck with this for now because I mean you can go watch on X. Like I don't think X has never failed me once. It's always worked. It's always there. It's fine. The whole UI isn't great. So I think that's probably why most people don't use it. It just doesn't fit the flow as well. And it's kind of annoying if you're like in X and you're watching something. If you don't pop it out into a floating thumbnail on X, then if you go to a different tab on X, it'll end it. I understand why people don't use X, but Kick is the best thing that we have at the moment right now for live streaming. If I was to go to Rumble, I would have to completely rejigger my entire whole setup from the ground up. I have to rebuild it all, and that's going to take probably at least a week to get everything set up. That's not an option. And then YouTube is just if I keep streaming the show on YouTube, I'm not going to have a YouTube channel for very much longer. So there's this is just what we're stuck with for the time being, and I'm banking on hoping that the Kick improves its thing and it's more stable and reliable. Or I change up the structure of the show. For now, we're sticking with the structure of the show. I think X just added new video features in UI. Well, that'd be good to know. I haven't seen that yet. Yesterday, it's funny. I see. Gluten Doodle had a comment that says deleted by a moderator, and I was like, well, that's weird. That's not what the moderator usually says when it deletes one. And then I realized that he wrote deleted by a moderator. Yesterday, let's rewind back. Sunday evening, I was running on short sleep, and Amy had a church council meeting after after liturgy, got home late, and I was crashing hard. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go to bed early, get a lot of sleep, and kind of reset my body clock. So I went to bed at, I don't know, like I think like 7 p.m. Sunday night, and got up at like between 3 and 4, and which is great. I really enjoy having that little window in the morning before the sun rises. The problem is having to rearrange everything else to try to get that window available, because I'm also not someone who can handle little sleep. If I'm getting less than 6 hours of sleep a night for, I don't know, like once I hit a week, then I'm starting to lose getting really frazzled and can't think, and I start breaking down quick. I'm a high need sleeper, my wife tells me. So I'm trying to figure out how to work things around that. And so the goal has been all along. The goal has been to kind of navigate through this time of personal turmoil, where it's just like, I got to get the show out, and I'm going to get the show out when I can get the show out, and then when I'm not doing the show, I've got all these other plates I'm spinning. I'm having an extreme test of willpower. I am weak. The flesh is weak, and the last several years have been crazy. And I thought sometime it'd be kind of fun to sit down and just like start a go full wife guy, start a podcast with my wife, just like talking through all the crazy stories of the past, I don't know, 5 years. It's just been kind of surreal, the very bizarre things that have happened, in a good way and a bad way. But it's just been a very odd several years. And she says, no thanks. Yeah. Before the last 5 years, an idea like that, she might have been like, oh, that'd be kind of fun. Now she's like, hell no. But yeah, it's been a thing. It's been good. But got a lot of things to get straight. We fell behind on a lot of things. We got a lot of things we got to get straight. And there are so many freaking opportunities all over. And I'm having to discipline myself and focus, channel energy into staying the course. Because there's so many different things that are pulling this way and that way. And there's all these things that are going on, and my mind is like awash with all these ideas of how to do this and that, and then there's life stuff. Got to get all these things done, and so. I don't remember why I was. Oh, so like the goal would be to be able to do the show from like starting at like, I don't know, noon, and do like a noon to 5 or noon to 4, noon to 5, something like that. This is noon Central Time, and then like get to bed early at night so I could get up and I could do a lot of the work and stuff that I have to do in that like starting from like that 3 to 4 a.m. window. I love that window when I get it. But then like the things I have to do to get it end up making me hate myself. So needs to be some structural changes here, but that's always the thing I'm aspiring toward. So I got that early Monday morning, and then various different things happened, and then we've got this Halloween costume that we're putting together for Eastwood. He wants to be a combine harvester. So he has we have a wagon, like a Costco, like grocery hauling wagon that we got, and we're building a cardboard, combine harvester around it that he can ride in it and be able to like stick his arm out and drop little candy corn. You have ears of corn, then he pushes the wagon over it and he harvests them, and then he drops little pieces of candy corn out. So this is the really, really cute, really clever idea. This is Amy is brilliant at coming up with these things, and he's had a lot of input too, and how he wants it to look. He wants all the right components on there, and he wants to make sure that there's a snoot on the front. He built the snoot for the front. I learned what a snoot is. I didn't know that a snoot was actually a thing. I've always told him that I'm going to boop him on the snoot. But apparently a snoot is actually a part of a combine harvester. And so, wife jack maxing. My wife is the perfect wife jack. So putting that together, and then I was like, by the time like 4 or 5 p.m. rolled around, I'm like, all right, I need to sit down and I need to put the show together. I need to get ready to do the show here. And I sat down at the computer and I was just like eyes crossing, getting all bleary eyed. And I was like, I've been awake for like 14 hours already. So maybe I should just take a little nap real quick. And so I laid down, set my alarm. Was going to just take a nap for like 2 hours, wake up at 7-ish and get it put together and go live around 8:30, something like that was what I was shooting for. And unfortunately, I laid down, and when I set my alarm for 7 a.m. instead of 7 p.m. So I I woke up at like 11:15, and Amy was like, "Did you mean to skip the show?" And I was like, "Nope," but apparently I did. So, so it was 11 o'clock. So I was like, "All right, I'm just gonna go back to sleep and get another few hours of sleep, and then get up and kind of do the same thing all over again. Get up at like 4." So I lay there, and I lay there, and I lay there, and I lay there. And after like 2 hours, I was like, all right, this is not going to happen. I just got to get up. I'm just going to get up now. So I got up at 2 o'clock and was able to get a bunch of stuff done. I was able to check a bunch of stuff off my random odds and ends to-do list things. And that's when I was able to listen to the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes interview, which was great. I actually... I did it dumb. When we got home from church on Sunday and we plugged the truck in, it gave us a charging error. And I'm like, oh, great. Oh, no. Is this the... yeah, I've heard sometimes people will get these electric cars and they'll just have all these weird little annoying things, and they're the ones who post constantly about how terrible they are. And then other people like I've had these electric cars and never had a problem. And so I've seen enough of this that I'm like, all right, okay, not gonna have a problem. Well, we're just getting random charging error. I'm like, oh, for crying out loud, okay. So we didn't charge overnight like we'd planned because it wasn't charging. And so I was like, all right, I'm gonna head over to the charger and just top it up. And I decided to troubleshoot it a little bit. Let's see if I can kind of figure out what's happening here. I tried the little help thing, and it was no use at all. And I'm like, all right, let me go look over here and kind of follow the cable back and check the connections, and it was not plugged all the way into the wall. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so that was the charging error. The charging error was we didn't have it plugged in all the way. But anyways, I decided to go and do drive up there and charge it. So I was sitting in the Target parking lot at like 3:30 this morning, and I took the dog with me, so I let him out. And he was walking around in the parking lot. It's totally empty, dark, and just hanging out there and listening to Tucker and Nick and thinking, oh man, this is going to be such a fun show to do. I've got so many thoughts on this. This is going to be a long show. Because I knew that our adjunct prop master, the master of the SUDAWAVE, is this nigga's into making full-length feature films now. He has a 68-minute monster SUDAWAVE that we're going to watch today. So I already knew that was going to happen. And then I'm like, I got to do this. I got to set aside a significant chunk of time to go through this Nick Tucker interview. I almost thought about breaking it up into multiple shows, but it just wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. Every time I've tried to do that in the past, I'm like, I'm going to take this thing and do like a little bit on it each day this week. All of a sudden, all the news just goes completely bonkers, and I can't fit it in. The shows get really super long, and so I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to sit down and we're going to hammer this out. So this is probably going to be a long lead. But very, very good conversation and some very interesting things to be derived from that. This is a good opportunity. You know, I'm never gonna turn down an opportunity to take a long time focusing on the development of a particular story that I totally called, that I totally said this is exactly what's going to happen. And Tucker just like took this random shot at Nick, and then Nick totally owned him in his response. And I was like, no. They both know exactly what they're doing here. Tucker was opening a line of communication. Tucker was sending out an initial volley, inviting a response, and Nick recognized that as a response, and so he issued his response. And I said, "This is going to be within 2 or 3 months. Tucker is going to host Nick, and they're going to have a conversation. This is going to be I may have watered it down a little bit and said, maybe there'll be like a third party that like Alex Jones host it, and between the two of them or something like that. But they're going to sit down, they're going to have a conversation, and they are going to agree on far more than they disagree on. I'm sorry I called you gay. Yeah, there's some really, really good. There's going to be some soundboard content that comes out of this one. I've got to put that on the to-do list to set aside there. But yeah, unironically, one of the best interviews I've ever seen. Yeah, and it's the JQ has completely just left orbit. That toothpaste is out of the tube and it's never going back. And the good friend of the show, First Citizen, said that his timeline today was full of ziggers wigging out about ziggers wigging, full of ziggers having a cow about Tucker talking to Nick. You're besmirching Charlie Kirk's legacy. Oh yeah, okay. So we will get to that. But first of all, we got to do this monster SUDAWAVE. Then I've got some stuff on Timothy Mellon. I've got some stuff on the EBT Americans and the current status of the politicking around that. Going to read a little blog post from Exit Group, Bennett's Phylactery. He has a podcast here. I've not listened to this one. This one's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We got a podcast with Mike Shelby talking about the broader topic of a yellow revolution, somewhere between 2026 and 2028. Thus, obviously, is a color revolution. The title of the podcast is We Getting Bread Riots? The Color of the Coming Color Revolution. And then there's a little blog post that goes along with it. So I'm going to read that, and then I'll give you guys the link. You can go listen to the full podcast, and I will do so, and then maybe report back with homework. I got a couple of Scott Adams clips, got some stuff from Trump going to Japan, and Halo, more Halo content. We're living in the best timeline. And then also some interesting updates on the ICE personnel front. And this Gregory Bovino character, who I've played a couple of videos for you guys here, he's becoming more front and center to the mass deportation effort. So we'll talk about that, and then once we get through all of those things, then we'll tuck in. See what I did there? Tuck in to discuss this interview between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. I like how he titled it, Tucker Carlson Interviews Nick Fuentes. There was no title. There was no other title. The title of it, the subject matter, there's a signal there in that this is the title that Tucker and his producers settled on for the episode. The subject matter of the episode is Tucker Carlson Interviews Nick Fuentes. That is the subject matter above and beyond the actual content of the interview. There's a signal being sent there, whether intentionally or not. The story, the headline of this interview was not anything that was said in the interview. The headline of this interview is Tucker Carlson Interviews Nick Fuentes. And there is that can be taken many different ways. That's one of the fascinating things. We're kind of in like a Schrodinger's, Schrodinger's Nazis or something, where everyone kind of implicitly picks up on the fact that the story here is that there is a story here, and that this is the thing worth talking about. That Tucker interviewed Nick more than just any particular thing that they talked about, and but then the question is why. And this did not answer that. This did not necessarily clarify that. If you came into this conversation, this would be my expectation at least. If you came into this conversation with some sort of a preconception of either one of them, it's not going to change that preconception for you. I think it's gonna double you down. So this is staking out the positions even more. This is the first thing I said to the first person. I think it might have been Jason Miranchuk, or maybe I posted this in a group chat or something like that. I said, they just reestablished the frame. They just picked up the whole frame and went, thunk, here is the frame now. We're not moving. You're going to move around us. This will be very interesting to see. There was a tweet here from, getting ahead of myself, but a tweet here from good friend of the show, Buck Johnson, with whom we actually had a very long conversation about this when I stayed at his house a couple weekends ago, last weekend, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. He and I were up into the wee hours of the morning, and we were talking about this precise subject, among many other things. There are some things we talked about that are going to stay at Buck's house, but this particular, he says, if Tucker and Fuentes form a legitimate coalition, any Republican running for office will need their approval to have any chance of winning. And this is already the case. This is already the case. This is what just happened. The two heads of two important coalitions, the public faces of two important coalitions, just put themselves together. And, to hell with the consequences, essentially. And this is going to cause all sorts of upheaval. Because now everyone's going to have to rearrange themselves around them. So there's going to be Tucker fans who nope out on Tucker. There's going to be Nick fans who nope out on Nick. There's going to be Tucker fans who decide that, all right, well, I guess I'm cool with Nick now. There's going to be Nick fans who decide, all right, well, I guess I'm cool with Tucker now. Everything is rearranging around this orbit of these two guys. And with the right wing defining the broader political context at the moment, the right wing being the proactive mover for the first time in probably my entire life, the proactive movers who are establishing themselves within the right-wing coalition are, by proxy, then doing that for the entire society at large, the entire political conversation. So the mere fact that this conversation happened takes prominence over the particulars of the conversation itself. Now, there is signal within the particulars of the conversation, and that informs what this new frame is going to be. So that'll be the view we're taking at it as we look into it. But before we get into all of that, first of all, we're calling a little audible here. Cheeky in the chat suggested something, and I think that this is a very, very good suggestion. So this is probably the first of a few different things that I play on the show today that could very possibly get this episode taken down from YouTube. I'm going to be streaming something that's from YouTube. I'm also going to be playing the SUDAWAVE that most likely will have content that YouTube won't allow, and then I'll be doing the Tucker Nick interview, and who knows how copyright claim happy they'll be. I kind of don't think they will, but there's the possibility. So this is a warning for you if you're listening to this now, and everything starts getting wonky, weird skips and jumps and stuff are happening, and you're listening to this on YouTube, go at this point here, right about the 24-minute mark, and just switch over to Substack is probably your best option. Substack is going to be the best video, audio presentation of the recording, and it won't have all of those weird edits in it. So let us listen to this beautiful, beautiful rendition of L'amour Europe, Europe for Europeans. Oh, what a banger. What a banger. Oh, this made me think about the those of you who know what I'm alluding to, I'm not going to speak to this directly, but those of you who know what I'm alluding to will know what I'm alluding to. I think that it's worth remembering that the distinction between British and English is important and it's useful. Even if it's not, even if you were to go and get really super down into the weeds autistically, historically, there's obviously you can make a case for this being a less meaningful distinction. But I think in the present time, it's useful to maintain that distinction. British being this more corporate, globalist, artificial identity, and English being the actual Anglo ethnicity. And so when at least, and this is, if for nobody else, this is going forward, and this, retrospectively, whenever I've talked about the British, this should be something that's worth keeping in mind. This is the distinction I'm making. The British are the degenerated, corrupted elite class that hails largely from the bowels of what has been known as the British Empire. Some of them are not ethnically British. Many of them are not ethnically British. But they're also ethnically many different things. And there's a variety of different influences there that have coalesced around this. They've all pot committed themselves to this globalist push. They want to be able to control the global empire. They want to break down all obstacles to their power so that they can control the global empire, so that then they can have their own petty factionalistic disputes between themselves without having to concern themselves with everyone else's issues. So they concern themselves with everyone else's issues to try to lay down everyone else and absorb everyone into the Borg, so that their issues are the only ones that matter. And there are many people who share ethnicities with those people who are not the same. So simply being English ethnically does not make you automatically, the good guy, using whatever simple frame you want. There are plenty of evil Englishmen, evil Frenchmen, evil Germans. Go on down the list. Evil Jews, evil Americans. And they have formed this transnational identity that is both it's a set of practices and behaviors and allegiances, and you could almost think of it as like a sort of an emergent ethnicity in itself. But it's this rootless ethnicity where they forsake their own ethnic obligations and subsume them into this globalist, technocratic, Borg-like thing that they're trying to use to rule the world. So the empire is no longer something that originates from a place. The empire is something that's imposed upon all places. So they're very imperial in their mindset, but they don't have a tie to any particular given place. They're not committed to that place. So they're happy to uproot the empire and take it somewhere else if they need to. And they've created themselves a bunch of little proxy states that they use to try to mold and shape global affairs. Some states are more proxy states and others are less. But because this is a mercantile empire, one that's been built upon trade and financialization, everything to them is about inducing negotiations and then cheating in the negotiations. Rigging every deal in their favor. trying to bend the playing field in their favor in all places at all times. And so now what's happening is the actual rooted ethnicities are beginning to recognize that they have this common enemy. And sharing a common enemy doesn't make you the same people. I've made this distinction before, the friend, ally, enemy distinction. Some people are friends. Some people are enemies. There are some people who are not enemies, but they're not necessarily friends. But you share an enemy, so they're allies. They fall into the ally camp. And this upswell of nationalism, which is the overarching kind of sloppy term, this rise in ethnic pride, this love of homeland, this desire to protect what's ours, a growth in conscious respecting of tradition and the reviving of old things. All of this is happening in response to this suppressive, covering, imperial smothering cloth. That imperial identity is the smothering mother. And it's being revolted against now. And so the trap is going to go from being the like baiting you into participating in the smothering effect. Now the demonic trap just gets, they don't care if they get you coming or going. The demonic trap is going to switch. So it's necessary that the smothering be thrown off. But the new judo move, the new demonic judo move, where they get your momentum or aikido or whatever it is, or they get your momentum, they use your momentum against you and flip you and twist you around. That's now going to be baited on the opposite, the rebellion against that the globalist smothering effect. Yes, the vengeful son. That is the vengeful son trap. So our dilemma is throwing off this oppressive, crushing burden that for each local ethnicity experiences that in a different way, which means their course of action is different. Like, for example, in the United States, what we've been dealing with is having the entire third world imported in, violent criminals being set free and set against the native peoples, and all industry being taken away. So that we can be strip mined as like the biodiesel that takes advantage of our massive capital markets and our legal structure and our business culture and our the Protestant work ethic, American spirit, rogue frontiersman. Take that, try to bottle that up and turn that into fuel for the global empire. So the way that we react against that is gonna necessarily be different than other ethnicities. But part of having that sort of ethnic coming online and realizing, hold on a second, there's this transnational, oppressive, sort of emergent ethnicity that's trying to override my own, trying to extinguish my ethnicity. You have to have an awareness of it. So the English people are becoming aware again of their Englishness. The Scottish people are becoming aware of their Scottishness. The Irish, their Irishness. Americans are becoming aware of their Americanness. And the more that a particular ethnicity becomes aware of its own ethnicity, the more other ethnicities say, hey, hold on a second, I've got one of those. So this is why things like Brexit was sort of a precursor for Trump. But then Trump has become a precursor for all these other ethnic revivifications. It's like early on in this second Trump administration when when the Euro bros were all upset. They were like, why is Trump making it so hard on us in our countries? Why isn't he like rallying together with all the other nationalist movements? Well, because that wouldn't actually accomplish what you think it would accomplish. The best thing that Trump can do is be as outspokenly American as possible. Speak to the American soul as much as possible. Whip up that American spirit as much as possible. And part of the American spirit is being really gauche and braggadocious and what's the word, like over the top, arrogant, cocky, slapping gold on everything. Like this is an emergent kind of characteristic of the American personality that he is so emblematic of. So the best thing that Trump can do for the international right-wing movements is breathe life into them by manifesting the American ethnicity. So he manifests the American ethnicity, which inspires these others to manifest their own. And so, like, using the friend, ally, enemy distinction, I'm struck that this parallels very much the Scott Bessent red, yellow, green. That actually would be green, yellow, red. Friend, ally, enemy. See, the billionaire treasury secretary, private capital guys, they think the same way I do. There's just something wrong with me, apparently. What was I saying? Trump fans the flames of this, of the American ethnicity, and these others begin blowing up themselves, and then it becomes clear who is a friend, who is an ally, who is an enemy. And in using this framework, I would say, this work sort of departs a little bit from Scott Bessent's thing. The way that I'm using these terms, I would say a friend is an American. It's a fellow American. Someone who belongs here. Not just someone who's a legal citizen, but someone who belongs here. Someone who has just cause for being here. An ally would be someone who is politically aligned and cooperative, but who is not an American, does not have just cause for being in America. I think that could change. They could, for whatever reason, have some reason to come over. But the rule is going to be, you have just cause for being in your country, and I have just cause for being in mine, and we're allies, and our enemy is the class of people who seek to mash those together, who seek to dissolve our own ethnic identities and set us against each other, set us at undermining each other, taking advantage of each other. So anyways, I wasn't planning on going into this whole thing, but I just had that thought as I was watching that video that, I traveled to Europe right after high school and was deeply struck by the experience. There's something very, very different about Europe than the United States. It's not like it's just different land. It's different spiritually. There is a different spirit there. In many ways, the land is much older. You go see buildings that are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years old. Evidence of man's fingerprints. Whereas most of the ancient places that you're going to go to, ancient on that scale, in the Americas, are more like evidence of nature. Obviously, there are some very old things in America as well. One of my favorite schizotopics, but there are very old things in America too. But that oldness is different. It's more feral. So it doesn't make me happy to see Europe being turned into a nursing home complete with 65 IQ Haitian caretakers. That doesn't make me happy. But I also recognize that in order for that to change about Europe, in the same way that things have to change about America, the Europeans have to first recognize that they are not Europeans. They're Frenchmen. They're Englishmen. They're Germans. They're Poles. They're Italians. They're Spaniards. They have to find that spirit, recover that spirit in themselves. And the existence of the American spirit ought not to be and is not a rejection of those spirits. It ought to call them forth. Here is our spirit. We are manifesting our spirit as hard as we can. And maybe it's weak. Maybe it's imperfect. But we're manifesting it as hard as we can so that you can be inspired and you can manifest it, your spirit, as hard as you can. This is also why I don't necessarily want to keep ranting on all this stuff, but because we got a long show to get to. But I've seen a number of people in the timeline recently talking about how, you know, like Trump has been more focused on foreign policy, and it's time for him to focus on domestic policy. And I kind of reject the distinction. I understand where people are coming from with it, but it feels kind of like the public-private sector thing. It's foreign policy is domestic policy. I mean, I just described what happened to America, being strip-mined and having all the foreigners imported. Well, if you want to resolve that issue, you've got to get all of the foreigners exported, and you've got to get all the industry imported again. You've got to, Uno reverse that shit. And in order to do that, you have to have a stable out there to both put the people and to draw that investment back in. The whole problem was the investment went away in the first place. You draw it back in, which is a way of sidestepping many of the bureaucratic hurdles that have been set up domestically. You know, for example, then you can have Jerome Powell draining the world of dollars, creating this disjunction between domestic dollars and overseas dollars, while you're also inducing overseas dollars to keep coming into the country, but to come into the country in a profitable manner. So rather than the euro dollar, the European or the offshore relationship to the dollar, let's say that, rather than the offshore relationship to the dollar being something where they're taking as many as they can get away and producing as many as possible, you're taking that and you're turning it around and funneling it back into the country. This stuff takes time. You've got to, these dollars aren't going to hit everywhere all at once. The nation was undone over a matter of decades. It's going to take more than weeks or months to reverse that flow. And ideally, it's as smooth sailing as possible. But there is an unfathomable number of different variables at play here that all have to be managed and massaged in various different ways. And so that's what he's doing. That's what he has to do. So when he's over in Japan, this isn't him focusing on foreign policy to the exclusion of domestic policy. Now, there are domestic things that need to happen. That's for sure. We'll talk about some of those today. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah!
Good night, Dad.
Look who it is.
I love you.
I love you, big boy. You're being silly. You pick up Auntie Annie?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What are you looking at? What do you see? You want to put pigs in the chat for you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Screwed Up Nevsky, tell me what tell me your number of farts again. One of the guys in the chat had so many farts the other day. He had 41 farts in one day. Can you believe that? You can count to 41 now, can't you?
I can count to 100, I think.
You can?
I've been practicing.
You've been practicing a lot, I've heard you. Are you excited for your Combine costume?
Mm-hmm.
What's the, can you tell everybody what a snoot is?
It is a part of the Combine's head.
Yeah, what does it do?
Two of them cut. And there's two things that grind in the middle. And they're kind of like conveyor belts because they also bring it up into the Combine.
Yeah.
They also thrush and separate.
Really?
Cut
Then what
down,
happens?
thrush and separate. and they throw out the chaff and put the grain in the grain tank. And if you're looking at the grain tank from above, you can actually see the thresher.
Really?
Because it's basically just...
You gotta stay over here where they can see you.
Wait, I need to show you a demonstration. So the thresher is basically like this.
Oh, like the microphone arm?
In the grain tank.
Uh-huh.
The real thresher looks like this.
It looks like the microphone?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then...
Is it because it's made out of metal?
Yes, but it wouldn't have any stuff inside it. But it would have a little of the... It would have some chaff and some grain in it, and it would be shaking around like that.
Yeah?
Because that's what threshing means. And then here's what the chaff would be doing.
When it comes shooting out?
Because of a huge fan.
A huge fan blows all the chaff out?
If it doesn't blow out, it gets sent through to get dropped down and thrown again.
Wow. That's impressive. Where did you learn all that?
My How Stuff Works book.
Your How Stuff Works book?
That's
a pretty cool book, isn't it?
There's one header with like the snoots, and there's one that has smaller snoots and a spinny thing.
Really? What's
That
the spinny thing called?
It's called the feeder, I think.
Oh, okay.
Because it feeds the crop into the combine.
Wow. Well, when you get into your combine harvester costume for Halloween, we'll have to take some pictures and post them so people can see them. Do you want to do that?
And we'll can we take your microphone off and put it in, or just make one out of cardboard and put it in?
You want to have a microphone in there?
Yeah, a microphone with this thing, but I'd like the microphone part to be hollow.
Okay, well, we won't be able to use this one because I've got to leave it here, and it's not very strong. But we'll probably be able to figure out a way to make you a microphone with cardboard. Okay, be gentle. Gentle.
I'm trying to move it right up next to your mouth.
No, it doesn't. It should. No, it's too loud. That makes it too loud for people. So it shouldn't be right next to your mouth. You keep it back just a little bit.
They do.
It just makes it really loud and doesn't sound as good on the microphone. You can see they put corn in the chat for you, and they put tractors in the chat.
Where is the corn?
The corn is right here, and then the tractors are up here.
Wait, I didn't see the corn.
It's right here. Go back down and ask Mommy to show it to you on her phone. It'll be easier that way.
Okay.
All right, I love you, big guy.
I love you too. Oh,
Have a good sleep.
Oh, I think the tractors kind of look like old-fashioned tractors.
They kind of look like old-fashioned tractors.
Do we have combines in the chat?
No, I don't think that there's any combines. But if there is, then the people will heard it, and they'll post them in there, and then Mommy can show them to you on her phone, okay?
Okay.
All right, I love you, big guy.
Love that.
You'd love that?
Please post combines in the chat if you can.
Okay, you guys heard it, boys. All right, love you, big guy. Close the door, please.
Love you, Daddy.
Have a good sleep. That's Eastwood. You guys just got the Eastwood experience. That is, that's a very particular flavor of autism. Combines in the chat, boys. Yeah, I think probably just the tractors are going to be the only thing that we could do. All right, let's get this show on the road. I got a tip here from Mr. Austin Trees.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
So I've been watching a lot of Shoe on Head, and I noticed that Matt colors his room the same way as Shoe, to get my loins all up in a tizzy. I wonder what she's wearing right now. Man, I really need a mega bonk on the head. I just spent $10 for a joke.
All right, boys. Austin Trees, he needs a mega bonk. Someone show up with the bonks. He's he's simping for Shoe on Head. What was it? National socialism that Slutty Milk said. National socialism. Okay. Reminder: there is a Make More Americans, Make More Ericssons fund There is the tip link in the chat if you would like to contribute to the production of more siblings for Eastwood. Eastwood needs a sibling. You guys can contribute to that fund to make sure that Mama Kingpilled feels ready to nest. And then let's see here. Let's get this here. First of all, before we hit the great 68-minute SUDAWAVE, a message from the cyberbully.
Cyberbully here. I've noticed lately, when gazing through my gay little golden steampunk telescope, a flurry of multicolored leaves swirling about within the ice wall. And so, it's time to wish you all a pleasant and relaxing and just white-pilled fall season, even as Eternal White Boy Summer marches on. But not just that, it's time for a major announcement. On October 31st, the portal opens to what I'm calling EWBSX Presents a Fright-Pilled Halloween. That's right, special event, 24 hours of far spookier than usual cyberbully content. It's going to be a party on the airship. My gnomes, I'm sure, will be arrayed in various costumes that were fireable offenses a mere 5 years ago. And of course, the broadcast will be packed with ghoulish tunes and all but forgotten undead anthems. You better believe I've got other tricks up my sleeve for all my cyber chud ghost tards down there, wherever they may be this Halloween. So go ahead and stock up on whatever metrosexual pumpkin beers you're into these days. Make sure your Goyim devices are charged and buckle up for a spook-tarded time at EWBSX Presents a Fright-Pilled Halloween. Stay tuned. You know, what do I always say? Stand back, stand by, and stay tuned. It's EWBSX, the cyberbully. Happy fall, everyone.
All right, spooktards. You got something to look forward to. Make sure you download the EWBSX app. Go look up EWBSX on the app stores, iOS and Android. Go download it. It's free. And make sure you listen on Halloween. It'll be a spooktarded Halloween. You could share your favorite metrosexual pumpkin beer with another patriot while you're listening to it. Holy crap on a cracker.
Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, 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 money.
Alpha male alert!
Cheating, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
We must secure the existence of our favorite streamer and our future for more Erickson children.
Duffhead with a $214.88 tip. My man, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. We must indeed secure the existence of our favorite streamer. Yes, please do secure my existence, folks. Make like your man Duffhead and help me pay my bills. This is what I'm doing full time, and got many more things to come. Speaking of EWBSX, there is a some of you may have noticed today that there was you're listening to the pre-show and you went over to check the app and it was not playing. The song that it showed was not the one that was playing. Well, there's something new coming very soon. That's all I'm going to say for now. That was a mistake. I mistaked. I did a leak. You guys experienced a little leak. You know, I'm getting a little older. Every once in a while, I mean, I have a very robust bladder, but every once in a while we make mistakes. It's part of getting old. And, you know, I've got a lot of gray in my beard. So I leaked. I leaked and you guys experienced it. But now, there'll be something new coming very soon. So stay tuned for that. This is not just the not just the spook-tarded Halloween special. Make sure you get that as well. All right. Enough talking. Enough jibber jabber. Enough blaberation. Let us now partake. The Astro Leak. Let us now partake in the great, the glorious Agitprop Master with the most monstrous SUDAWAVE of all time. This one is a behemoth. Trump 47, week 41 of 208. Armies of Darkness. Look at that runtime, folks. That's right. We're watching the whole thing. We're watching the whole thing. All 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 20 seconds. The man is out of control. What are we going to do? Pretty soon, the ASTROLABE is just going to be SUDAWAVEs. ASTROWAVE. SUDALABE. We'll probably have a little intermission at some point in the midst of all of this, but this is your last reminder that I can almost guarantee that sections of this are going to get deleted out of the YouTube stream when I upload it there later on. So if you're watching on YouTube later, if you want to see the whole SUDAWAVE, the whole SUDALABE, then go over to probably Substack is going to be the best bet. Go pick up at the approximately 59-minute mark. And now, let me get a fresh lit pillow here. Already gone through one. Jibber jabbered a lot more than I expected to today. All right, swapping out the Rogue 6 milligram apple for a Rogue 6 milligram mango. And here we go.
It's not just a cold shock, and you juxtapose tearing down this precious national space. When I would walk through that area and think about the first ladies and the rest of the history,
what
it's
a
gone
fag!
now.
Just build shit. Hail to the king.
My name is Ash, and I am a slave. Close as I can figure it, the year is 1300 AD, and I'm being dragged to my death. It wasn't always like this. I had a real life once. A job.
Ash, press check 4.
Hardware, aisle 12. Shop smart, shop S-smart.
I had a wonderful girlfriend, Linda. Together we drove to a small cabin in the mountains. It seems an archaeologist had come to this remote place to translate and study his latest find. Necronomicon Ex Mortis, the Book of the Dead. Found in human flesh and inked in blood, this ancient Sumerian text contained bizarre burial rites, funerary incantations, and demon resurrection passages. It was never meant for the world of the living. The book awoke something dark in the woods. It took Linda. And then it came for me. It got into my hand and it went bad. So I lopped it off at the wrist. But that didn't stop it. It came back. Big time.
How do you stop it?
Patriot. Whammo.
So I'm here at the protest at City West Hotel. As you can see, things are massively kicking off.
Last he halted once again. The city was now nearer. The smell of burning was in the air and a very shadow of death. The horses were uneasy. But the king sat upon Snowmane, motionless, gazing from the agony of Minas Tirith, as if stricken suddenly by anguish or by dread. He seemed to shrink down, cowed by age. Merry himself felt as if a great weight of horror and doubt had settled on him. His heart beat slowly. Time seemed poised in uncertainty. They were too late. Too late was worse than never. Perhaps Theoden would quail, bow his old head, turn, slink away to hide in the hills. Then suddenly Merry felt it at last, beyond doubt, a change. Wind was in his face. Light was glimmering. Far, far away in the south, the clouds could be dimly seen as remote grey shapes rolling up, drifting. Morning lay beyond them. But at that same moment there was a flash, as if lightning had sprung from the earth beneath the city. For a searing second it stood dazzling far off in black and white, its topmost tower like a glittering needle. And then as the darkness closed again, there came rolling over the fields a great boom. At that sound the bent shape of the king sprang suddenly erect. Tall and proud he seemed again, and rising in his stirrups he cried in a loud voice more clear than any there had ever heard a mortal man achieve before. Arise, arise, riders of Theoden! Hell leads awake, fire and slaughter! Spear shall be shaken, shield be splintered, the sword day, red day, ere the sun rises. Ride now, ride to Gondor! With that he seized a great horn from Guzlar, his banner bearer, and he blew such a blast upon it that it burst asunder. Straightway all the horns in the host were lifted up in music, and the blowing of the horns of Rohan in that hour was like a storm upon a plain, and the thunder in the mountains. Ride now, ride to Gondor! Suddenly the king cried to Snowmane, and the horse sprang away. Behind him his banner blew in the wind, white horse on a field of green
so
that he outtasted. After him thundered the knights of his house, but he was ever before them. Elmer rode there, the white horse tail on his helm, floating his speed. And the front of the first Aelred roared like a breaker foaming to the shore, but Theoden could not be overtaken. fey he seemed, or the battle fury of his fathers ran like new fire in his veins. And he was born upon snowmen like a god of old, even as Orome the Great in the battle of the Valar when the world was young. His golden shield was uncovered, and lo, it shone like an image of the sun, and the grass flamed in green above the white feet of his steed. For morning came morning, and a wind from the sea. Darkness was removed, and the hosts of Mordor wailed, and the terror overtook them, and they fled and died, and the hoops of rock rode over them. And then all the host of Rohan burst into song, and they sang as they slew, for the joy of battle was on them, and the sound of their singing that was fair and terrible came even to the city.
God's name! What else want to take lunch there?
Into the pit with those bloodthirsty sons of war!
No! 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 No!
This is what they're doing to illegals in Alligator Auschwitz. And you're blackpilling? I thought that was Tolkien himself who was reading.
Hey, Tim. Hey, Tremble. They don't look so clever now, do they? He's right.
Whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. You gotta understand, man. I never even saw these assholes before. Henry, you gotta tell him you don't know me. We never met. Tell him.
I didn't think he'll listen, lad.
Look, I'm telling you, you got the wrong guy.
I'm telling you, you got the wrong guy.
That's an American.
Damn you.
This is a graphic depiction of Donald Trump taking on the deep state. It's John Brennan! I think that's Media's son. The spike walls are term limits, yeah. Trump 2028!
You know your shoelace is untied. All right. Who wants some?
His chainsaw arm is Clarence Thomas.
Huh? How about it? Who wants some?
The N-word.
Huh? Who wants to have a little? You. You want some more? Huh? You want a little? Do you? You want some more? Huh? Huh?
It's Mark Carney.
Now get on those horses and get out of here. Let him go!
That's Nick Fuentes.
Halt! Thank you, generous hosts! Sword boy!
For that arrogance, I shall see you dead.
Gavin Newsom, yes.
Yeah. All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up. See this? This is my boomstick. It's a 12-gauge double-barreled Remington. S-Mart's top of the line. You can find this in the sporting goods department.
That's Stephen Miller.
That's right. This sweet baby was made in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yeah, it's
Details
Stephen
are
Miller
about
and Tom Homan.
$109.95. It's got a walnut stock, cobalt blue steel, and a hair trigger. That's right. Shop smart. Shop S-Mart. You got that? Now I swear, the next one of you primates even touches me.
The N-word.
Ghost Gilmore, Breaker Garcia.
Let's talk about how I get back.
We've never canceled our currency.
Oh, this is so good!
Which really matters a lot when you're dealing with foreign currency reserves of other countries. So the reason why this has never happened is because of John Pierpont Morgan, who is probably one of the greatest Americans to ever live. For those of you who haven't watched my series with Pete on the robber barons, John Pierpont Morgan leveraged every single thing that he owned, right? So all of his houses, his boats, all of his funds, borrowed against all of it. If he wasn't going to be able to bail the US government out, he would have been literally homeless. So this was one of the most wealthiest men on the planet at the time, risked everything to try and save the US government. And if he was unsuccessful, he would have been penniless.
Yeah, the P and
That's
JP
what an
Morgan is
American
Patriot.
elite used to be like. He wasn't able to do all of it. He was only 90% of the way there. He needed the other 10%. So Pierpont got the great idea of inviting the other financiers, the other top financiers of young Wall Street, onto his boat.
John
the
Patriot
Corsair
Points
is like
Morgan.
the very first yacht. As soon as he got out past, we'll say swimming distance, or when you couldn't see the horizon anymore, he came up from his stateroom. Everyone was sitting around the dining room table waiting for lunch to be served. And he goes, "Gentlemen, this morning I have taken lines of credit from each one of your banks for the total of my sums," right? So all of his liquid securities, which, should have already raised some red flags. He borrowed against the same securities from 4 different banks. And he goes, "Well, I'm going to attempt to bail out the United States government. And I would like you guys to help me. And if you don't, I will take all of my now liquid cash and the 5 times the amount of cash that I now have, thanks to each one of you gentlemen individually. All of that money will be immediately used to short each and every one of your stocks. And by the time my captain takes you back, each one of you will be bankrupt. And I will owe that line of credit to no one. So either you help me bail out the American government, or I make 5 times my money and all of you go out of business. You've got 10 minutes. If my captain doesn't hear from me and radio my man on the shore, he will begin shorting." Then he goes back downstairs. Surprisingly, each one of these individuals known for having no patriotism outside of their ethnic group suddenly found a new feeling called patriotism, and were overcome with the urge to express that patriotism through the bailing out of the United States government.
Yeah, when libertarians brainwashed me that JP Morgan was evil too. Such a shame.
I prithee to forgive me, my lord. I believed thee one of Henry's men.
First you want to kill me, now you want to kiss me. Blow.
Many such cases.
So what's the deal? Can you send me back or not?
Only the Necronomicon has the power. An unholy book which we also require.
Within
its pages are passages that can send you back to your time. Only you, the promised one, can quest for it.
I don't want your book. I don't want your bullshit. Just send me back to my own time. Pronto, today.
You shall die! You shall never obtain the Necronomicon! We shall feast upon your souls!
The great thing about these movies is that they're basically super campy documentaries.
It's a trick. Get an axe. Yo, she-bitch. Let's go.
That's Ursula von der Satan.
If the Necronomicon fell into the hands of the Deadites, all mankind will be consumed by this evil. Now will thou quest for the book.
That one.
Powerful bitchcraft at work. Bitchcraft is a banger. Well played, life support unplugger.
Groovy.
Groovy.
You're looking sharp. You're looking good. You've come so far. We know how to make the most of who you are.
Oh, this is so masterfully mixed together.
It's what we've always done to let the best of men get.
Our agitprop master is the best agitprop master.
It's plain to see. We give you all we have to give, for all a man can be. Where the race is run, you're the champion.
Gillette Contour Plus with lubricating strip for the best.
I'm a white guy, and I'm ready to kill.
Highway Heroes present the Indian Punjabi Action Driver. Gurpreet and Manny are tearing up the legendary Highway 80 truck stop in their ABF Freight Cascadia. They're blocking the fuel island and making a mess, slamming jugs, cups, and wrappers everywhere. It's Punjabi powered.
Patriot Pat, Patriot Pat, Patriot Pat says red and white cat.
Clear them out.
Early in the morning, just as day is dawning, picks up all the migrants in his van.
What are you doing?
Patriot Pat, clear them out, cat says they're all going back.
Clear them out.
All the eagles cheering, New Britain's beginning, 'cause Pat's been remigrating with his van. Everybody knows his remigration van. All his mutuals smile as he waves to bring them prepared to go back to Bangalore. There'll be knock, ring, migrants out the door. Patriot Pat, Patriot Pat, Patriot Pat, and his red and white cat.
Clear out.
All my homies love Patriot Pat.
Bitty. We already have the recipes. 'Cause Pat's been remigrating with his van.
We already have the recipes.
Pat's been remigrating with his van. Pat's been remigrating with his van.
Needs to be a new start.
It's 1994. You're watching Army of Darkness
Joining us
with me
tonight
on
for
my
tonight's
comfy
big
couch
close-up
on
is
a taped
DHS Assistant
VHS.
Secretary for Public Affairs, Tricia McLaughlin.
Trisha, thank you so much for joining us tonight and for everything that you do and communicating all this important stuff to the American people. So we know that we have a variety of these ICE tracking apps. Now, it's my understanding that a lot of these app stores decided that those were pretty inappropriate and dangerous, and a lot of those app stores decided to pull off those ICE tracking apps. But then you have Democrats saying that, well, we're just still going to track ICE agents. You've got Gavin Newsom there on his 20th podcast this week saying that he doesn't want ICE agents or federal agents to wear masks except for COVID. He wants them to show their ID except to vote. What does this mean for ICE agents, and what have you heard from your agents about how this could possibly endanger them or their family members?
Well, I think Todd Lyons, the acting director of ICE, put it best when he said that these ICE trackers are really like giving a hitman a map.
Do you consider, would the administration consider putting U.S. troops on the ground in any capacity inside Venezuela?
Well, I would refer to what
Secretary
Hicks said yesterday in terms of how the Department of War is viewing the issue of the strategies that are being used to fight these terrorists in the Western Hemisphere. And I'll just continue to reiterate what I've said before. I know that you want more detailed answers than I can provide, but these are terrorists and they're going to be killed.
This looks like a job for Will Stansel.
Will!
A black woman invented the telescope. You might disagree, but you have to ask yourself, is this really worth losing my job over?
It do be that way, Mr. Stansel. It sure do.
The N-word. It do be like that, Mr. Stansel.
It do be that way.
Oh my God.
Stansel.
It do be like that, Mr. Stansel.
Incredible.
It do be like that, Mr. Stansel.
Pay your bossy sighting.
It do be like that, Mr. Stansel. It do be like that.
It do be like that, Mr. Stansel.
Oh yeah.
Fighting fascists from my laptop in the candle.
Oh, look
He
at my
on that beefing while I'm
African-American
chilling on
over
the
here.
stoop.
Look at
Whole
him.
world wildin', we just vibing with the truth. Yeah. I woke up scrolling x.com. Nazis posting memes, I drop napalm. Report, that's right. Suspension hit, now I sleep tight. Photoshop me with Hitler, real cute, but I re-show fascists.
Look at my Wigger American.
I fight the fight from my downtown condo with Jamal on my side yelling, let's go! Chill, Mr. Stansel touch grass sometime. You stressed out posting, I'm fine online. You do the tweet wars, I keep the peace. Got that
Shout out Jason Brink with the banger.
You love black people, yeah, I heard the speech. But last week you called the cops at the beach. Still, I got your back, you my weird little bro. Just stop trying to freestyle at the protest show. Yeah, you do be like, yeah. You do be like that, Mr. Stansel. Saving Twitter from the Nazi scandal. We in the streets in the subreddit trenches. Keyboard soldiers on woke adventures. You do be like that, Mr. Stansel. Saving Twitter from the Nazi scandal. We in the streets in the subreddit trenches. Keyboard soldiers on woke adventures. I got a black studies degree, I'm certified. When oppression shows up, I get verified. I give out housing vouchers like confetti. Revolution powered by espresso and spaghetti. They call me Wiggle Wheel when I hit the block. With my cargo shorts and progressive talk. Don't need a cape, I got policy papers.
All my homies love Wiggle Wheel.
10-point plans on fascist haters. Look, Will, you mean well, but you extra, bro. Trying to say the hood in your Target clothes. You a hero online, but in person, please. You spill kombucha on your black studies tees. Still, I respect it. You fight with heart, even if your
Jamal's
tweets
got
sound
bars.
like modern art. Just remember, dog, when the timeline spins, you ain't gotta save us. Just log out and grin. Like it do be like that. From the Nazi scandal, we in the streets in the subreddit trenches. Keyboard soldiers on woke adventures. It do be like that, Mr. Stansel. Saving Twitter from the Nazi scandal. We in the streets in the subreddit trenches. Keyboard soldiers on woke adventure. I know, Mr. Stansel. It do be like that. We all trying to save the world. One post at a time. One post at a time.
More Wigger Will. Patriot.
Don't touch her. Don't.
He's too hot for her. She can't handle it. She just wants to put her hands on it.
We're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our
Thank
country.
you, Mr. President.
Okay, we're going to kill them. You know, they're
Kill
going to be
them
like dead.
Oh, yes. You didn't say thank you. We have the best killers. The Vans Hawk helicopter.
The Pentagon has a mystery donor, but his name was revealed. It is reportedly Trump ally and billionaire Timothy Mellon. The Pentagon has accepted the $113 million private gift, saying in the statement, the donation was made on the condition that it be used to offset the cost of service members' salaries and benefits.
Donald motherfucker Orange Man J. Trump. I'm gonna tell you just like this. What the fuck you mean?
N-word.
Who ain't getting that goddamn food stamp for goddamn November?
Y'all better lock y'all cars at night, lock your cars, lock your house up. If you're one of them people that just leave your car unlocked, parked in your driveway, you better lock it. With the food stamps being gone and people not gonna have no, people gonna eat, okay?
Who the hell are you, Mitty? Who are you?
EBT-iggers.
Who cares what you want?
Where does bean dip fall in your hierarchy of dips to eat with chips?
Oh, important question.
All right. So he's right about garbage 7-layer bean dip. And you know why 7-layer bean dip is disgusting? Because 6 of the layers are disgusting.
They're
That's
bullshit.
why. I don't want sour cream. Sour cream is freaking nasty. I don't want sour
that's
cream
a bad
anywhere.
take.
Why are you giving me cream that went bad? I don't want sour cream. I definitely don't want tomatoes. Tomatoes have been assaulting our food for far too long. He's 100% correct about that Frito-Lay bean dip, including the hot bean dip. I'm reasonably sure that there aren't any actual beans in it at all. I'm sure it's just some cancer-causing chemical concoction that they stuff in that can. I mean, when you have bean dip that's good for like 25 years, there's probably some stuff in there you shouldn't be eating.
That's okay,
But
we're Americans.
every now and then, I'll just grab a can of that Frito-Lay bean dip and I'll go ape on it. My hierarchy would be this. Queso's king. Everyone knows that. Everyone with taste and class knows that queso is king. I would put a good, I have to preface this by saying there's a lot, a good green salsa or salsa verde in Mexican, if you prefer. I'd prefer a salsa verde is second.
Mexican.
Third place is Frito-Lay's bean dip. Chris, you have any issue with that ranking system at all? I don't even know what. Now, we're talking about for corn chips here.
Salsa verde I could do without, but queso and the bean
shining
dip.
with goodness, where each man protects his brother's dignity as readily as his own, where war and want have ceased, and all races live under the same law of love and honor. I have seen a land bright with truth, where a man's word is his pledge and falsehood is banished, where children sleep safe in their mother's arms, never know fear or pain. I have seen a land where kings extend their hands in justice rather than reach for the sword, where mercy, kindness, and compassion flow like deep water over the land, and men revere virtue, revere truth, revere beauty above comfort, pleasure, or selfish gain. A land where peace reigns in the hearts of men, where faith blazes like a beacon from every hill, and love like a fire from every hearth, where the true God is worshipped.
Is this real?
And his ways acclaimed by all.
Rise of the Merlin?
The kingdom of summer. These are the words of Taliesin. Hear and remember.
Ah! That's real? Oh man, I gotta make some room on my calendar.
What's the matter? You raised in a barn? Shut the door. Probably was raised in a barn with all the other primitives.
It's from the Daily Wire? Well, I'll give it a chance.
Say that thou art the promised one. Tis said that thou wilt journey for the book to help us, and that thou wilt lead our people against the evil.
The only reason I'm going to get the book is to get home.
I believe that thou wilt be leaving in the morning.
Don't touch that, please. Your primitive intellect wouldn't understand alloys and compositions and things with molecular structures in the... What are you doing here anyway?
I wanted to say that all of my hopes and prayers go with thee, and I made this for thee.
Good, I could use a horse blanket.
Bro's got game.
Give me some sugar, baby.
Yeah.
It's slop. It's all slop.
Are you kidding me? Drop it! Drop the
Pussies be out of control!
Stop! You can't just... Please, you're scaring the neighbors!
Look at how they gobble up the slop.
Indians.
It's you know. This is how you look.
Oh, hello there, Big Grizzly.
Come on, Whiskers!
Well, hello there, sweetie. Aren't you a handsome little...
What the fuck?
In the case of the black puppy, you are not the father!
Whoa! Hey, let's settle down. Let's settle down, please.
Well, aren't you a cute little tank?
Thank you!
Look at all this coal you've posted. It's the way you didn't have to do it.
Hey, what do you think of my new jeans?
Oh, I saw this one.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
No!
Because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping. And the vision
Baggy jeans on women is a war crime.
in my brain still remains.
Like the new fit, all the girls are doing it. Don't you love it?
Do not let nations adversarial to the United States
hilarious.
or any NATO country get a hold of this video. You could cripple the entire military of these nations.
Yup.
It's slop. It's all slop.
What are you? Are you me?
I'm bad, Ash. And you're good, Ash. You're goody little two shoes. You're goody little two shoes, goody little two shoes. Little goody two shoes, little goody two shoes, little goody two shoes, little goody two shoes, little goody two shoes. Little goody two shoes.
good, bad. I'm the guy with the gun.
So many good lines. Yeah, Isaac, this whole SUDAWAVE is millennial slop. That's why I'm loving every second of it. This is just speaking directly to the millennial soul.
That'll teach you. Yeah, that'll teach you.
It's 1997 all over
retrieve
again.
the Necronomicon. You'll die in the graveyard before you get it.
Hey, what's that you got on your face?
Huh? I'll come back for you.
Yeah! Come on, boy!
Movie came out in 1992.
The eyes to see the sun. However many years anyone may live, let them enjoy them all. But let them remember the days of darkness, for there will be many. Everything to come is meaningless. You who are young, be happy while you are young. And let your heart give you joy in the days of your youth. Follow the ways of your heart, and whatever your eyes see, but know that for all these things, God will bring you into judgment. So then, banish anxiety from your heart, and cast off the troubles of your body, for youth and vigor are meaningless. Remember your Creator in the days of your youth, before the days of trouble come, and the years approach when you will say, I find no pleasure in them. Before the sun and the light and the moon and the stars grow dark and the clouds return after the rain, when the keepers of the house tremble and the strong men stoop, when the grinders cease because they are few, and those looking through the windows grow dim, when the doors to the street are closed and the sound of grinding fades, when people rise up at the sound of birds, but all their songs grow faint, when people are afraid of heights and of dangers in the streets, when the almond tree blossoms and the grasshopper drags itself along and desire no longer is stirred, then people go to their eternal home and mourners go about the streets. Remember him before the silver cord is severed and the golden bowl is broken, before the pitcher is shattered at the spring and the wheel broken at the well, and the dust returns to the ground it came from, and the spirit returns to God who gave it. Meaningless, says the teacher.
Well, seems fairly obvious. Ooh, wait a minute. The words. Right. Say the words. Klaatu, Barata, necktie, nectar, nickel. Noodle. It's an N-word. It's definitely an N-word. It's definitely an N-word. The N-word! Klaatu, Barata, Okay then. That's it.
Monument
This is perfect 14-year-old boy content. Which means, of course, I love it. What a banger! Slutty Milk said live footage of Greg Bavino fighting Antifa in Chicago. Foreshadowing!
We're brothers, and a new kingdom shall be born!
We're witnessing our new victory. Yet to come.
The book tells us that once you drink this liquid and recite the words, Clatu verata nicto, thou shalt awaken in thine own time. Remember, you must recite the words exactly.
The N-word!
The Evil Dead movies are the perfect example
I
of
thought about
camp done
staying.
well.
They offered me the chance to lead them, to teach them, to be king.
Uh-huh.
But my place is here, so I swallowed the juice, said the words, and here I am.
Did you say the words right this time?
Well, maybe I didn't say every single tiny little syllable, no, but basically I said them, yeah. Basically.
You know that story about how you could have been king?
I think it's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Actual footage of a Walmart November 1st.
Lady, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave the store.
Who the hell are you?
Name's Ash. Housewares.
I'll swallow your soul!
Come get some.
Sure, I could have stayed in the past. Could have even been king. But in my own way, I am king.
Hail to the king, baby.
Yeah! The most American movie ever!
The art of any propagandist and agitator consists in his ability to find the best means of influencing any given audience by presenting a definite truth in such a way as to make it most convincing, most easy to digest, most graphic, and most strongly impressive. In other words, if your work is ugly and incoherent, you have failed. Join me next time as we make American propaganda great again.
Hail to the Suda, man.
There is a place that men called America. Far over the horizon. A frontier seemingly impassable. To these shores we sailed, men, then women and babes. We are Americans. Late of the old world, now of the new world. Sons and daughters of old Columbia. We secured the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We cut the bonds of our old kingdoms and breathed free, free to do the will of God. God, who gave us life, who gave us liberty. We set out to conquer a rich continent. A Bible in one hand, a weapon in the other. We fought the natives, then fought ourselves, choking nearly to death on the smoke of funeral pyres, of burning fields, of burning cities.
We flowed in waves, ever westward, seeking our fortunes as a river seeks the sea, carving out homes from the dirt and rock, mountain and sky. While we traveled far on harrowing adventures, we always returned to our hearth, our home, our family.
Along the way, we forgot who we are. We followed the diadem of empire, tempted by perfumes and false idols, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces,
the solemn temples, the great globe itself. Spending sons like treasure, we swallowed whole countries. The question never arising of indigestion. The old wisdom born out of the West was forsaken. We forgot who we are, but slowly, some of us, more of us remember.
I remember!
We've paid for our sins. We've paid for the world's sins. With interest. We are Americans. This is our home.
I'm chipping!
We are Americans. And we're not going anywhere. Not yet.
Damn straight.
Not yet. And we will see our old glory again.
Yo, I'm an EP! We got credits! Get out there and create, boys! Oh my God! A great masterpiece, a masterpiece for the ages. Feature-length SUDAWAVE before GTA 6. All hail the King Suda. What a man. Dude, he put together that whole thing in under a week. You guys have any idea how mind-blowing that is? To think up that whole thing? And put it together, just coming up with all the ideas and then editing it. Oh. We are so blessed. We are so blessed. We have the best propagandists redefining the craft. Oh. I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how you're going to keep it up. This is just tremendous. It's so, so good. A whole new art form. You are the one and only creator of this art form. You guys could see it here. Every single one he drops is going to be showing up here on the ASTROLABE. I will keep doing the ASTROLABE as long as Mr. Suda is producing the SUDAWAVEs. Incredible. Yeah, Paul needs to make his own movie, full studio budget. Really, the reason the ASTROLABE exists is just so we can crowdfund for our great, the Adjut propagandist. He says week 42 will likely be shorter. I can imagine. No matter what, it's going to show up here. All right, let me catch up on some tips here, and then we're going to get into the rest of the show. This is going to be a long one, folks. We're past the 2-hour mark, and we're not anywhere close to done. So hopefully you guys are ready to tuck in, and I'll try to make it through the rest of this stuff before the Nick Tucker interview thing. I'll try to make this as snappy as possible. We got to spend a little bit of time on it. Let me get these tips, and then I have got to go drain the main vein. So first of all, we got another alpha male alert.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
If the government doesn't open, I might not be able to keep tipping.
Oh, Howie Snowden. A dilemma arises. Do we root for the government to stay closed for the sake of our country? Or do we root for the government to reopen for the sake of our favorite Howie? Quite a dilemma. We're all sacrificing for our country, folks. We just need to be a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. We got another one.
Hail to the king, baby.
Hell yeah, Slosher. $35.88 chat from one of our beloved Leaf Boys. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. And then one more.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Thou shalt eat thine chips without adornment or sauce, else thou shalt be considered a sissy poof lord. Book of Dips 14:88.
Thank you, Chip God. Thou shalt eat thine chips without adornment or sauce, else thou shalt be considered a sissy poof fag lord. Book of Dips 1488. I like me some guac. I'm not gonna lie. I like me some guac. If you get the Chipotle chips, hyper salted, a little bit of lime, and then some guac, you got to eat them when they're fresh. The Chipotle chips are like McDonald's French fries. If you don't eat them when they're fresh, if they start getting cold, then they get worse. So they're really, really good when they're fresh. They're really, really bad when they're not. I'll still eat them. I'll still eat that shit. I don't care. Even if it tastes bad, I'll still eat it because I'm a degenerate. But yeah, I will do some extremely untoward things for a little bit of guac. All right, give me just a moment here. I'm going to give you guys a little something to entertain yourselves for about 90 seconds or so as I go hit the head. And then we will talk about the House Oversight Committee deeming all presidential Biden executive actions null and void. We'll get to that here in just a moment. I'll be right back.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, "Oh, I killed a cow out back, baby." You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
Whew, made it back here just in time. I had a lot to empty. I've been drinking a lot of things. Man, it is windy as hell here right now. We got a big cold front blowing in, so I actually had to close the window in here because it was starting to getting a little chilly, and the blinds were clattering around out there. Where are we at? Let's see what the temperature is right now. 70 degrees? Bullshit. It is not 70 degrees outside. It's supposed to get down to 53 tonight. This will be the coolest day of, well, since probably March. And then we're actually supposed to get some lows in the 40s over the next couple of days, which is kind of wild. And I think today may have been our last 80-degree day of the year. Things are really starting to take a downturn. Also, say a prayer for the people of Jamaica because, and maybe Cuba as well, because there is Hurricane Melissa, I believe it is hitting right now, and I've seen a couple things about it. It's supposed to make landfall. I think it may have already made landfall, or it's supposed to make landfall soon at a Cat 5, and it is reaching. I've seen a few different people who have said that given like the barometric pressure and the wind speed and everything, that it's reaching like the upper limits of how big a hurricane can get within the constraints of like the Earth's atmosphere and everything. So it's like basically almost the most powerful hurricane imaginable. It's not even physically possible to have a more powerful hurricane. And it has been, Jamaica has been getting torrential rainstorms for weeks now. So it's completely saturated. They've had flooding in the streets and everything. I saw a couple of videos of it. It's been completely saturated for a long time. So there's nowhere for that water to go. We may get, Jamaica may cease to exist. So say a prayer for those people. There's going to be a lot of people who die, I think, because of that. And that should be having something happening right here in the hemisphere. We'll see what comes of that. Okay. So let's get this going. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the tips. As always, if you'd like to support the show, this is my full-time job. You guys pay my salary. So tips.kingpill.com. The link is pinned to the chat. The Make More Ericksons Fund. And also, shout out to Slutty Milk resubscribing over on Kick. If you would like to subscribe, that's the best way to do it. The YouTube channel is staying up, and actually there's going to be probably some standalone stuff that comes over for YouTube here over the next month or so. I've got a few things I need to do and have some content other than the Astrolabe that will probably wind up getting put over there because I don't think I really have a way to do it through Kick. So you can stay subscribed to the YouTube channel. If you've unsubscribed, you might want to resubscribe because I'll be re-upping some of that over there. But if you would like to support the show financially through a membership, then the best way to do that is through Kick, because Kick only takes 5%. Tiny little haircut compared to the big giant YouTube haircut. You can also subscribe to the Substack. That gives you the ability to comment on the posts over there. Otherwise, the posts are free. And please leave a 5-star rating and review on the podcast. And of course, the Kingpill Discord, kingpill.com. You're missing out if you are not joining there. One other thing, the Kingpill Telegram. I've seen a few different people have said the Kick notifications are failing them, or they didn't know that I was live. If you go follow Kingpilled on Telegram, I always post there. I give you maybe a 1 hour or so warning before I'm going to go live, and then I post when I go live, and then I post when the lab is starting. So if you're following over there, it's free to follow. Doesn't cost you anything. Just go follow the channel on Telegram, Kingpilled on Telegram, and that will always give you the alerts for when we are going live. Okay, so U.S. House Oversight Committee, this is a tweet here from Eric Doherty. U.S. House Oversight Committee deems all President Biden executive actions null and void, including pardons performed by White House staff and signed by an auto pen. The committee demands an immediate investigation by Attorney General Pam Bondi. Quote, "We are calling on the U.S. Department of Justice to conduct a thorough review of these executive actions and scrutinize key Biden aides who took the fifth to hide their participation in the cover-up. The D.C. Board of Medicine must also review the actions taken by President Biden's physician to hide his true condition. We have provided Americans with transparency about the Biden autopen presidency. Now there must be accountability," Representative Comer says. And in here from an actual excerpt from the letter here, it says, "The committee deems void all executive actions signed by the autopen without proper corresponding contemporaneous written approval traceable to the president's own consent." Now, this does not hold legal weight. This is Congress basically saying that from a political standpoint, our official position as part of the House Oversight Committee is that we are not going to recognize these actions as legal. But we're going to ask for that doesn't actually hold legal weight. It holds political weight. It doesn't necessarily hold legal weight yet. They're asking, please provide the legal substantiation for this now. Please investigate this and confirm our political statement. We politically believe these things are illegal and illegitimate, and we need an investigation to go determine which things are and are not. At this point in the process, this is basically the only real tools that are at our disposal is we haven't reached the point in history where we're going to completely extract ourselves from this entire bureaucratic congressional haze of process and procedure and manipulating procedural outcomes. We are not at the pull the ripcord and nope out of it completely stage just yet. So this is the way. If you are not going to nope out of it completely like that, then the next thing you got to do is you got to progress the way you're going to progress in the system as it is right here, right now. So the ball is now in the Attorney General's court to decide when is the correct time to dial up the heat and actually start making some legal determinations on specific actions. What this does is it now opens the door that there's an indicator that Congress is willing to cooperate in the Trump Justice Department starting to unwind some of these things. And it's not going to be some great grand proclamation. It's going to have to be a case-by-case thing. Continuing with this, it says the investigation's findings detailed herein make clear that, as President Biden was losing command of himself throughout his time in office, his executive actions, especially pardons, of which there are many, cannot all be deemed his own. The authority to grant pardons is not provided to the president's inner circle, nor can it be delegated to particular staff when a president's competency is in question. Importantly, even if this authority could be delegated, which it cannot, it would have to be expressly delegated by President Biden himself. The Constitution is clear, quote, the president shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, end quote. And constitutional scholars have explained, quote, the history confirms that the Constitution's location of the pardon power is significant. The president must make the decisions, and the courts can hold pardons void if the decisions are made by others. So what they're appealing to here is that ultimately they're inviting the Justice Department. They're saying, we're going to give you some congressional runway to start making some of these moves. And once you do, they're going to be challenged in the courts, and then it's going to be up to the courts to validate or not validate those. The committee recommends the Department of Justice investigate all of former President Biden's executive actions, particularly clemency actions, to assess whether legal action must be taken to void any action that the former president did not, in fact, take himself. My guess is that to the extent that this ball keeps rolling forward, the first things, the way you would go at this is you would look for the things that are really easy to get across the line, the things that are going to have really broad electoral support. So things like the like clemency granted to like murderers who totally didn't deserve it. And you have to get some wins on the board, rolling back some of these things to establish the precedent that some of these executive actions that were taken by Biden were illegitimate because they were not actually taken by Biden. And if you can establish that precedent, then you can keep scaling it up more and more to larger things. Now, for an example of a larger thing, this guy here, Bernard R. Michaud, says Lisa Cook's appointment to the Federal Reserve should be null and void too. Here's where things may get more interesting. He asked Grok. Grok says, yes, according to a recent House Oversight Committee report and related investigations, President Biden's appointments to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, like those of Lisa Cook and others, were among the executive actions allegedly signed using an auto pen without his direct personal authorization or involvement. Obviously, the big mamma jamma here, the white whale, would be Jumanji. Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Supreme Court Justice. That would be the maybe the black whale, you might say. I don't know that we're ever going to reach that point, but you know, we are in that age in history where such things become more realistic. Continuing with Grok here, it says this machine replicates a signature mechanically and has been a point of controversy, with Republicans claiming it raises questions about the validity of such documents, including commissions for federal positions. A potential complicating factor here would be to what extent has President Trump ever used either the auto pen or any sort of signature apart from him specifically personally signing it? And this is where it actually, him doing these big signing events where he very publicly, obviously signs these things with the big Sharpie. You get the ASMR of you can actually hear the Sharpie marker on the paper. He's signing it. He holds it up for everyone to see. It is clear, unambiguously, that he personally approved this and signed it himself. It could be that him doing that is more than just like, the optics and making a, sort of the reality TV scripting sort of things with the administration. It could be that there's an actual strategy to that. That he has established this precedent that when he signs executive actions or pardons or anything like that, he does it very clearly, personally, obviously, publicly himself. Because if there's anything that he has done that has involved the use of some sort of remote signing thing that's not him literally physically signing it himself, then that's going to be the automatic thing. The whole media is going to circle around something like that and try to raise it up as a scandal and try to suck all the air out of the room and say, see, look, he did it. We have to call all these things into question. Ideally, that you don't have to go through all of that. The report released on October 28, 2025 by Chairman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, urges the Department of Justice to review all Biden-era executive actions from 2021 to 2025, including appointments due to insufficient proof of Biden's personal approval. It highlights interviews with 14 former aides who couldn't confirm Biden's direct role in many signings, this is worth noting that before the House Oversight Committee could release this statement, they first had to go and interview all those people. And we heard rumors that those people were being interviewed. They were calling them in and questioning them. And so this is something that's maybe been happening in the background. We haven't been necessarily hearing about all of it, but now we find out they have been questioning them. And based on those questionings, they were not able to confirm his direct role in many signings. And they noted auto pen use for high volume documents like pardons and orders, extending to nominations confirmed by the Senate, after which the president signs commissions. Biden has defended auto pen use as standard for routine documents, stating he orally approved key decisions, but critics argue it undermines the constitutional requirement for presidential action in appointments, Article 2, Section 2. No public records show in-person signing ceremonies for these specific Fed commissions, unlike some bill signings. And public discussions tie figures like Lisa Cook directly to auto pen Biden. While auto pens have been used by presidents since Truman, the scale and lack of oversight here are central to the probe. So, as the legal process, as the case proceeds with Lisa Cook regarding her fraud, this is where this could be added to that she may have been ineligible to even be there in the first place because her appointment by the president was she was not actually appointed by the president. Quite literally, legally was not appointed by the president. So that will be something. This is not a story that's going to be resolved anytime soon. If you're sitting around waiting, expecting some big explosive thing out of this, it's not going to happen. It's going to take a while to get to that point. This here, I've seen a couple people talking about this in the Jack Posobiec with the bombshell. A group of Carmelite monks deep in the mountains of Wyoming is doing something few would dare. They're building a towering Gothic monastery with CNC machines. Yes. An ancient monastic order is using cutting-edge tech to create a structure that looks like it could have risen in the Middle Ages. 20 years ago, they came to Metitsi with $400 and a dream no one believed in. Experts told them their monastery would cost $80 million. It was impossible. So they did what monks have done for centuries. They adapted. They taught themselves how to carve stone with diamond-tipped CNC machines. No formal training, no engineering background, just faith, grit, and prayer. Block by block, some weighing over 4,000 pounds, they're shaping angels, gargoyles, and ribbed arches worthy of a medieval cathedral. Their goal? A chapel that could stand for 1,000 years, a masterpiece hidden in the Wyoming wilderness. Some say it's madness, others say it's a miracle in slow motion. Look at this. Masterful. We're building beautiful things again. Look at the absolute scenes here. Now, this group, oh yeah, look at these. Oops. Oh yeah, there's that image. Look at that. Wow. And that shot. That is the shot of a lifetime. Stunning. And Jack Posobiec said, the same firm that is building this is building the Trump ballroom. What an interesting connection. Now, I wasn't able to go look into this too much, but I assume, does this mean that the monks themselves are building this? Someone had linked down here, Buy Me a Coffee, Mystic Monk Coffee, the Carmelite monks of the Wyoming mountains, the Wyoming Carmelites. But if Pozovic's saying this, I'm inclined to take his word for it. So does this mean the monks themselves are doing that, or did the monks start a company, a business? And what does that say? That Trump, to build his ballroom, would consult with this sort of project. Tells you something about the sort of aesthetic that they're going for. Yeah, monks are building the White House. That's right. The Pentagon has now confirmed that it plans to funnel a $130 million donation from an anonymous friend. We've talked about this already. Mr. Timothy Mellon, an anonymous friend of President Donald J. Trump, toward paying military service members during the government shutdown, in a move that is likely illegal and raises serious questions about the ability of private citizens to fund areas of the government for which funds have not been allocated by Congress, according to CNN. In response to questions about the donor's identity and whether they have any ties to foreign entities or interests, this is funny. This is the reason I included this clip here. So, CNN says, who is this donor? Do they have any ties to foreign entities? Who is funding this? The White House spokeswoman referred questions to the Pentagon and the Treasury. Nope, don't ask me. Ask them. The Pentagon then referred those questions back to the White House, referring to the donation as an anonymous contribution and refusing to respond to questions about whether it plans to brief details on the donation to Congress. Get fucking mogged. We are going to just send you in a circle. Go ask them. No, go ask them. No, go ask them. Go back and ask them. You're powerless here. Your henpecking has no power. We've got great Americans who are stepping up to serve their country, and you are not going to henpeck them out of it. Ask your mom, ask your dad, ask your mom, ask your dad. Yeah. Go ask a rock in the desert, says Augustine. Now, here's an interesting clip. Trump was already campaigning on building a White House ballroom in January of 2016 before the GOP primaries. This is not some new project that just emerged. He's been planning on this for over a decade.
And every time the top people come over from China, they're getting these big, beautiful, they put a tent on the White House. We don't have a ballroom at the White House. I offered, by the way, Jerry, years ago to build a ballroom at the White House, free of charge, $100 million ballroom. I said, we'll get the top 5 architects in America. We'll get the top people, top everything. We'll have the best ballroom, because I noticed they always put tents up on the lawn. Number one, it's not a good security thing. Number two, the guy that owns the tents is making a fortune, okay? This poor guy, he's making so much money. All he needs is one tent, and he charges them so much, he's making a fortune. All right. But I said, I will build a ballroom. I gave it to the Obama.
Shysters.
I told David Axelrod, a good guy, very capable guy. I told David Axelrod, David, I will build a ballroom free of charge, at least $100 million. We'll make it the finest ballroom in the world. We'll put it someplace so it works contextually, magnificently. It'll be done. We'll have committees set up. I never heard back. It's, it's just one of just thousands of things. If someone's going to give me a free ball, I'm going to take it. We'll put it in an area that'll look great. But, we don't have a ballroom at the White House.
Tent renters could be here, says the Suda man. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine having an American who is willing to build a White House ballroom for free, so that when you're entertaining foreign dignitaries, you're not setting up a frickin' tent in the lawn. But no, you're not gonna donate something to your country, because that might be politically empowering to you. And my job as Barack Obama, my job is to ensure that Americans are not politically empowered. My job is to ensure that Americans are politically disempowered. So I will block you from building a great ballroom to inspire American pride. I'm here to demoralize Americans. Now, here's an interesting little tidbit about Timothy Mellon. Whale Manidus here says, aspirational to be worth $14 billion, personally guaranteed payroll for the armed services, and the only and most recent photo of you is from 1981. He's a very private fellow. Then he added this. This is from his book called, I believe, a Pan Am Captain. Is that what it's called? Pan Am Captain. This is like his biography. Timothy Mellon also spent millions and years faithfully recreating a Norwegian stave church 1-to-1 in his backyard in Lyme, Connecticut. Look at my patrician American. Very few rich guys today are willing to push the edges of what makes them happy like this. They're all miserable. We need 100 times more eccentrics. And this from the book. He says, I had to sell the project to the zoning officer as being a sculpture rather than a building. He was convinced and so signed a building permit. So he figured out his way to navigate through the longhouse. No, you can't build that building. That wouldn't be safe. Okay, well, it's a sculpture. Ah, great, sounds good. We have manipulated the procedural outcome. On we go. Unlike the original, our church is built to top a full cellar in order to accommodate mechanical functions such as electric service and alarm systems. Additionally, the cellar protects the wooden upper structure from ground moisture. Permatreat found the stands of pine suitable for the pieces we needed to cut and shape. The same sawmill as used on the loft was pressed back into service. The upright staves, 14 in number, had to be absolutely straight and at least 26 feet in length. During the winter months, when the weather precluded working outside, David and his son Stephen formed and carved the St. Andrew's crosses that adorned the interior superstructure, as well as the figureheads at the upper end of each stave. Who was the architect? Someone asked. The truth is, there was no architect. The Norwegians would not provide us plans that had been drawn from the original. So David reverse engineered the entire structure from the 900 photographs that he and Joyce had snapped while in Norway. The many reference books on the subject of stave churches were also very helpful. The nave gradually arose from the main floor structure. Simultaneously, a stone walkway was built around the entire outside to accommodate the ambulatory. The outline of the chancel followed the nave and finally the apse. The staves were connected at various upper levels by crossbeams. These had to be fortified with wooden knees, whole pieces of wood forming a 90-degree curve and formed from the arc between the bottom of the tree trunk and the main outspreading roots. Most of these came from Nova Scotia and were carved from tamarack trees. Pat and I hauled them back on my 16-foot trailer, across the Bay of Fundy on a ferry, and down through Maine. This is the inheritor of the Mellon family fortune. This is Timothy Mellon writing this. We had a difficult few hours at U.S. Customs as apparently new regulations had just gone into effect, limiting the importation of certain Canadian woods due to beetle infestations. Fortunately, our import fell within the 3-month warning-only grace period. Providential. Tapered shingles were also procured from afar. Made of Arctic cedar, they had to be pre-cut to various sizes and transported to Connecticut from northern Wisconsin. We needed more than 28,000 shingles to finish both the roofs and many of the exterior vertical surfaces. Gary Gustafson, the master shingler, did a magnificent job. There's a picture of it here. A magnificent job shaping each individual shingle. They came to a point, somewhat like fish scales, and applying them to each surface. Our goal was to complete the church in time to hold another celebration on the 17th of May in 2014. The remaining steps involved a creative landscaping scheme produced by our friend Ann Vaderlaus and implemented by Phil Trowbridge, a local masonry contractor. The implementation became a huge problem and a headache. Trowbridge had been ordering his cut stone from a supplier near Binghamton, New York. Poor winter weather and even poorer business practices led to delay after delay. Much of the finished design had to be fudged to make the scene presentable for the party, which itself went off without a hitch. Months after the party, the full landscape design came to complete fruition. The final result is breathtaking in its beauty. Tom Delaney's magnificent drone video with a Vimeo link that's no longer available highlights the beauty. Our Borgund Stave Church. These are my people. The Norwegians. Beautiful. What will be the use for this iconic triumph, he asks. Our Borgund Stave Church will likely never be used as a place of worship. In order to keep the result as exactly reflective of the original structure in Norway, the building could not meet standard contemporary building codes. Imagine that. Imagine frickin' building codes standing in the way of using this as a church. Therefore, it cannot be occupied in the normal sense of the word. It can, however, be admired as a sculpture and as a representation of a cultural phenomenon of centuries past. Though not now associated with any formal religion, this Borgund artifact is nonetheless a very spiritual place, a place where one can come to enjoy peace and solitude, a venue for contemplation. And one of his many hobbies, another hobby that Timothy Mellon has had is hunting for Amelia Earhart's remains and the plane and all of that. He's been a major funder of one of those projects. This is one of we don't have many of these guys anymore. He's a holdover from a bygone age. This eccentric, aristocratic billionaire who loves his country, who sacrifices for his country, who invests in building beautiful things, funding fascinating projects. Peak WASP indeed, yes. Yes, Patriot Pat. Here, let me grab these. A couple tips have come in here. Let's play these real quick.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
I am become wind, destroyer of Rastas. May God have mercy on those in my path, for I shall have none. For I am the Giga Kane, the great Mofiat annihilator. In the name of Odin, all is not lost. Best of luck to the almost Canadian province of Jamaica.
that was for I am the Giga Kane, the great mophead annihilator. Thank you for the $10 tip, mophead annihilator, you great patriot. And another one here from Steven's Remigration Van.
The white man
a
is
patriot.
Back, baby! The white man is back!
A little contribution to the Make Another Ericsson Fund. Haha, brother.
Haha, brother. Right back at you, man. Thank you for the contribution to the Make Another Ericsson Fund. We shall make another Ericsson. Speaking of Norwegians and Swedes, more Ericssons. Okay, so here is Norma Eisen. As a contrast, I showed you the culture of the WASP. Now I shall show you the culture of the Eisen. Norma Eisen is very angry that Trump was able to fund the military with a $130 million donation from Timothy Mellon. You know who Norm Eisen is? He's the architect of the color revolution in America. Unseen One here says he wanted the military to feel the pain first, so they would put political pressure on the GOP to cave. Instead, by funding the military and WIC, Trump caused the first group to feel the pain will be illegals, who will be even more likely to self-deport without free food, and other core Democrat voting groups, which will increase the political pressure on the Democrats instead. The Dems' window of a pain-free shutdown for them is rapidly closing without any major pushback by GOP voters directed towards the GOP. From just like a pure inside politics, sort of inside baseball perspective, this is a really fascinating thing. Because there's a game of chicken that's happening here. Which client group is going to give in first? And for the first time in my life, it seems as if the Republicans are actually standing their ground. Enough so that I'm kind of smelling a rat. I'm like, what am I missing here? There's something that's out here. There's something that's like staring at me in plain view and I'm not seeing it. Could it be? Could it be that we actually have a Republican Party with sand in its pants? Willing to stare down the crisis and successfully electorally judo flip it on the Democrats? Well, Norm Eisen seems to be very, very upset that Timothy Mellon intervened here.
I never would have allowed a private individual.
What a fag.
To pay the salaries of military members, because whenever people write checks, large ones, like for $130 million, that comes with strings attached. And Donald Trump has put the government.
I mean, you can like, the camera is just catching him from the shoulders, or like a little above the nipples up, but you can tell underneath the camera, he's just oy veying like crazy. Oy vey! Can you imagine?
Up for sale to the high bidder. And that idea, another reason I wouldn't have allowed it when I was giving ethics advice in the White House was because the law has standards that are breached by this payment. If the military cannot be paid by Congress, you can't do an end around, and the law says so.
How dare you? How dare you pay the military? No, you are supposed to make the military suffer. Can you imagine? Can you imagine not making the military suffer so that my schemes can proceed as planned? How dare you interrupt my schemes? Oi, bae, give me a bag with some locks.
Rounds to have a private individual pay. Moreover, the Pentagon is using...
You're not allowed to do that. You're breaking the rules. I'm supposed to weaponize the rules against you. You're not allowed to break the rules. I'm going to say really loudly that you broke the rules. Isn't everyone very mad that he broke the rules?
Gift authority, but you can only use the statutory gift authority for proper purposes. Like with that gold-plated jet where we at Democracy Defenders Fund objected, and we filed a complaint with the Office of Inspector General. This huge payment is not in America's best interest. Besides which, it's not enough to pay the service members.
Oh, listen to the double talk. This is not in the interests of America. Why? Well, it's not even enough to pay them. All right, so it'll pay some of them. How is it not in the interests of America? Well, see, I have this paper here that says that that's the wrong procedure. Okay. So the service members got paid. Why is this not in America's interests? Well, because of the procedure. I constructed this procedure specifically so you would undermine yourself. I can't believe that you put the bending shotgun into the wall and pointed it at your head and didn't pull the trigger. Didn't you realize I wrote down here on a piece of paper that you're required to pull the trigger? You're not allowed to say, no, I'm just going to not pull the trigger. You're not allowed to just do things. He's very upset. Scott Adams says, Democrats in total collapse mode. Look at this. In what Senator Dick Durbin... Another dick. There's so many dicks among the Democrats. Dick Durbin, Democrat from Illinois, is reportedly called a possible game changer. The American Federation of Government Employees Union is demanding that Democrats end the government shutdown. The literal union for government employees is turning on the Democrats. If they thought that this whole shutdown thing was going to be like a mass political capital for them, their window to actually extract that capital is very, very rapidly closing. This is like they decided to go double or nothing, and they're getting real close to nothing. They're going to get, there's still some things that could happen. And we'll see. We'll see how galaxy brained they are. But this is looking really, really bad. Now, various pilots' unions have joined the AFGE union to call on Democrats to end the shutdown and vote for the clean CR. And yet the Democrats refuse. They keep refusing. Literally all this is just, hey, everything that's on the budget as it is right now, just roll that forward. Roll it forward another 8 weeks, and then have this conversation again in 2 months. But no, they won't do that. They're dying on this hill. For some reason. And really the debate, I suppose, is between are they dying on this hill because they're that bold and politically savvy, and they're 40 chessing the Republicans on this? Because, I don't know, they did this whole thing on purpose because they want to get to November 1st, because their idea is we get the EBT turned off, and then all of our shock troops chimp out, and then the Republicans are forced to cave because, like, when our shock troops start burning down grocery stores, then all of a sudden people are going to be sympathetic to us more. I don't know, man. It's not 2019 anymore. I really don't think that that's going to happen. I think that they genuinely thought they were going to be able to get these different groups like the military to turn against them. I also think that there's a possibility that they were expecting way more. They were expecting the what's his name, Russ Vought. They were expecting him to hammer that reductions of force button way harder and way more frequently. But he was just like 4,000 people. Okay, no, I'm not doing anything. Nothing going on. And so from my perspective, I'm like, why am I not hearing about more of this? It seems like this whole thing was constructed specifically so that they could lay off a whole bunch of federal employees. But if they were laying off a whole bunch of federal employees right now and making a lot of noise about that, That would yield a lot of political capital for the Democrats because they could rally these different union groups around them. And so I'm almost wondering if I got 4D chest here. Or they set this up to look like they're going to start laying off people right and left all over the place, and we're going to really go ham and turbo doge everything. And the Democrats were expecting that. Said, like, we're going to get our pound of flesh out of this whole thing. And instead, they just stopped. Maybe this is because, after you get past the first 30 days, maybe then EBT gets shut off and the Democrats' client groups start chimping. And at the same time, the reductions in force, the furloughs actually convert into reductions in force. And so they make sure that the actual reductions in force corresponds to the EBT chimp outs so that the Democrats are just eating this fully. So it's not that they're like going and doing these reductions in force on purpose. No, we can't. Like, we literally, you haven't given us a budget to fund the government with. How are we supposed to pay these people? You have not appropriated the funding to cover their salaries. Where are we supposed to get that money from? You want to tell a judge to force us to not lay these people off? Well, where are we going to get the money to pay them? The budget literally doesn't exist. If you want us to pay them, then you need to give us the budget. You don't get to have all your extra fluff. We just want a nice, clean CR. Just keep things going as they've been going. You don't get to add all this extra stuff back into it. We've got to furlough these people. We literally can't pay them. You're literally not allowing us to pay them. And I think, as far as I can make out thus far, this is a staring contest. And the Democrats are eating every last little bit of this straight on the chin. And they keep doubling down and doubling down and doubling down and doubling down. And they're trying to maintain control of the political narrative on this. But it's falling away from them. Here's Senate Republicans tweeted this out. Chris Coons believes that denying Americans their SNAP benefits may be unpleasant, but it's worth doing because it gives Democrats political leverage. This is the sort of rhetoric that's coming out of them now. Tonerus Highest, Latinx adjacent Dr. PhD, great guy showing up here on the Lab all the time. He says the GOP should do absolutely zero to interfere with this face plan. Listen to this. This is a Democrat from Delaware on the Appropriations Committee.
Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. And although a very unpleasant tool to use,
this is our only moment of leverage. And although it's a very unpleasant tool to use, sorry, we got to use it. They are owning this. They're saying, yes, we are the ones prolonging this. We are the ones taking responsibility for all of the downstream consequences of the government shutdown. We are owning this for ourselves. It's how do you... Have they lost their minds? Yeah, T-Con, someone has a royal flush to drop or everyone is bluffing. Yes, that's exactly it. That's the perfect way of putting it. And who has the royal flush? Or what would be even better is nobody has the royal flush. They're just like you say, they're just bluffing. And who's got the stronger bluff? Would you take Chuck Schumer? Would you take Russ Vought? Or this guy here, John Thune, who's been... I was not expecting to be very impressed with John Thune. Thus far, I think, solid 7 out of 10. If nothing else, though, that is some killer physiognomy. This dude looks like he should be in... I could see him with a buckskin cap on. I could see him wearing like a Minutemen uniform carved into a marble bust. This is what he says. This is the Senate Majority Leader.
You are near a roll point here.
Well, I think there are people who are sincerely want to get this figured out.
Have they
on the
told
Democrat
you that?
side.
That they're ready? They're about ready?
There are, and of course the challenge is the Democrat leadership could care less about this. And Chuck Schumer, they're in a box. I mean, like I said, they are running scared of the far left in this country right now, and that characterizes a whole bunch of Senate Democrats too. But there are some rank and file Democrats, I believe, and we have had, as you said, back channel conversations that have been going on for some time that have intensified here of late, and hopefully that will lead to a breakthrough. But that's what it's going to take. It's going to take rank and file Democrats who organically come to the conclusion that this doesn't make sense for them, politically long term for them either. I don't think this is a winning issue when you shut the government down.
Quite clever. Again, I got to give them props. This is from a rhetorical angle. Now that you've got them on the ropes, start dividing and conquering. Set the rank and file against the leadership. You just kind of leak out there, oh yeah, we've been talking to some of the rank and file who are dissatisfied with their leadership. Doesn't even necessarily have to be true. All you do is you start fomenting strife amongst the Democrats. You get the leadership being like, all right, which one of you is talking? And I was like, oh, it wasn't me. I didn't say anything. Maybe none of them have. Maybe someone has, maybe someone hasn't. But you go out and you say, yeah, the Democrats, they're starting to like break ranks, and the lower ranking Democrats are getting really dissatisfied with the leadership. We need to, get rid of some of this like break that relationship in half between the leadership of the party and the rank and file, split them apart, set them at odds with one another, and then just truck right through them. They're running the same playbook that the Democrats have run on the Republicans for almost my entire life. The shoe is now on the other foot, which means we're still within the same frame, but things have changed. Things have switched up. We're not in a whole new frame, but we're not in the same structure that we were before.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Trump started with taking their power bases and is now on to the slow burn of the rest of the Democratic Party. It is glorious to watch.
Yes. Yep. They've been defunded. They've been scattered. They've been the big backdrop of all of this that most people don't really get into is all the stuff that's happening with the Besant side of things. I've got some Besant stuff we'll talk about probably tomorrow, but restructuring the global monetary flows has meant that they have, once they get them up against the wall, they have less to fall back on, because the ground is shifting underneath them while they're also being barraged from every side. So we got a Harry moment. Harry Enton reporting on the polling. And this is kind of surprising to me because by this point, I would have expected that the people, the normal plebs, hoi polloi, the type of people who would be responding to polls, I would expect them at this point to have turned on the Republicans. The populace at large has changed. Their sentiment has changed completely. Because a few years ago, this sort of crisis would not have been managed deftly by Republicans. The Republican Party has changed, and the Democrat Party has not.
Starting with Republicans, how has the shutdown seemed to have affected their political standing?
Yeah, you might think, given that the Republicans are in charge of both the House and the Senate, that a government shutdown might actually hurt the Republican brand. But in fact, it hasn't. If anything, it's been helped a little bit. Take a look here, the shift in net popularity versus pre-shutdown. When we're looking at the Republican Party overall, that brand actually up 2 points. That's within the margin of error, but clearly it hasn't dropped. Come over to this side of the screen. Look at the net approval ratings for Republicans in Congress. It's actually up 5 points since pre-shutdown. So what we're seeing here is the Republican brand in Congress has actually improved somewhat compared to where we were pre-shutdown, despite the fact that Republicans control. And that's the math that John Thune and Mike Johnson are looking at is, well, hey, why should we give, and electorally speaking, when our brand has actually improved a little?
You can't expect the average person to understand the nuances of like the filibuster, and with the continuing resolution, you need 60 votes, which means you need X number of Democrats to vote with Republicans, and you've got traitor Republicans who aren't fully on board. And so to the average person, it's like, well, Trump has the House and the Senate and the presidency. Why, that sort of narrative used to be really effective on people. the media would just hammer this over and over and over again. It's a GOP-controlled government. They're the ones who are causing the shutdown. And yet somehow, the American populace has wised up. I don't know if it's that I find it hard to believe that suddenly now we just have the sorts of people who respond to Quinnipiac polls suddenly understand the nuances of how continuing resolutions are passed and what the filibuster is and all of that. I find it really hard to believe that they've suddenly cottoned on to how all these different dry, boring processes work. I think they just straight up, people on a lizard brain level, just straight up do not trust the Democrats. Right now, the Republican Party is projecting more strength and confidence and competence than the Democrats are. The majority of the public is not sitting here and engaging with these things on like a really like deep systemic understanding sort of level. They're just kind of chimp brain reacting, abreacting to things. And what we've seen, I think what this is indicating is, well, there's a couple things. One is that the populace has changed, and also the media has lost their grip on the populace, and that can kind of be two ways of saying the same thing. And the Republicans have gotten better about narrative discipline and staying on message and constructing these sorts of showdowns in such a way that they can highlight the Democrat corruption and intransigence in a way that even the people who have been conditioned for their entire lives to see Republicans as stupid and backward and evil and corrupt and on the take and all of that are somehow seeing the Democrats as even worse.
Now, we say their position is getting better. With whom?
Yeah, okay, with whom? So I think it's two groups that it's so important to keep an eye on. All right, changing the Republican Congress's net approval rating versus pre-shutdown. It's rallying the base for sure. Look at this, the net approval rating up 12 points versus pre-shutdown. But it's not just with the base. It's also with the middle of the electorate. Look at this, among independents. It's up 8 points as well. So we've got a situation here where Republicans with the shutdown are actually rallying their base, but it's also something that's not hurting them with the folks in the middle. If anything, it's helping them with folks in the middle. And this is the type of math that if you're Republicans, you like to see, right? Because something could rally the base but alienate those in the middle, or something could rally those in the middle but alienate the base. But the truth is, we're not seeing that. What we're seeing is the Republican brand has actually gotten better among independents, and it's also gotten better among Republicans as well, that Republican brand when it comes to those in Congress. So again, what's the electoral reason that Republicans would give in at this point?
So this is significant here, that they've managed to hit on something that is resonating with people, whether they're part of the base or they're more part of like the squishy moderates who, just kind of want everybody to get along. And, it's like the wife jack meme that our great propagandist posts all the time. I want us to save our country, but I don't want anyone's feelings getting hurt. I think that Samoa Bob makes a really good point here. He says political parties are seen through individuals far more than as ideas or groups, and right now the individuals who the Dems are putting forward are just the worst. Hakeem Jeffries is the only black politician ever who cannot grandstand to save his life. And I think that the sombrero memeing that the administration did, just the sheer no holds barred mockery and contempt of Schumer and Jeffries, and not just mockery and contempt, but framing them up as boobs, as just kind of like standing there awkwardly, like dick in hand, really like slack jawed. But the Republicans, we're just trying to do our thing for the American people, and the Republicans, framing them up that way, even if somebody may be sympathetic to them, nobody wants to be identified with that. Nobody wants to be identified with the guys who are getting memed on. You're never going to see Hakeem Jeffries again without picturing him with a sombrero on his head. It was masterful propaganda. Like old political cartoons, they like draw like George W. Bush with his big giant ears. Like once you see that, it's like this silly little thing that just pokes the chimp brain in you. And once you've seen the political cartoon of him with his big giant ears, now every time you see him, all you see is a dopey looking guy with big giant ears. With Hakeem Jeffries, now every time you see him, you see a guy with a big goofy looking fake mustache and a gigantic sombrero. with Trump standing behind him, strumming away, singing mariachi style at him. It's hacked into that. I don't know if it's like the id brain or something that just now the Democrats' whole brand is just toxic. Democrats are the people who get mocked and made fun of and dunked on by the Alpha Chad Republicans.
Democrats, of course, they have their eyes on the midterm elections. Yeah, we have elections 1 week from today, but what Democrats in Congress are mostly focused on are 1 year and 1 week from today from the midterm. So how do Democrats, how are they positioned right now?
Yeah, so, I mean, look, the generic congressional ballot, which traditionally Democrats have done really well on, and if you look at this point back when Trump was president the first time around, Democrats are up 11 points. Look at where it is now. Democrats are ahead, but they're actually only up 3 points. This is, in fact, the worst position Democrats have been on in a generic ballot at this point in midterm when there was a Republican president in the last 20 years. And this is no different from pre-shutdown. So Republicans aren't losing on this metric either. They become more popular, and they're actually in a pretty good position for them historically when it comes to the generic congressional ballot.
This is a concerning number for Democrats, are you saying, Congress?
This is a concerning number for Democrats because it's considerably worse than they traditionally do in midterm elections when there's a Republican president.
Harry Etten, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So basically, in the modern political paradigm, never before have the Democrats been as unpopular as they are right now at a midterm, leading into a midterm election with a Republican president. Typically, you get the opposite party bump. You know, people start getting dissatisfied with the president for one reason or another, didn't keep with his campaign promises, yada, yada, yada. And then everyone sort of has that, like, latent American libertarian sense where it's like, oh, we just want to make sure that there's gridlock. We don't want too much power on one side or the other. So, you know, let's put the Republicans in for a little bit. And then we need to go balance it out with some Democrats and then go back to some Republicans and back to some Democrats. But that natural sort of back and forth inclination is getting arrested. It's sort of frozen. And people are kind of like, maybe just a little more Republicans. You know, maybe we just kind of stick with the Republicans for a little longer. And, you know, jury's out. Like, they're not totally like parachute, like ripcord, noping out on the Democrats altogether. But they're kind of like, maybe just a little bit of Democrats. Maybe we just kind of need to keep things as they are and run it forward for another election cycle and see what happens. Yeah, and meanwhile, they're getting this reverse guard action with Mamdani, who is, they've got their own radicals who are now nipping at their heels, and the radicals that they have are the only thing in town. They're the only thing that is, from the sort of the slop cultural perspective, the only thing that seems to be fresh or different or unique or original. And obviously, there's lots of reasons why it's kind of a tired story to most of us. But to the average person, someone like Mamdani, it's like, what do you have? Andrew Cuomo, the mafia, the kind of like nakedly corrupt mafia boss who locked the state down and killed a bunch of old people in their old folks' homes, and it's just transparently, nakedly corrupt. We've done that before. We've been there before.
Baby.
Or do you get the new fresh brown guy?
Meme Magic got Trump 1.0, now Trump 2.0 is now using it. The great chain of memeing has been maintained. Meme them until they cry, then make them self-key. The great god Keck is undefeated. Praise Keck.
Okay, that one got... Meme Magic got Trump 1.0, now Trump 2.0 is using it. The great chain of meming has been maintained. Meme them until they cry, then make them self-ouchie. The great god Keck is undefeated. Praise Keck! Let's get some Romans in the chat for Keck. Thank you, Meme Mystic. Now, no, that was the guy with the jab burger and fries was not Cuomo. That was, I could see his face. Someone's going to say it in the chat. I can't remember his name. Who was de Blasio? Yes, thank you, Bill de Blasio. Yeah, that was Bill de Blasio that did the like really obvious thing. We're like, yeah, if you go get a jab, then you can get this burger, these great fries. Oh, oh, you mean if I get the vaccine, then I can have some French fries? Oh man, I love French fries. Oh, am I selling it? You getting it, guys? Look at this. Look at these yummy fries. Yeah, go get your vaccine. All right, next. You know, can I go to the nightclub now? You know who won't be found at a nightclub? Mr. Peter St. Onge. He suggests that the shutdown could, in theory, last to 2027.
The government shutdown could theoretically last until 2027, according to Zero Hedge. Dare we dream? As the federal shutdown enters day 28, we are just 1 week shy of the record set back in 2018 when Trump wanted a border wall and Democrats wanted new voters. Republicans ended up surrendering on that one with not one penny for the wall, but this time, amazingly, Republicans have held the line. This is probably because polls are showing the shutdown is not actually hurting Republicans. In fact, their odds in the midterm elections, which is the most important thing in Washington right now, have actually gone up since the shutdown began, now hitting 40%. That's pretty impressive considering the party in power has won midterms just 3 times since 1934. Yet here we are, near even after 4 weeks of shutdown. Now the polling suggests mainstream media's lost their mojo, while Trump has been very careful to keep funding everything popular, so the military, ICE, WIC for pregnant women, while starving all the left-wing garbage, the foreign aid, money holes for New York subways and wind farms, food stamps for illegals. So there's little pressure for Republicans to cave. They win by doing nothing, which, to be fair, is already their comfort zone. And that takes us to Zero Hedge, who asks, how long can it keep going? Now, the key is most past shutdowns were paired with a...
The agitprop master says it would be really funny if billionaires kept showing up to help pay for whatever Trump needs. Yes! I had some more thoughts on that here in just a second.
Debt ceiling, which makes markets panic about treasury payments, which are the lifeblood of our Ponzi financial system. But the next debt ceiling doesn't hit until mid-2027. That removes the external pressure to cut a deal. So if the world's not ending, if markets aren't even noticing the shutdown, if Republicans are rising in the polls while Democrats are afraid of their Antifa base, nobody needs a deal. In theory, this means they can literally keep going until 2027. So for fun, what if they do? For starters, 2027 is far...
Now, I will say that I don't think this is going to happen, but it is an interesting little thought exercise.
Past the 61 days needed to permanently fire federal workers, the Office Management and Budget has already officially fired roughly 10,000 and can keep going to, in theory, all 750,000 who are officially listed as useless or non-essential.
He's so sassy. He's we got our great bald sassy king here. Now I don't think that this is something he's said a number of times. And if you guys remember the Russ Vogt, Tucker Carlson interview that we watched here last week, I think they actually don't need 60 days. I think they just need 30 days. From the OMB website, it said that after 30 calendar days of consecutive government shutdown, any furloughs are automatically converted to reductions in force, which is a layoff. That position is eliminated, and the person is cut loose. Now, it's not something that, as I understood it from reading the statute or whatever it was, that's not something that automatically... It's like it has to be initiated. It has to be established as fact by the Office of Management and Budget. But they can do that so long as they have sign-off from the Office of Personnel Management. So I do believe that November 1st, we will have officially been shut down for 30 consecutive calendar days. So all of those federal employees who are furloughed are theoretically become reductions in force. And it's just a matter of OMB and OPM cooperating to establish that as fact. So I don't think that we need the full 60 days. I guess we'll find out as of November 1st.
GDP shrinks because government spending counts as GDP, which it should not. Jobs also shrink as thousands of federal workers no longer collect 6 figures to look out the window or fund riots. So GDP and jobs look bad, but both make the country richer. And then the big one, the national debt. Keeping the useless third of the federal government closed for a year and a half would save roughly $2 trillion. Could actually be closer to 3. Now, it's hard for Congress to respend the windfall in a shutdown, so that could go directly into a budget surplus that would start paying down debt. That would lower borrowing costs on the debt in a virtuous cycle. In fact, it would lower borrowing costs across the board to factories and families alike. More important, shutting the useless third of the government for a year and a half would plant these seeds in voters' minds that maybe we should permanently defund it and make the surplus permanent as well. So what's next, brought to you by I Trust Capital. Kalshi odds on the shutdown are still only 44 days, so we are a long ways from 2027. But if Senate Republicans miraculously hold the line, it is possible to get the transformational cuts their voters actually want. Okay, we'll be watching. See you next time.
So as I said, I don't think that this is actually going to keep extending that long. However, I also don't think that any of this is set in stone. I don't think any of this is decided yet. I think there's multiple different contingency plans. And it will require, the longer it stays shut down, the more that they can do. And they need to have like sequentially, ordered plans for, all right, if we get to this point, then we need something to enable this process to continue forward. Who knows how much of that they've already planned for, how far out they've planned on this. I think it's very clear to me that they expected to have a shutdown now, and they were prepared for this shutdown. I just don't know how long they were prepared to maintain that shutdown. Because if they were really prepared, that they were like, we could just take this for a year, and just, all this foreign money that's being brought in through the different deals. Maybe this is part of why Trump has front-loaded all of this the tariffs and all of these trade deals and defense deals, because they're kind of combining trade and defense and the new currency structuring. Perhaps this is why he's front-loaded all of this up to this point, so that they have these alternative sources of money coming in. Now, the problem is some of that money, depending on the different ways that it's being invested, he may or may not have total control over that appropriation. Some of that may be coming in as some of that investment may intended to be appropriated by Congress, and it's possible they might be able to get like one-off bills on certain things while they're continuing the stand down on the continuing resolution. But it's almost like if they could get something down on one issue, if they could get something across the line on one issue, then they probably would get it across all across the board. So I kind of don't think that's going to happen. But we have yet to tap a bunch of different potential sources of funding for critical things. And reminder that all of the One Big Beautiful Bill provided funding for a number of these things to just continue. Immigration enforcement and all of this stuff is going to continue happen. It's going to keep going. So, yeah, we're really, I think, in uncharted territory now. Who knows how long this goes? This could get resolved tomorrow. It also could get resolved next week, and it could go for a really long time. As someone said in the chat, if Trump can turn this into a way that he is the one who provides the gibs to the Democrat underclass client people, it will be a political masterstroke. Whether this is converting tariff money into some sort of a dividend check for Americans, if there's some sort of tax forgiveness, or if he figures out some way to stand up an alternative source of funding for EBT, sort of like he did with WIC and with the military. With WIC, it was we used this money from the tariff shelf. With the military, it was a combination of reallocating funds that had been previously allocated for other defense purposes, like research and development. They are temporarily borrowing from the R&D fund to cover the military, so they're eventually going to have to pay back those R&D funds. But what other big billionaires could they bring some sort of major investment from in return for some type of business concession? It could take 1, 2, 3 major headlines akin to Timothy Mellon donating $130 million to pay for the military. We could be 1 to 3 headlines like that away from a complete sea change in the way the average person views the Trump administration and Republicans in general. If you got some major headline of this coalition of businesses are coming together and they're going to fund this particular program directly, private funding to stand up these food assistance things. I mean, the Democrats are probably going to call it breadlines. See, look, Trump has literally created breadlines, and that's probably going to be fairly effective propaganda. I don't know, but it depends. If the people are really getting this food and there's no strings attached to it, then now Trump is the one who has brought the Gibbs back. The Democrats are the one who took the Gibbs, and they just blast these all over the place. Yeah, this is the only point of leverage we have, and so it's unfortunate that it's hurting people, but we've got to tug on this one bit of leverage that we have. Well, here we go. I just took away that leverage altogether. And I just negotiated the funding for the Gibbs. That would be a sea change. But, it's also possible that the Democrats just cave all of a sudden. And we just reopen the government. But if the Democrats cave to reopen the government and they don't get anything out of this, they've already lost. And we just continue as with business as usual, except, 10,000 people have, 10,000 more federal employees have been fired, and these seeds have been planted for people. But I do think that this EBT thing has the potential to really kick off in a way that I would like to see the administration not just let it hang. I want to see some sort of treatment of this. And I think that stuff is genuinely completely up in the air as to whether or not that's actually going to happen. So we may not learn what the contingency plan is until November 1, until the Democrats have gone fully pot committed. You let them get fully pot committed. Go both feet all the way in. Yep, we're going to shut down food stamps if we don't get funding for transgender weddings in Eswatini or whatever. Once you've got them fully pot committed, then you announce the thing. Maybe that's what happens. I don't know, but I think something needs to happen. Here's who's getting their EBT cut. Who getting their EBT cut? This is the percentage of U.S. households receiving SNAP benefits. Food stamps by ethnicity. Way down here at the bottom, interestingly, 4.4% Indians. Whites is 8.6%. Israelis, 11.1%, same as Nigerians. That's interesting. Palestinians, 15.9%. Mexicans, 17.9%. Right up here, Black Americans, 24.9%. 1 in 4 Black families are receiving SNAP benefits. Natives, 27.6%. Over 1 in 4 Native families is receiving SNAP benefits, above and beyond all the rest of the stuff that the tribes get. But here at the very top, 45.6% of Afghan families, 42.4% of Somali families, 34.8% of Iraqi families, 34.4% of Dominican families. As Matt Walsh says here, we import the third world and force working class Americans to feed and house them at gunpoint. Civilizational suicide. So if they're going to be here, while they're here, if someone's going to feed them, better not be the working class Americans. Who going to stand up? Who going to put their money where their mouth is? You want them all here? You feed them. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. This is the other thing, too, is that so many of these, what they do is they get the SNAP benefits, they sell them for cash, and then they send the cash back home. So this is proxy remittances. Yet again, the working class American is carrying the entire fucking world around on our shoulders. We're the ones who bear the costs in our healthcare system, in our currency, in our industry, even the freaking food stamps that we fund are just to send money to other countries. Yes, this will cause some legals to self-deport. That's right. Because if you're here because the whole grift is I'm going to be here and I'm going to get these food stamps, I'm going to keep myself eligible for these food stamps, I'm going to get these food stamps that I can then turn into money to send overseas. Well, if I can't get the food stamps anymore, I can't send the money overseas, well, there's no reason for me to be here anymore. And this is a good point here from Amory King. Even if, so say the Democrats do suddenly at the last minute, at the 11th hour, the Democrats just fold. And they say, all right, we'll just agree to a clean continuing resolution. And all libertarians spaz out about clean. Just like that clean coal, clean continuing resolution. Even if they do that, under the terms of the One Big Beautiful Bill, these will be the new standards for food stamps. Not only are food stamps paused, but when they resume, they are coming back with some major changes. Here are the facts. Able-bodied adults without dependents can only get SNAP for 3 months within 3 years unless they meet work requirements. All changes apply to adults 18 to 64 years old. Children over 14 cannot be claimed to receive EBT anymore. They must work, train, or volunteer at least 80 hours per month to receive EBT. And this includes paid employment, approved job training, community service, or educational programs. So even if the Democrats finally cave and approve the clean continuing resolution, these will be the new standards for SNAP benefits. So there's people who are getting thrown off SNAP, period. Even if it gets refunded, they're getting thrown off. But right now, the reason that they're being defunded is because the funding quite literally isn't there. This is the great thing about this from the perspective of, like, I'm sure there's going to be, maybe even already has been some judge who orders the government to fund the food stamp program. And they can literally, in whole, complete legal honesty, be like, with what money? Congress is responsible for appropriating the funds, and then we distribute them. Congress has not appropriated the funds. We don't have any funds the budget is blank. We don't have any funds to appropriate, the funds haven't been appropriated. We don't have the funds to spend in the first place. It's beautiful. So here's this podcast episode. I'm going to read the blog that's associated with it, and the link will be in the King Pilled Substack later on, or if you're listening on the podcast version of this, the link will be down in the description. This is from Bennett's Phylactery. Dems don't want to make a deal. Bread riots are the only way they can generate a state of exception and regain control of the state. Trump should hold a benefit at Madison Square Garden and demand that corporate SNAP beneficiaries pony up to close the gap. So this is an article, or this is a podcast. I'm going to read the article attached with it. The podcast is with Mike Shelby. Is We Getting Bread Riots? The Color of the Coming Color Revolution. Above is the recording of our discussion with Mike Shelby from Forward Observer on the broader topic of a yellow revolution summer 2026 to 2028. Below is a narrower discussion of the role of welfare programs and the tug of war over government assistance in the coming conflicts. If the government shutdown is not resolved next week, 42 million people will lose access to food stamps for the month of November. My timeline is now full of inner-city blacks warning of the consequences if payments fail. Many of these seem to be monetized TikTok rage bait, but others just describe the same things that I expect to see if the spigot gets cut off all at once. It would be remarkable if 42 million people losing food benefits didn't lead to a surge in violent crime and civil disorder. Obviously, the welfare system has created generations of dependents with a deeply perverse attitude toward the people whose largesse they receive, and that system should be abolished or at least deeply reformed. But it's also a significant structural component of the U.S. economy. In general, nothing ever happens because, while an apocalyptic confrontation is brewing, both sides do the math. One side realizes they can't actually win, some less confrontational solution is quietly arrived at, and you still have to go to work in the morning. Whatever you think of the food stamp program or its recipients, cutting 42 million people's monthly income by 1/3 with less than 2 weeks' notice would be one hell of a happening, which would mean that at least one party severely miscalculated their odds of victory. It may not happen next week, but it's going to happen eventually. The tug of war between the Trump administration and the administrative state won't stop until something like this settles the question with finality. If it isn't another government shutdown, the EBT system has documented open vulnerabilities to cyber attack, which would be easy to exploit in the event of a serious foreign policy confrontation. If that doesn't happen, sooner or later the government's fiscal problems will either lead to non-payment of these benefits or hyperinflation, which amounts to the same thing. So the consequences of an EBT shutdown are worth examining because they're coming one way or another, even if you think this particular standoff will be resolved before the deadline. The No Kings protests last week drew an impressive crowd numerically, 7 million by some estimates. but strained the notion of democratic mobilization as a proxy for warfighting. The crowd was 90% white, 60% female, and the median age was 44. In our recording with Mike Shelby, we discuss how this mobilization is in preparation for a color revolution against President Trump, either in 2026 or 2028. But while getting 7 million people in the street is a testament to Democrats' organizational capacity, it's hard to see how that converts into any sort of hard power. Normies seem to enjoy the No Kings framing, but they are, by definition, not serious people. And no actual fighting-age males in the leftist coalition care about any of that stuff. The political left is facing the inevitable conclusion of their feminized politics. Nagging and shaming are repellent to all young men capable of violence. So, when nagging and shaming stop working, there is no longer any credible physical backstop to the argument, because all the young men capable of violence have been pushed to one side, or, as with young black men, checked out of the conversation. All the right has to do is stop caring about the political opinions of gays, grannies, and grandes, and the left has no more cards to play, which has been the story of the last year or so of American politics. I'm going to read that one more time because that's a banger. All the right has to do is stop caring about the political opinions of gays, grannies, and grandes, and the left has no more cards to play, which has been the story of the last year or so of American politics. The power of moral blackmail in U.S. partisan politics has absolutely collapsed. It no longer matters how many old people assemble to complain. But the optics of a bread riot could change all that. The left is at its rhetorical best when it reminds people what things were like in the Ancien regime, generally either the Great Depression or Dickensian England. Toddlers smeared with coal dust, gaunt farm wives selling their children, bread lines, the working man owing his soul to the company store. Of course, having 13% of the U.S. population on food stamps suggests an economic situation comparable to the Depression, just without the optical problem of poor people physically waiting in lines. President Trump has, to this point, succeeded in framing the modern American left as shrilled, spoiled, and out of touch. But 42 million people, at least rhetorically, going without food would dramatically change that perception. For Democrats, an EBT failure would remind the poor and lower middle class what life looks like without mommy government, in the messiest and most disruptive way possible, casting Trump in the role of an uncaring plutocrat, or even an American Yeltsin. Sure, things weren't perfect under gay race communism, but at least things were stable, predictable, etc., etc. A color revolution is never going to happen because President Trump remodeled the East Wing, or because of some banal inside baseball power struggle in the executive bureaucracy. A color revolution happens when normies run cover for an extended period of radical violent criminality, which metastasizes into armed resistance, which is exactly what an EBT failure would do. The BLM protests really were mostly peaceful. 20 to 25 million people attended the BLM protests. That's a huge fraction of the country's population. About as many as watched Survivor or American Idol at their peak. Almost none of these people were radical communists. They were normies swept up in the current thing. They showed up, clapped and chanted, waved their signs, got their faces painted, and were home before sundown. The crowd really was, quote, not, generally speaking, unruly, from the famous Chiron. The purpose of most of the peaceful protests is to provide narrative and physical cover for a surge of criminal violence, which is also largely not performed by radical communists, but by lumpen parole opportunists. A mostly peaceful protest forces the police to man the picket lines instead of fighting street crime. The crowds jam roads, preventing police from moving resources across the city. Trained protesters use black bloc tactics to provide anonymity so that violent actors are harder to surveil and apprehend. Protest organizers deliberately blur the lines between civilian and criminal or combatant actors, both to make violent direct action appear more legitimate and popular than it is, and to provoke police into mistakenly attacking civilians. The purpose of a color revolution is to produce and prolong a Schmittian state of exception. A state of exception is a condition in which the ordinary, lawful powers and procedures of the state are inadequate to maintain the integrity of the state, so new powers must be asserted. The sovereign is, by definition, the person who decides when such a condition exists and what to do about it. The state never has sufficient security resources to directly or coercively enforce the law on everyone at once. Public order depends on widespread habitual obedience. A genuine protest, one that is actually adversarial to the government, is always an attempt to break the population's habitual obedience in order to generate a security crisis that the government cannot survive. Anything else is a parade. This is the concrete meaning of people power. We have the media and organizational capability to jam your city with millions of harmless morons. The crowd will disrupt the ordinary business of the city and conceal a wave of violent crime. People will demand that you do something about it. We will make it impossible for you, or the police, or the viewers at home, to distinguish civilians from criminal agitators. You will be powerless to end the crisis within your legal and popular mandate. If you step outside your mandate, the crowd will get bigger and more violent, the crisis will deepen, you will face defections from your security forces, and then execution or prison. Obviously, not all adversarial protests end this way, because the parties usually come to terms long before this happens. But this is the implicit threat of protest. Color revolutions never overthrow the government, they just reveal who the real government was all along. A state of exception never destroys sovereign power, it can only expand it. It renders the political situation liquid so that it can be altered without limit, but only by the sovereign. The Orange Revolution didn't weaken Viktor Yanukovych as the sovereign in Ukraine. It simply demonstrated that Yanukovych was not, in fact, the sovereign. Who decides the state of exception in Ukraine? Who decides what happens in Ukraine when Ukrainian law has no answers? Empirically, the US State Department. In a failed color revolution, the liquid political situation is exploited by the target of the protests to strengthen his own power. After the 2012 protests in Russia, Vladimir Putin tightened restrictions on public assembly, required NGOs to register as foreign agents, expanded treason statutes, and expanded state censorship authority over the internet. This means that the bar for a state of exception is much higher in Russia than it was before, because Putin has expanded legal authority and demonstrated security capacity to put down a foreign-backed protest movement. You would never incite a color revolution in a state in which you did not believe you were the sovereign. You would never deliberately create a state of exception that you did not expect to control. An American riot is the opposite of a revolution. The Trump administration has made massive gains by ignoring leftist hypocrisy and moralizing, but it can still be converted into real power. Memetic Sisyphus tweet here, a Goodwill Hunting scene, but instead of "it's not your fault," he tells a progressive, criminals aren't Aladdin until they get it. An EBT failure creates the following conditions. Millions of people with a substantial direct financial incentive to fill the streets. Millions of normies with an excuse to believe that criminals are Aladdin, actually. They are desperate to believe this because it collapses the cognitive dissonance generated by the end of the liberal consensus. Young muscle pulled back into the Democratic machine, whom they lost after post-BLM demoralization and Gaza fissures. A straightforward rally point for collective civil disobedience, literally stealing bread to feed your family. This would put the American left in the strongest position they've had in almost a century. Democrats aren't actually radicalized about the object-level conflict that is keeping the Democrats shut down, Medicaid for illegals. They want the government shut down so that they can create a state of emergency and reclaim control of the state. This means that capitulation won't help. It will simply set the stage for another confrontation in 8 weeks when the next continuing resolution runs out. They want the chaos because they believe, not without justification, that they are still the sovereign power. There are two ways Trump could defang this threat. 1, end the filibuster. Without the filibuster, Republicans could end the shutdown with a simple 51-49 vote. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Mitch McConnell, and Susan Collins all oppose this because they are swamp creatures who also want to reassert control. If Trump can pin an ongoing shutdown on the rhinos, they may fold, which would deepen Trump's control of the GOP but also raise the stakes of the midterms in 2026. If they take this route, the chaos will merely be postponed until the 2026 midterms. Option 2, get the program funded without Congress. This would be the most audacious and Caesarean move. Hold a benefit in Madison Square Garden. Make a generous donation yourself, and then publicly remind Walmart and Coca-Cola that they've been suckling the snap tit for generations, and tell them to pony up. Tell Crazy Nancy to come out of pocket from her insider trading money. post statistics that show all the major corporate recipients of SNAP money, as well as the employers of SNAP qualified Americans. Display a gauge meter that shows the proportion of donations coming from Democrats and Republicans. This week, a single donor came up with $130 million to keep Army salaries paid. The money exists, and Trump can find it. If this keeps the program funded for even an extra week, it removes the justification for collective civil disobedience and keeps civilians off the streets, allowing much more aggressive police action against criminal agitators. Even a smaller victory, like fully funding WIC, a targeted food program for mothers and children less than 1/10 the size of SNAP, would put the blame for the shutdown squarely where it belongs and almost certainly force Democrats to back down. A move like this would strengthen Trump's claim to sovereignty without the need for a messy crackdown. When there was a crisis and the regular functions of government were suspended, Trump came through for all Americans. Trump is the one who makes the Gibbs flow. And once that's established, he can start to make some sane decisions about who gets them. This would be difficult to pull off, but far more feasible than trying to get Democrats to vote for entitlement reform. Of course, we have no pull with these people or knowledge of their plans. So while we wait for them to get creative, we need to make arrangements for ourselves and our families. Don't be in jurisdictions controlled by Democrats. Acquire assets that cannot be seized, destroyed, or inflated away. Become important to the people around you. Build your personal intelligence network. Make contingency plans with your friends and family. Connect with as many like-minded people as you can find, aka get into proximity to patriots. And obviously, Menace Phylactery here is pitching the Exit Group. Very good group of guys. Maybe your style. They've got weekly group calls. They got meetups. They got these meetups scheduled all throughout the month of November. He'll be speaking at the Oregon Weaving event in Portland that I've talked about before on here. And, of course, you've got the Exit Group Substack. Go listen to this podcast. So this was the blog post associated with the podcast that he has with Mike Shelby, who's been doing a lot of good work on identifying the nature and state and trajectory of these color revolutions. So I'm going to be listening to this one later on. I encourage you guys to do the same. All right, I saw some stuff was going on in the chat here. And let me see what's happening here. What are you guys talking about? Building penis towers. Go away. I don't want that. What did I miss? Someone's getting bonked. The federal bonk investigators. Bonk police are no-knocking this chat right now. Who getting bonked? The big booty Latinas. All my homies love bonking big booty Latinas. Milking AOC on the White House lawn to feed people in EBT stops. That's a very good policy proposal, Slutty Milk. You might have a future in politics, man. You know how to get the people going. No kings except when it's time for my EBT. Yeah. Please, Mr. King, sir, fund my EBT. Mr. Sue says, moments like this, I feel like we're the kids passing notes in class while Professor Matt whims philosophical on important shit. This would be the time where we start making increasingly loud coughing noises. Oh man, if you guys don't show up for the live chat, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Bobby Ballbag says, Professor glances at chat mid-sentence. Yo, what the fuck is going on here? You guys are out of pocket. You got a penis tower, very successful penis tower. Are those the only towers you guys build? Somebody finish the penis. Finish the penis. Good night, Mrs. Kingpilled. Have a good sleep, mama. Yes, please do tip your streamer. Tips.kingpill.com. Let's keep this buzzing forward because, oh boy, we still got to get to the TUCKDOLF NICKLER interview. TUCKDOLF and NICKLER. Before that, though, let's get a little Scott Adams. Remember I played you guys that clip of James Carville the other day? Talking about he wants all the collaborators to have their heads shaven and put in orange pajamas and march down Pennsylvania Avenue and spit on. Well, our based Dilbert man has taken offense me speed this up a little here. Let's go with, let's do 1 1/4. What do you have to say to us, Base Dilbert, man?
Speaking of old white Democrats, James Carville's off the reservation again. And he says that Trump, what he calls collaborators, and I have to wonder if I'm one of them. Would he consider me a Trump collaborator? I mean, I think Bill Maher considers me on the collaborator team. He doesn't use that word, but would Carville consider me a collaborator? Because he said the collaborators should have their heads shaved. Okay, I do need to get my head shaved. Put in orange pajamas. Okay, I like orange, and I do like wearing pajamas, so it's not so bad so far.
Orange, just like my president.
It's my normal day, wearing pajamas and having a shaved head. And then march down to Pennsylvania Avenue. Well, I like taking walks. I like.
Scott Adams is basically living in his own personal gulag already. Head shaved, wearing pajamas.
Okay, well, so far this is good. I'm getting exercises in my pajamas, and then somebody shaved my head for free. Okay, where's the downside? There's got to be a downside to this. Oh, here it is. It's while the public spits on them. Well, that's not good. That's after Trump leaves office. Well, what I would do is I would declare, if I were in this situation, I would declare a COVID emergency, and I would demand all the Democrats wear masks so that they were only spitting on the inside of their own mask. Well, I got some exercise taking a walk in my pajamas, and somebody shaved my head for free. That's how I play it. So, now, if I were to assume that Carville includes people like me on his collaborator list, what would be my incentive for arguing that Trump should not have a third term? He just gave me a reason to argue for Trump's third term, because he's basically saying, it looks pretty direct, that I will personally be punished if I'm alive and Trump gets out of office. I'll be punished for being a collaborator. Now, unless he wants to define this collaborator thing a lot more narrowly, wouldn't you think that podcasters who are reliably support him would be called collaborators? If this were Nazi Germany, I'd be a collaborator, right? Just because I'm on a team. Well, maybe it could be that Steve Bannon's trying to stay out of jail for a second time, and that he knows the only way to do it is if Trump stays in office. Because I do believe that the so-called collaborators, and Bannon would certainly be on that list, even if I'm not, they would be in for some trouble. And it could be real life trouble, as in go to jail, as in lose everything you have, as in lose your family. Is that what we're looking at? Because James Carville, if that's what you're really promising us, if you're promising us that you and your clan are going to come after Trump collaborators, and you're not going to define in advance what a collaborator is, well, you just flipped me to a third term.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to make the change right now. As long as this fucking asshole is talking like this, I'm in favor of a third term.
Get him!
If you can calm down this bullshit, I'll be on your side. No third terms for anybody. That's where I was 10 minutes ago. Now I'm looking at this and I'm saying, fuck you.
Salute.
Fuck you. If you're going to give this vague threat that when Trump leaves, people like me are going to be victimized, yeah, we're going to go for a third term. And that's on you, asshole. That's all on you, asshole. Because I was absolutely 100% against a third term until right fucking now. And the longer I look at this, the madder I get. Yeah, third term.
I love
Or shut the fuck up about this collaborator getting spit on shit.
More like Scott Madams, in my opinion.
You need to take that back right away. And until he takes it back, I'm all down on third term. So you gotta put it at stake now.
Fuck you. Oh, he said that with his chest. Oh, isn't it fascinating? This just keeps getting memed. Keeps getting memed. And you know what's very interesting? What this is doing to the frame here is if they keep, and maybe this is the point, maybe this is part of the goal here. We're kind of playing a like choose your own adventure, and lots of these adventures can, like, one choice can lead to multiple adventures. Well, this what we're seeing emerge here is the Democrats actually arguing for J.D. Vance. No. We don't want a third term for Trump. No. The moderate position is J.D. Vance. If we're going to be extremists here, we're going to engineer a Trump third term. But maybe we'll be reasonable democracy respecters, and we won't do this really clever, careful reading of specific amendments to work out a way for a Trump third term legally. Yeah, we'll just relax. We'll just be extremely moderate, consensus-driven, democracy respecters, and accept the inevitability of J.D. Vance. How's that for flipping the frame around? Now, Scott Adams has a little bit more on the notion of the master persuasion artist here has a little bit more on the prospect of a Trump third term. And there's nobody better at like lib whispering, figuring out a way to frame this in a way that even the lib mind can wrap around it, like Scott Adams.
I'm going to give you my best argument, which I don't think is good, but it'll be an argument for keeping Trump for a third term. You ready? Do you think I could pull this off? Do you think I could give you a persuasive argument why he should get a third term? Well, I don't know if this is unique or if other people have said this, so it might not be original. Here's my argument. They stole his first and second term with a hoax. The government stole it. The government denied him a full regular term by making him fight to stay in a jail the entire first term, and then using the lies that they created in the first term to prevent him from being elected in the second term. Now, I don't know if there was also any chicanery with the votes itself. I don't have any proof of that. But what we do know is that they had a well-organized from the top, Obama, plan to deny him a normal presidential term. And I would argue, if you look at what he's accomplished in his current term, where he's not having to do all this, impeachment hoax stuff, you can see the difference between what it would look like if he had been unfettered, where he is now, versus the way they treated him and essentially denied him a real presidential term.
Now, the case he's making here does not have legal weight, but ultimately, legal weight is downstream from political weight. If you have the political will for something, there is a legal way. There is a way to figure out how to make it legal. The legality is derivative from the political will. So this can serve as like a substantiator for actually creating the legal fig leaf for making it happen. Now, I'm still not like fully pot committed that Trump is going to run for and get a third term. But I still think that there's better than 50-50 odds of it. And I think this is a great heads I win, tails you lose sort of thing. We either get Trump or we get Vance. It's going to be one or the other. Oh, no, we didn't. Getting the third Trump term didn't work out, but I guess we'll settle for Vance, who is a big step in the right direction, we'll say. But this sort of thing, getting this embedded into the public consciousness, like he was deprived of these other terms. So it would actually be fair and just and reasonable to, we're not like being greedy and going above and beyond and trying to twist the Constitution around just for the sake of political power. No, we need to, we need to establish the state of exception here, that it was extremely exceptional that his first two terms were stolen from him. And here's all this over the last, between 2025 and 2028, we've established all of this basis for how this came directly from the top, and it was an organized, coordinated conspiracy, and people are going to jail for it, and his look at all that he's done over the past 4 years. This is how good it could have been so much further back. It becomes normal and standard for the average person to accept, yeah, life would have been so much better if there hadn't been this organized, fraudulent hoax to deprive him of his first two terms. This is the sort of political argument that can lay the groundwork for getting the actual legal rigmarole accomplished.
Now you could say, well, they denied him his second term. Or you could say they denied him his first term. You could say they denied him his first term. He was president, but with such an anchor on him that they put on him, it was like he couldn't really serve his term. So, is that a good enough argument to overcome the very clear wording in the Constitution that you only get two? No.
Now here, I was looking at this and listening to someone recently that actually, there isn't very clear wording in the Constitution that you only get 2 terms. The wording in the Constitution is that you can only be elected to 2 terms. You can twist it around. This is one of the brilliant things about the Constitution. This is the point that Curtis Yarvin was making with Charlie Kirk back in January of 2024, which is a conversation, by the way, that I think the TUCKDOLF NICKLER interview we'll get into here in just a few minutes. I think that's what it reminded me of. Charlie talking to Yarvin was very similar to Tucker talking to Nick, in that he's being kind of a little combative or adversarial, but in such a way as really he's offering him the opportunity to steel man himself. And he's like asking probing questions in such a way as to like draw out the best version of the guy, give him the opportunity to make the best case for himself. But this is one of the brilliant things about the Constitution, is that you can do this extremely, I don't know, autistic, maybe Jewish, twisting around of like legalese and everything. The Constitution actually creates the pretext for this, to be able to remain within the bounds of the Constitution, where you can violate the text of the Constitution while remaining within its spirit. So the Constitution can continue to reign. Which actually, in a sense, it almost makes the regime change operation a little easier. Because you could say, no, this is all perfectly constitutional. We're not overthrowing the Constitution and establishing a brand new government. Even though we're overthrowing the old Constitution and establishing a brand new government, we're just copy-pasting the Constitution. And, look, if you twist the Constitution like this, it actually provides for a powerful unitary executive who's effectively an elected king. And then these other branches here are supportive to this elected king, and then he gets elected every 4 years. That's perfectly constitutionalist.
The only way that would fly is if the Supreme Court just went totally rogue. Could they? Could the Supreme Court go rogue and vote just by conservative majority that, yeah, that is true, they did steal his first term, we're going to give it back to him? I don't think so. I think that's too far.
I do think that would be... It's pretty improbable as where we sit right now. But if the Supreme Court did decide that, it wouldn't matter what their justification is. And this is why I say that all legal justifications are downstream from political justifications. So if the Supreme Court did decide to create new law, new legal pretext out of whole cloth, and they say, yes, we have determined as a matter of law that he was deprived of his first term. Maybe even he was deprived of his second term. We don't even need to get into that, because we can establish he was deprived of his first term. Therefore, he is eligible. If the Supreme Court did that, the only other alternative would be some sort of violent revolution, and at that point, he would have the full legal pretext to crack down in whatever way he wanted.
Can't see Roberts going for that at all, and not really the other ones either. I can't see Kavanaugh. I can't see any of them voting for it, frankly. I think it would be 0-9. But that's the best argument I have. It's not terrible. I just don't think it would pass any kind of scrutiny.
And I do agree. Like right now, I do think that is the case, that it would not pass muster. But 2028 is pretty far away. Lots of things can happen between now and then. Here is Trump himself weighing in on the subject. Our troller in chief. After all of this, we finally get to see a little bit of, what are we, almost at the 4-hour mark, we finally get to see our president. Makes me so happy to see his face. Working so hard for us. Real American.
Well, we have great people. I don't have to get into that, but we have one of them standing right here. We have JD, obviously. The vice president is great. I think Marco's great. I think, I'm not sure if anybody would run against us.
He points to Marco. For those who are just listening, Marco Rubio standing behind him, and he points to Marco and he says, we've got great people. She asked him about running for a third term. And he's like, we got great people. We got Marco right here. Marco just kind of laughs and shakes his head, and he's like, JD, and Marco nods his head vigorously. He says, I don't think anybody would run against a JD Vance Marco Rubio ticket.
I think if they ever formed a group, it would be unstoppable. I really do. I believe that. I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers. If you read it, Am I not ruling it out? I mean, you'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't. They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test, have her pass like the exams that I decided to take when I was at Walter Reed.
So here's the other thing that he's doing here. He is defining who his competition is. He is the one who is elevating AOC or Jasmine Crockett as presidential contenders. He's the one saying these are their best. This is their best talent. He's being a queen maker in a certain sense, saying this is their best option available.
You'll have to tell me. Or like Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test, have her pass like the exams that I decided to take when I was at Walter Reed. Those are very hard. They're really aptitude tests, I guess, in a certain way, but they're cognitive tests. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine, the first couple of questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, you know. When you get up to about 5 or 6, and then when you get up to 10 and 20 and 25, they couldn't come close to answering any of those questions.
Yeah, Seth Levy, just tremendous trolling. Tremendous trolling. So what has he done here with this answer? Number one, he has not put to bed the idea that he might seek a third term. Number two, he has also said, essentially, if he didn't seek a third term, they would have people like J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. You could have a J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio ticket, which a lot of people have fed already. So he's naming a successor without necessarily naming a successor. And then he's saying the other side, the competition, you think it would be bad if I ran for a third term. That'd be really scary. But imagine the alternative of President Jasmine Crockett or President AOC. He's going hand-picking the talent for the other side. He's the one saying they have presidential aspirations. They should run for president. Yes, please do run AOC for president. So that if he does this, he's leaving his options open. So he could, if things fall the right way, yeah, he can run for a third term. And if not, he could be his kingmaker. He can designate his successor ticket. And he's constructed their opposition, which they are sure to win. A J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio against Jasmine Crockett. It's not going to be Jasmine Crockett AOC, but that sort of ticket would be an absolute steamrolling runaway. This is just, the man is a born politician. Absolutely masterful. Now we got a couple more Trump clips here. I've seen a lot of Trump dance clips. This here might be an all-timer. He's in Japan. Look at this dance he busts out. Look at him go. Here it is, both hands. Oh, that's an all-timer. One more time. Every one of them. Every single person there is smiling. Yeah, Samoa Bob, my wholesome president. Always a showman. Flickerates his high IQ dancing. Yes. Even his dancing is high IQ. Arthurian candidate says attacking Crockett's IQ is so smart because the left must prove that minority women are actually the smartest, so they're forced to stand her. Yes. He forces them to embrace the talent that is the hardest to get something done with. He forces them behind them. He did the same thing with Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Like, they're the actual leadership, but he's highlighted them and isolated them. You are the leadership. You guys can't defer to anybody else. I have designated that you are the formal official leadership. You're the ones who own all of this. You could write a whole series of books on his natural inclination for power politics. President Trump will receive late Prime Minister Abe's golf clubs, per Aki Abe's wishes. The bag is signed by golfer Hideki Matsuyama, and golf balls are adorned with golden leaves from Ishikawa Prefecture, home of the ancient Maeda clan. Japanese golf clubs are considered some of the best and most expensive in the world, from Honma to Mizuno.
関係者によると、高市総理はトランプ大統領にいくつかの贈り物を用意してにトランプ氏が安倍元総理らとゴルフをした際に、プロゴルファーの松山英樹氏が使用したサイン入りのゴルフバッグ。また、被災地石川県の金箔を使ったゴルフボールも贈る方向で調整しています。さらに、安倍昭恵さんの意向を踏まえ、安倍元総理が生前に使っていたゴルフクラブを贈ることも検討しています。
That's such a cool, meaningful, extremely Japanese gift. Giving him the late prime minister, his friend, his good friend, giving him his golf clubs, that is such a meaningful gift. And look at this. This is an incredibly wholesome moment as Trump receives Shinzo Abe's putter as a gift from Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. Look at his face. That got him. Pull this back just a sec. Look at his face. He got that tight-lipped thing. Because he asked him, he said, did he play with this putter? And I said, yes. Got him right in the soul. Extraordinarily wholesome. Speaking of wholesome, Marty O'Donnell. Did you know the guy who composed the Halo soundtrack, yes, the main theme you know, is running for Congress and talking about destroying the flood? This is what he tweeted. He said, when I defeat Susie Lee next year and get to Congress, I will work with the Trump administration to destroy the flood once and for all. Look at my Halo American. Homeland Security posted, finishing this fight, destroy the flood. Oh, I love this timeline. It's so good. Look at this. Look at my administration shit posting. GameStop said, GameStop declares the console war is over. Whereas, for the past 2 decades, the global gaming community has been engaged in an ongoing and increasingly petty conflict known as the console wars. Whereas said conflict originated in the early 2000s with the release of Halo Combat Evolved as an Xbox-exclusive title. Whereas Halo Campaign Evolved is officially coming on PlayStation in 2026 with cross-platform play. Therefore, GameStop, acting under its authority as a neutral entity in the world's retail gaming and trade-in destination, hereby declares the official cessation of the console wars. All claims to exclusivity are hereby dissolved. Console loyalists are instructed to cease hostilities, disband militias, and enjoy this new era of gaming. GameStop will continue to operate as a demilitarized zone, offering hardware accessories and trade-ins to combatants on all sides. Power to the players. Oh, this is very Baudrillardian. And Rapid Response said, number 9. President Trump presides over the end of the 20-year console wars. Yet another war ended by my president. We're up to 9. He ends so many wars. He was born to end wars. And the White House account quote tweeted it with Trump as Master Chief. They said, power to the players. And then GameStop with one of the best memes of this administration. Look at this. A rare Vance as Cortana. Trump as Master Chief with his mugshot photo. Ah! It's so good. Corvanza. Oh, I love my slop administration. It's incredible. Logan Hall said the Democrats tried to put some freak theater kid in charge of a thought crime censorship division at DHS. And now we have our guys sharing mass deportation vaporwave halo edits. Elections matter. Someone replies with Tim Walz Gaming. Destroy the flood. Ice Spartan program when? Spardon 117. Slutty Milk, how does he do it? And Johan Jelkington, with that name, you know he's a patriot, says, we have transcended got what I voted for and have entered the realm of something else entirely. So true, so true. Pellegrino Nationalist, another patriot, said, it's called winning. A decade of effort has culminated in this. We just got to keep the party going. And Johan Jelkington, Mr. Jelkington Esquire, said, imagine telling Gamergaters in 2015 that in just a decade, Trump's second government would be making Halo meme tweets about mass deportations. Let that sink in for a moment. Think about where you were at the height of Gamergate 10 years ago. And imagine if someone had told you that not only would Donald Trump be elected president, but he would be elected president a second time. And in his second term, the government would be making Halo meme tweets about mass deportations. God. Keep getting what I voted for. I don't know about the rest of you guys. Some faggots want to complain about slop. And I just know that I keep getting what I voted for. And here's a great edition of Modern Problems Require Modern Solutions. This guy says, how do I keep my company from finding out I was the one who reported them to ICE?
2 weeks ago, I made an anonymous tip to an ICE office about a restaurant I had applied to that rejected my application. 3 days later, there was a raid on that restaurant and 12 of their employees were deported. I did this because I really wanted to work at that restaurant, but they were full staffed. So I figured what better way to get an opening in than to have half of their staff deported. So that's what I did. When I reapplied, I got hired, and I've been working there a few days, but now I'm worried that they're going to find out that I was the one who called and had half of their staff deported. For anyone who's been in a...
Yeah, Slutty Milk, he showed initiative. That's a great employee. He's creative. He doesn't let the barriers constructed in the way of his accomplishments stand. He powers through. Creative thinking.
In a similar situation, was there some way you were able to soften the blow ahead
Life support unplugger says based penis.
of time, or kind of get them used to the idea that maybe an employee here got everyone deported? Who knows? I'm just seeking advice because I do like a lot of my coworkers and I don't want them to hate me or think I'm a bad person or something.
Oh, man, I hope it's real. If it's not, I hope it becomes real. Look at this fucking Chad. This is Gregory Bovino, Border Patrol Chief of Patrol and architect of the Department of Homeland Security's Interior Enforcement Campaign. He's now being dragged through the courts to, quote, explain his excessive use of force for removing illegal invaders. An American patriot. Look at this absolute drip. That. Huh? Incredible. Look at this one. American hero. Make Hugo Boss uniform again. Yes. Apparently there's some judge who said that she ruled on him and she said that he has to call her at 4:30 every afternoon and report on all of his activities. And I just cannot wait to see the administration give her the finger on that one. So apparently there's a massive ICE overhaul underway and multiple ICE chiefs were removed in major cities nationwide to surge deportations.
Move spearheaded by Corey Lewandowski, and it's all in an effort to boost deportation numbers, which are already at more than 500,000.
Corey Lewandowski, I haven't heard that name in a while. Apparently he is a special government employee who is assisting in the boosting of mass deportations.
since President Trump took office. So here's what we're talking about. Some of the ICE leadership positions being removed are the heads of ICE here in Los Angeles, in San Diego, Phoenix, Philadelphia, Seattle, El Paso, New Orleans, and Denver, just to name some of them. I'm told some of their replacements will be Border Patrol officials hand-selected by Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, who's aggressive and some...
Greg Bovino is hand-selecting specific Border Patrol officials to replace the ICE personnel in these critical cities for the leadership roles. He is personally hand-selecting them.
Sometimes controversial tactics to arrest illegal aliens have elevated him within the Trump administration. Now, this is significant because Border Patrol and ICE do very different things, and we've embedded with both agencies multiple times.
Look at my
When we're
spajigger.
with ICE, they're typically doing targeted enforcement of criminal illegal aliens, always knowing who they are arresting beforehand and often doing hours of surveillance to try and learn the target's schedule. Now, Border Patrol has been much more aggressive. They conduct roving patrols and raids at places like Home Depot, car washes, and flea markets, pretty much arresting anyone they suspect is in the U.S. illegally. Now, replacing ICE leadership with Border Patrol officials signals the Trump administration wants deportation efforts to get much more aggressive, with one Border Patrol source telling Fox, quote, "What did everyone think mass deportations meant? Only the worst?" Tom Homan has said it himself. Anyone in the U.S. illegally is on the table.
Let me read that one more time. This is a Border Patrol agent giving a statement to Fox, and they said, "What did everyone think mass deportations meant? Vibes? Essays?" The internet has become real life. Only the worst? Tom Homan has said it himself. Anyone in the U.S. illegally is on the table. Who the fuck wants to quote Obama deportation numbers again to me? Who wants to drag that bullshit talking point back out?
Now, DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin wouldn't confirm the personnel shakeup in a statement to Fox, saying in part, quote, "While we have no personnel changes to announce at this time, the Trump administration remains laser focused on delivering results and removing violent, criminal, illegal immigrants from this country." And Dana, a senior Trump administration
keeping ranks locked down
official did confirm these personnel moves to Fox, adding that there was a big, widespread review of ICE leadership after the One Big Beautiful Bill passed. And I'm told these changes were made based off who the administration feels can execute a mass deportation agenda, with all of that added money and staffing coming from that bill. More to come.
Yes, Aunt Pritchard, she's the lady with the sexy voice from the SUDAWAVE. That is Tricia McLaughlin. So Bill Malugin here, who's been on top of this story for a while, one of our Southern California Americans, says per 4 senior DHS and Trump admin sources, a mass removal of ICE leadership around the country is underway, with up to 12 ICE field office chiefs being removed and reassigned in an effort to increase deportation numbers. I'm told the move is spearheaded by Corey Lewandowski, and a handful of the ICE chiefs will likely be replaced by Border Patrol and CBP officials, some of whom will be handpicked by aggressive and controversial Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino. I'm told some of the ICE leadership removed from their positions include the ICE field office directors in Los Angeles, Phoenix, Philadelphia, Denver, El Paso, San Diego, Seattle, Portland, and New Orleans. Border Patrol officials taking over ICE leadership positions would be extremely significant, as Border Patrol and ICE do different things, and I've done numerous ride-alongs and embeds with both. Generally speaking, ICE typically conducts very targeted operations, largely going after criminal illegal aliens or those with deportation orders, but almost always knowing who they are targeting for arrest, often conducting surveillance to learn their schedules before and waiting hours before arresting them if needed. Border Patrol, under Trump 2.0, while sometimes doing their own targeted operations, has been extremely aggressive and has been at the forefront of some of the most controversial immigration enforcement operations we've seen so far, carrying out roving patrols in Los Angeles, Chicago, etc., often at Home Depot, car washes, flea markets, etc., leading to a handful of federal judges around the country issuing injunctions against them. A majority of the viral videos you see online are Border Patrol agents, including the use of a Trojan horse-style Penske moving truck at a Los Angeles Home Depot, an operation organized by Bovino. ICE often gets blamed for what Border Patrol does, as the media and activists often cannot tell the difference between federal agents, and everyone is called ICE. I'm told there are growing concerns about the political and PR fallout associated with some of the roving patrols Border Patrol is conducting, as lawsuits continue to stack up and midterms approach next year. I'm told there is significant friction within different wings of DHS and the administration, with border czar Tom Homan and ICE Director Todd Lyons preferring to prioritize targeting criminal aliens and the worst of the worst, or those with deportation orders, while DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, Corey Lewandowski, and Border Patrol Commander Bavino preferred to use aggressive tactics to arrest anyone in the U.S. illegally, including but not limited to criminals, to ramp up deportation numbers and achieve President Trump's promises of mass deportations. I'm hearing from both sides of this friction. So get this. Get this. Tom Homan is being set up as the calm, the conservative, rational one. Bavino, Lewandowski, and Kristi Noem are the really radical, aggressive ones. Tom Homan, he's the calm one. We're just going to go for the really violent ones. Who do you want to negotiate with? Tom Homan or Greg Bavino? We're gonna fucking kill you. One senior DHS official tells me, quote, ICE started with the worst of the worst, knowing every target they're hitting. But since Border Patrol started in LA in June, we, DHS, lost our focus, going too hard, too fast with limited prioritization. It's getting numbers, but at what cost? End quote. Border Patrol agents I've talked to defend their tactics, with one telling me, what did everyone think mass deportations meant? Only the worst? Tom Homan has said it himself, anyone in the U.S. illegally is on the table, end quote. It's quite a situation as both sides of this are on the same team with the same end goals, but different perspectives on how to get there. Another DHS official confirmed the personnel changes to me on deep background, adding that the moves are based on performance and doing what is needed to achieve the best results. And then you have the quote from Tricia McLaughlin. He says more via Tricia McLaughlin, who reiterates everyone's on the same team with the same mission. She said, this is one team, one fight. President Trump has a brilliant, tenacious team led by Secretary Noem to deliver on the American people's mandate to remove criminal illegal aliens from this country. And then she tagged Stephen Miller, Tom Homan, ICE Director, who is Todd Lyons, yeah. And then, is this Greg Bavino? Yeah. Commander Op at Large, Greg Bavino, Corey Lewandowski, and ICE Deputy, who is this here? Madison Sheehan. They're patriots who wake up every day to make this country and its people safer. As we said, we have no personnel changes to announce right now, but we remain laser focused on results, and we will deliver. So she didn't say there's no personnel changes, just, we're not going to announce anything at the moment. You guys will find out when you need to know. And then he says, just spoke to another senior Trump administration official who tells me there was a widespread review of ICE leadership after the One Big Beautiful Bill passed, with a massive infusion of money, and these decisions were based off who can execute the mass deportation agenda the best, with more staff and more money. And this guy here, Aaron Reichlin Melnick, who is a libtard, he says, huge moment! ICE leadership is being purged tonight. The old guard, which prioritized targeted enforcement operations aimed at people with criminal records, is being replaced with Border Patrol and Greg Bavino's Midway Blitz style. Think things are bad now? It'll get worse. Look at what has just happened now. All of a sudden, the reasonable moderate position is no. Please do the targeted enforcement operations aimed at people with criminal records. We're no longer debating about whether the people with criminal records should be deported or not. That's a given. That's become the new baseline. The new baseline is any illegal person with a criminal record is acceptable to be removed. It's now escalated. And he said, this is the reason why I consistently emphasize that Border Patrol and ICE are different agencies with different duties and different leadership and different styles. Border Patrol are the aggro cowboys compared to ICE. Now they're going to be the ones running the show. Border Patrol are the aggro cowboys compared to ICE. Now they're going to be the ones running the show. Yes! Now ICE is the moderate option. Oh, God. What a timeline. Okay, guys. At long last, we have arrived. What time is it? We're at the 4.5 hour mark. I told you guys this is going to be a long one. 12:30 in the morning. Okie doke. We have got ourselves a NICKLER TUCKDOLF interview. At long last, it has arrived. As I said at the beginning, the title of the interview is Tucker Carlson Interviews Nick Fuentes. because that is the story in and of itself. Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes. What they talk about is secondary. So we'll get into what they talk about. I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's a 2-hour interview. We're going to start with about 45 minutes in, where so we go through the beginning. He talks about the origins of Nick Fuentes, the beginning of his America First mission, the Daily Wire's efforts to destroy him, and why he decided to challenge the conservative establishment. And we're starting right about the point where he asks why Fuentes attacked Joe Kent. And the reason I'm skipping that earlier part is because I have to cut some stuff out of this. I can't do a full 2-hour a reaction to a full 2-hour and 11-minute video, or longer than that actually. What is this? 2 hours and 18 minutes. But also because that earlier stuff I think is less important. It's just kind of laying the groundwork for who Nick is and kind of his background. For those who don't know, I think most people here are generally aware of his story. And if you watched his interview with Patrick Bet-David, they covered a lot of the same ground. Now we're going to start where he talks about Joe Kent. And I am going to make sure we're going to start this on 1 1/4. We might be able to take it to 1 1/2. I know that there are people who are going to be listening to this later on at like 2x or 1 1/2 themselves, and that may make it kind of hard to understand them, because I do want to provide a little bit of commentary here. So we'll start with 1 1/4, and we'll bump it up if need be. Please do remember that you can support your streamer. You can help me pay my bills. This is my full-time job now. So contribute to the Make More Ericksons Fund at tips.kingpill.com. Here we go.
So here's my question. So I look at the landscape now, and the people I see as, I'll narrow it down to foreign policy. Okay. Who is effectively opposing neoconservative foreign policy, which has been the dominant foreign policy of the United States for my entire life, which has been so destructive, I think, and I've seen it. Who are the voices who are sincere in their opposition to that and who have some ability to change the country's orientation on foreign policy? And those would include Marjorie Taylor Greene, J.D. Vance, Matt Gaetz, me. But you've attacked all of those people.
Yeah.
Why would you, and almost Joe Kent, those strike me as someone who's really interested in this topic. I'm not that interested in the Jews, but I'm very interested in the foreign policy question. Those seem like the most sincere people. Those seem like the only hope of the country to get away from this destructive, really self-destructive cycle. Why attack them?
Well, in short, they attacked me first.
Yeah, but who cares?
Well, let's take Joe Kent.
I mean, you attack me constantly. Well, and I'm like, I don't really give a shit. I want to meet the guy.
You attacked me first, too.
No, but what I'm saying is I'm not whining about it. Sure. I'm just saying, so, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't say so, because
I just realized, look at Tucker's right hand.
Give a shit. I want to meet the guy.
You attacked me first, too.
No, but what I'm saying is
Is that what I think it is? Lip pillow spotted.
I'm not whining about it. Sure. I'm just saying, so, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't say so, because, take Joe Kent, for instance. I supported Joe Kent, and I talked to Joe Kent. I got introduced to him by Matt Brainerd. Matt Brainerd went to my conference in 2021. He bought a table.
Was he his campaign manager?
He was.
Okay.
Or he was a consultant, but he was on the campaign, yeah. And so I met Matt Brainerd. He liked me a lot. He loved my conference in February 21, which he bought a table at for his organization, Look at America. And in 2021, and by we, I mean my nonprofit and myself and my team, we wanted to support America First candidates in the midterms. Like you said, authentic opponents.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's how I found Joe Kent.
Yes. And so I met a lot of the people in that sort of scene. Like Ryan Gerdusky, I know, is very supportive of Joe Kent, and other people that are more private I don't want to name, but they put me on, not just to Joe Kent, but Patrick Witt in Georgia, Gibbs in Michigan, a lot of different people. And Joe Kent was one of them. And I had a phone call with Joe Kent. And I told him, I had my assistant on the phone too, who's Jewish, by the way, just because I want you to know I'm cool like that. I don't judge. But so I'm on the phone with Joe, and I said, look, we support you, and we want to do everything we can to help you. We want to have my followers knock on doors for you. We want to boost your social media. Anything that you need, we want to help you. I said, and we don't even want to be publicly associated. I said, because we know that might hurt you. I said, the only thing that we ask in return is you can't disavow me if the media asks. And you can say whatever you need to say, but you can't disavow. And he said, yeah, I totally agree with you, because if we start disavowing each other, then we're just going to eat each other alive and the left wins. We're in agreement. And a couple months later, Joe tweeted in support of me, because I had been banned on all social media. I was on the no-fly list. So he said something on Twitter like, Nick Fuentes shouldn't be banned. He should not be censored. A month after that, I put out on Twitter, I said, Joe Kent is one of the most impressive America First candidates that's running in 22. Well, fast forward a whole year later. I do my annual conference, AFPAC, in February 22. Marjorie Taylor Greene attends. We had 1,200 people, and it got a lot of media attention. And I'm driving home, because I'm on the no-fly list at this time. I'm driving home from Florida.
Can I ask you a pause? By no-fly list, you mean not extra scrutiny, but like not allowed to fly in airplanes in the United States?
Not allowed to.
Here's Tucker. This is where Tucker plays this game so well. Tucker knows exactly what the fucking no-fly list is. He doesn't need him to clarify this for him. He's asking him this so that he could clarify it. He could bring it down. So we're not just talking inside baseball here. What does this mean to like generic random American person who's not totally clued into all this, but is like, oh, this seems like everyone's talking about this interview. Let me listen to it. No fly list. I wonder what a no fly list is. Can you break it down Barney style for us? What is the no fly list? What? You mean you literally were not allowed to fly on airplanes? That happens here in America? Oh, I can't believe it. That's incredible. Tucker's not dumb. This is him. He asks these questions in such a way and sort of plays dumb as he's like the straight man for the interview. I'm just going to play dumb here and ask the question that might be on some people's mind. But when I ask you that and you explain it, it clarifies even more who you are to people.
To fly, yes.
How old were you?
I was 23.
Did you have any felony convictions?
No.
Okay. I wasn't even aware that could happen. How long were you not allowed to fly in airplanes in the United States?
1 year.
It's really crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, I just want to get that up.
No, yeah, it's brutal.
And you confirm that you were not allowed to fly in airplanes?
Yes, period. I have the letter from the TSA, yeah. I was on the do not board list.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's crazy. But so anyway, I'm driving home from Florida after my conference, and I get people.
Yeah, Mr. Sue, this interview wasn't for us. It was for my mom. We were over the target. Yeah, right. Yep. Zoomer Dylan says, this is for grandma and your boomer parents. Yes, this was really, they could have talked about just about anything. First and foremost, they could have talked about anything. The mere fact that they were having this conversation is them plugging their coalitions into one another. They both represent different wings of this same broader coalition, and they're connecting those. They're formally connecting one another. And don't get like this was not the first time that they've talked. I was having this conversation with Jason Miranchuk this morning that they've had multiple conversations behind the scenes, setting up this conversation, deciding what they're going to talk about, what talking points they're going to hit, maybe what they're not going to hit. They would have prepared this conversation well in advance. And you even get there's little references you'll hear every now and then where it's clear that they've had multiple conversations off the record. So this isn't scripted, but it is there is a kayfabe element to it. So then within the conversation, within the actual content of the conversation, both of them are kind of doing a thing. But what this really is this is Tucker inviting Nick into the mainstream. And he's going to push him. He's going to give him some sort of fatherly advice. And he's going to offer him an opportunity to be coached. And then Nick is going to go out and publicly be coached and show that he's calm and reasonable and coachable. And this is what's going to normalize him. It's going to pull him into the mainstream. Not just, you can think of both of these things as being kind of fluid. Him, who he is, he gets to actually moderate now. He gets to actually refine and hone in his own presentation of himself. And at the same time, he gets to be humanized to other people. They realize this guy actually has something to bring to the table. He's not the big scary monster that he's been portrayed as. He's actually a very reasonable, well-spoken, polite young man. And there's more I want to say about Tucker's posture toward him, but we'll get into that. Hold on, just got a couple of tips here.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Just back in the States for Japan, preparing the country for our president, of course, removing Indians.
Patriot!
Looks like the streamer salary is looking a little light.
Thank you, Nematode. $20 tip. You've been preparing Japan for our president. Thank you, my friend. You are a real one. And then Samoa Bob.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
I have not seen Tucker just let someone talk in an interview more than this, maybe the Mata one, but that is it.
Yes. Yes. He gave him free rein to talk a lot. Now, he also pushed back quite a bit in particular ways. And honestly, as I listened to it, I kind of thought, we'll get to this eventually, but I kind of thought that Tucker belabored the not all Jews thing a little too long. It almost made Tucker start seeming a little boomerish. And so we'll get to that here in a little bit. But he opened up the door for Nick to plant his flag on a lot of things. Isaac says, I don't trust Fuentes. He has a lot of redeeming to do. Yes, I think so. I think he does too. I think it'd be fair to call me a qualified fan of Nick. I think I've talked about him several times over the last few months here, and I would say so far, I think my prediction of how things are going to proceed with him has been borne out thus far, that he's going to have to start moderating, and that I said Tucker Carlson is going to play a big role in this. He's going to pull him in, kind of pull him under his wing a little bit. They're going to sort of join forces here, and that this is going to cause Nick is going to have a break with a significant chunk of his audience. But it's not just going to be Nick moving toward the mainstream. Nick is unique and distinct enough of a character that him being mainstreamed necessarily moves the mainstream toward him. And I think that the two of them having this conversation the way they did was a targeted effort to accomplish this, and also to make it very clear to the administration where the influencer firepower that provides the base, the most heartened, focused base for the administration, what their expectations are. It gave the administration permission to do quite a few things, which you'll see as we go through this. Oh, my bad. Haven't done that in a while. All right, let me back it up. I think it was about here.
So anyway, I'm driving home from Florida after my conference, and I get people start texting me. Joe Ken is on Twitter, and he says, I condemn Nick Fuentes, especially his views on Israel. That's a tweet. And I texted Joe, and I said, seriously? And he texts me back, and he says, we win by addition, not subtraction. I go, well, you just subtracted me out of the movement. I said, because I don't support you anymore. He goes back for seconds. He goes on Twitter and says, Nick Fuentes and his focus on race and religion does not fit with my message of inclusive populism. Inclusive populism. That doesn't sound like authentic America first. That sounds like bullshit to me. And I don't know. I know he's your friend, but I don't know him that well. And
Right.
I'm not on the team.
Well, so my read on Joe Kent was he's totally sincere. He, like me, has always been committed to separating out foreign policy views from ethnicity, not because, obviously I'm denounced as an anti-Semite every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really care what ADL thinks of me, but my Christian faith tells me that there's no such thing as blood guilt, and virtue or sin is not inherited. It's not a feature of DNA. So every person must be assessed individually as God assesses each person individually.
This is where I think there is still a little bit of lib in Tucker. He's come quite far, and I think directionally there is a lot of truth to what he's saying, but there is also generational curses are a real thing. Generational curses and blood guilt aren't the same thing, but it's not quite as clear as he's making. And this is kind of a thorny thing to have to wander your way through. And there hasn't been any space in the public domain to have this conversation, to try to talk these sorts of things out. This whole wing of conversation has been thoroughly and utterly verboten for decades. So you can't even try to tease these things apart and make these distinctions and and try to extract like just from a philosophical perspective, much less port it into an actual political policy sort of discussion at all. So there is something, as I listen to this, there's a number of points where, like here, I'm kind of like, I think, Nick doesn't go into it so much on this, but I know from having listened to him, I know that he would. He could. He just chose not to go that route as the conversation progressed. But there's a few things here where I'm like, you guys know me. Tucker is one of my favorite human beings on the planet. I would die for Tucker Carlson. He is just one of my favorite human beings. But he's still got a little bit of that boomer lib to him. And it's sometimes hard to tell to what extent he's doing this again as a steel man, because Tucker does this. He steel mans the baseline sort of generic liberal mainstream position, and he puts the best case for it forward so that the interlocutor can knock down the best possible case. This is the same thing that Charlie did when he was talking to Yarvin. He was doing the same thing. He was providing critiques or pushback, but you could kind of tell in the way that he was doing it that he didn't necessarily fully believe it himself. He was offering up the steel man so that it would ensure that when Yarvin knocked it down, he wasn't just knocking down straw men. And Tucker is doing a bit of that here with Nick. There's something I wanted to react to. Arthurian Candidate says, the immature section of Knicks fans could go follow Doomernet or other queers like that. Fuentes should graduate to real power politics. Yes. And I think that's what we're seeing. That's a good way, in one sentence, that's a good way to put it. That it's time for Nick to graduate to real power politics. It's part of why I skipped the first 45 minutes or so of this, because it's important background, but it's also sort of like soap opera, inside baseball. Like, you can't just sit here and let this like what happened to Nick with the Daily Wire, with Ben Shapiro, Cassie Dale, and all this sort of stuff. Like, yeah, it's really bad. Like, he absolutely got a raw deal. But it's time to graduate beyond that. It's time to actually get into the real world, and that's kind of where Tucker's driving him with this. Sure, yes, everything that happened to you was really bad. It sucks. Having Joe Kent publicly disavow you, that sucks. That's a dirty feeling, but you also got to recognize this is the game. If you want to sit at the big boys table and you want to play the big boys game, sometimes you're going to have to take one on the chin. And you can't let it turn you into just kind of a sulking, resentful, bitter, caricature of yourself. Sometimes you just got to take the dirty move and recognize this is the game of politics that you've invited yourself into. And you can't keep feeding that more immature, childish thing that connects well with a very loud subsect of your audience. You got to start solving the big boy problems.
And that's like a foundational view. So I always thought it's great to criticize and it's question like our relationship with Israel because it's insane and it hurts us. We get nothing out of it. I completely agree with you there. But the second you're like, well, actually it's the Jews. First of all, it's against my Christian faith. Like, I just don't believe that and I never will, period. And second, then it becomes a way to discredit. That's when I was like, this guy's a Fed. Mm-hmm. I was totally convinced you were a Fed because I was like, here he's bear hugging like the one sincere guy who lost his wife in Syria thanks to the fucking crazy wars, neocon wars. And he's discredited. He's doing the David Duke. Like, David Duke would always, every time I rolled out a new show, he would issue an endorsement of the show. I've never met the guy. What's that? Well, it's the Feds. Obviously, he's trying to destroy me by association. Whatever. You see the point?
Yeah, but so let me ask you this. So if I'm supporting Joe Kent, I'm David Duke bear hugging. If I attack Joe Kent, I'm attacking the only sincere America First voices.
I get it. I mean, I do get it.
Which is, a good, well played. But this goes back to what I was just saying. Like, you got to realize that there are rules to this game. And you can't be the super transgressive edgelord guy, but then also expect to not get disavowed by people with real political aspirations. So you can't play the David Duke game, but then get mad when people think you're playing the David Duke game, even if you're not trying to play the David Duke game. You can't offer yourself up as a pawn to be used for the David Duke game. There's a thing way back when Jason first started doing the Friend or Fed thing. One of the first episodes, I said this. I said, you don't have to be on the Fed's payroll to be a Fed. In fact, some of the most effective Feds are the ones who aren't even on the payroll. They just do it for free. So, like, yeah, Nick, you've got this whole backstory, this whole justification for why you're really jaded and resentful and bitter and and you've been done dirty and these people are super dirty and corrupt and all of that. Yeah, sure. But also that is the nature of the game. And you are voluntarily playing that game. It's time for you to start playing that game more effectively. Which means you got to choose between being the edgelord for edgelord's sake and actually starting to make some power moves. And this isn't like a really easy thing to do. It's not like there's just this really plain obvious path forward, because there is utility in his edgelording. It does open up the conversation. There is stuff that he's able to talk about because he's established this track record of being an edgelord and being on the outside. But it's like, so you tried to go the inside route and got squished. So you're like, okay, I'm going to be the outsider. But then you're resentful and bitter that you're the outsider. If you're going to be the outsider, be the outsider. If you want to be the insider, then you've got to act the way that the insider will act to be most effective as the insider. You can't straddle this. You got to pick one side or the other.
And I just want to say I love Joe Ken. Having been denounced by a lot of people I like, I know what that feels like. Mm-hmm. So I definitely am sympathetic to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Samo Bob, can't fight everyone and they get upset that you're alone on an island. Right.
It was denounced by someone I like last night. I hurt my feelings. You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm not going to say what her name is, but I helped her. I liked her. It's like, why are you denouncing me? Why do you call me?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I get that. I guess the two problems, but then on the other hand, like one of my favorite people in the world is Glenn Greenwald.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love Glenn.
Oh, what a good man. Glenn must have spent like 10 years attacking me full time.
This is one that I'm like, for both of them, I cannot understand being a Glenn Greenwald fan. But I have to remind myself with these sorts of things, with these sorts of people, that I have friends, I have people I like, and I am friends with people who cannot stand the person who I'm friends with. And I understand both perspectives. Like, I understand why you don't like him, but also I know him and I like him. So, when you personally know someone and you're like, I like this guy. He may have all these foibles. He might be involved in the trafficking of young men in Brazil or something like that. These rumors that I've heard. All right, I don't know the man. I've never met him personally. I've never had these direct conversations with him, so I'll have to withhold judgment here. But, this is an area where I cannot relate to either one of them.
Tucker Carlson is da-da-da-da-da. And some of his criticism was correct, actually. A tool of the neocons, endorsing these fucking words. He was right. But he really hated me. And then when we started to agree on stuff, I was like, you know what? It's not about me. I don't care. Like, I don't want personal pique or my hurt feelings to govern my behavior. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm not lecturing you. I get it. But I feel like, okay, he pissed you off. It's in a campaign. He's got 19 consultants. This kid's a Nazi. Be careful of him. Like, I don't know. Let go.
Well, and so there he's saying, he's like, he uses himself as an example. I'm empathizing with you. I'm connected with you. I've gone through the same thing as you. You're sort of like a young version of me. You're going through this you're sooner in life than I am. Let me bestow a little bit of wisdom on you. Don't take everything so personally. Like, again, recognize the way the game is played. Joe Ken, he's running for office. He's under the spotlight. He's got all these different political consultants that are saying, you got to do this thing. You got to disavow this thing. You got to make this thing. You got to do this thing. And so he fires off this tweet. And it was disloyal. He did go back on something that he said to you. But you got to recognize the difference in position between you guys. You are the person who's positioned yourself as the edgelord outsider who will say all the things that nobody's allowed to say. You've intentionally made yourself toxic. For him, on the inside, trying to actually get somewhere within the system, to do something within the system, he may necessarily have to disavow you. And sure, you may have had this agreement that he's not going to disavow you. Yeah, the state of play has changed. Politics is a dirty game. When he disavowed you, it may not have been personal. It's because he's a politician, and politicians aren't like their own men. They're controlled by their funders and their consultants and the people who are telling them how to do it. Like, this is the whole nature of the project. So if every single time that happens to you, you take it personally, then you're going to continue to be the outsider. But you seem to not want to be the outsider. It upsets you to have to be the outsider. You want to be the insider. So if you want to be the insider, you got to recognize that if you position yourself as the outsider, you're going to keep getting disavowed.
Well, and I totally agree with you, by the way. And that's why I don't take it personally at all. Like, and I like you. I've said very positive things about you on my show as well. I think,
care.
And I know, but I mean to say that my goal is America first.
Right.
It's not about me. It's not about my personality. It's about winning for America, and
Right.
by winning, I mean, we want to see our vision realized. But with Joe, for me, it was very specific that he said inclusive populism. And I really didn't like that. Because to me, there were a lot of similar phrases at this time, multiracial, working class, populism, this kind of stuff. And I said, on some level, we do need to be exclusive, not inclusive. We do need to be right-wing. We do need to be Christian. We do, on some level, need to be pro-white, not to the exclusion of everybody else, but recognizing that white people have a special heritage here as Americans. And so the reason I opposed him in 22 was not because I was mad, but it was to say, America First cannot backslide into this kind of inclusive populism message, which I perceive to be more like GOP slop. And I'll tell you, when he ran again in 24, I did not oppose him. I did not oppose him. And I would have supported him if he had reached out or something like that. Because for me, it was very political and professional. I wanted to impose a cost. If you disavow someone because they criticize Israel, if you disavow someone for talking about white people and Christianity, I said, we can't let that slide because, and you understand why he did it. Like on some level, I don't hold it against him in the sense that there's such a strong incentive. It's easy to say, I disavow all these crazy Christians and all these crazy white nationalists because it buys you wiggle room with people that are attacking you. It's like easy to throw them under the bus and say, right. I'm one of the good guys. And so I said, it's too easy. We need to push in the other direction and say, you should feel less comfortable saying that people shouldn't talk about their race and religion. Maybe you'll think twice next time. And so I did it for a very specific reason. And
so now here, I think, let me talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think Nick is actually making a very good point that, I think it is good and prudent to apply a social cost to whatever degree you can to people who are disavowing for reasons like this. Now, if you're going to do that, if you're going to plant your flag on that, you got to be able to actually bring that cost to bear. And your mileage may vary. It seems as if Nick has managed to, through his own individual capacity, through whatever help he's had, even if you say, oh, he's been astroturfed. Well, he's the one who's being astroturfed. It's not whatever other random streamer. He's the one being astroturfed. So there's something unique and special about him. It's like people who say, well, Elon was hand-selected to be the CEO of these companies. He was given the technology. And yeah, that's true. It was also given to him. It wasn't given to some other guy. It was given to Elon. So even if you want to say, oh, Nick's just being astroturfed, sure, of course he is. That's how this stuff works. But Nick is the one being astroturfed. Which brings you right back to, there's something unique. There's a unique quality that Nick has that makes him worth being astroturfed. So that is an amount of political and social capital that he has, that he can wield. And so from his perspective, sitting on the outside, targeting Joe Kent disavows him, and he's like, well, okay, I think there needs to be a social cost to playing the game that way. So from where I am on the outside, I'm going to use whatever capital I have to exact a cost against him. He sees this as a transactional relationship. Okay, I see this as a transactional relationship. So I'm going to exact my end of this transaction. And I think there's a pretty good chance that Nick has amassed enough influence on the internet that if he decides he wants to put a dent in somebody's electoral hopes, he does have that capacity. Now, that has a limit to it. I think he wanted to play with that capacity. He wanted to see if he could put a dent in Trump's hopes. Like he was feeling himself a little bit. He was getting a little high on his own supply. It was a bad move. I think he's had to pay a bit of a price for that reputationally in the lead up to the 2024 election. He made a misstep. For sure. It was a bad misstep. But he also found the limits of his power. So in a sense, it sort of brought him to himself. That's kind of, having watched him now over the last year or so, I think it kind of brought him to himself. He realized the stakes of all of this. And then, of course, Charlie Kirk getting shot has really, that'd be a very sobering thing. And it seems to have been sobering.
I get that. What I do think is bad, just objectively bad and destructive, is the all Jews are guilty or all anybody is guilty of anything, because that's just not true. And we don't believe that as Christians. My hero in life is Paul. I guess you call him St. Paul, Saul of Tarsus, a Pharisee.
Those are some of the little throwaway things, not throwaway, but your average Christian podcaster is probably not necessarily going to say that. I guess you call him St. Paul. He's very keenly aware of these denominational differences because that just so happens to be something that has occupied a lot of his time and attention of late.
Yeah.
And also the backdrop to all of this too is with Tucker, like he's doing this, but this isn't necessarily Tucker from like, from his ivory castle in his totally secure position doing a thing with Nick. There's also, Tucker himself is under a lot of heat. Tucker is also has he's under a lot of scrutiny, particularly regarding the Jews. So in this environment, he's probably going to capitalize on this chance to say his piece.
And meets Jesus and becomes this just incredible man, incredibly brave, smart, loving, like everything you want to be as a man, he was. Jew.
Yeah.
So like, and God did that to him. So it's like, you can't, I think that's and I don't think it's like mushy liberal bullshit, which I hate.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate all the language that you're describing. I get why it offends you because it's code for, I don't really believe what I'm saying.
Right.
I have a PhD on the subject, so I know. But I also think there's like a true, not just principle, but like spiritual reality that we have to defend, which is God created every person as an individual, not as a group. No woman gave birth to a community. Like we hate that kind of thinking,
Yes.
right? Collectivist thinking like that. That's identity politics. That's what Dave Rubin engages in. That's why Dave is like just a child. Like you don't pay any attention to Dave because he's like shallow. But we're not going to be that, right? Or no?
No, I completely agree with you. And, and not to be that guy and say that thing, but like my best friend is a Jewish person. But here's my substantive disagreement because as a Catholic, I could not agree more with you.
Yes.
In what you're saying. I love all.
This is some good, there's a pause screen for you. All right, get to work, caption bros. Yeah, the nonstop shitting on Dave Rubin. I don't know if this is a practice thing or if this is something that that just comes to him naturally, but he does the agree. I completely agree with everything you said. Immediately align. So we're totally on the same page. And then here's where I disagree. So yeah, we're totally aligned. Now let me disagree with you. This is a Charlie Kirk thing. Charlie Kirk did the exact same thing. Where do we align? What's our point of alignment? Let me delineate that. So like in this case, he's like, I know you have Jewish friends. I have a Jewish friend. My best friend is Jewish. Yeah, I'm doing the meme, a little self-aware. I know I'm doing the meme. Oh, my best friend is black. My best friend is Jewish. So he's like saying, I don't have like ethnic blood hatred for all Jews. But here's where I disagree with you now.
All people, even the ones that don't like us, we have to love them all. And we have to recognize that
we're required to.
Yes. And especially Aquinas says the Jews are a witness people. And so they actually have special protections under the law, according to Catholic philosophy. But I guess my substantive disagreement, which I've said on the show also, is the idea that neoconservatism and Israel has nothing to do with Jewishness, Jewish identity, the Jewish religion, because clearly the state of Israel and the neocons are deeply motivated by that ethnic identity, and their allegiance to Israel proceeds from that. The plan of Greater Israel, the blood and soil nationalism of Israel, it stems from this ethno-religion, which is Judaism.
Well, this is, just BLM, the new version. This is identity politics. They're engaging in identity politics. I mean, that's just so obvious to me. But the problem in your response, I get what you're saying, but the problem in your response is it does not apply to every individual.
No, and I would never say that.
Okay. Well, I just think it's important to say that, not to kind of like dodge the accusations against you. My best friends are Jewish. Like, okay, I agree. Embarrassing, even though it's probably true. And it's true in my case, actually. But whatever. But because just that principle that we're all judged as individuals by what we do, that our faith, the decisions that we make, the way we live our lives, and God will judge every one of us in that way. And that's how we're supposed to judge. Like, I think that's true.
Yeah, and I totally agree. But I guess the disagreement is, you say identity politics.
This is a good point he makes here, talking about identity politics. But again, if you think about the backdrop of this interview, it's both of these are guys who have been badged basically the biggest anti-Semites on Twitter. The whole response to this is all organized and coordinated. Same thing. Tucker even says later in this interview that this anti-Semitism stuff is coming straight from the state of Israel. It's a matter of it's a matter of Jewish or of formal Israeli government policy is to slander guys like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson as anti-Semites. So he's like, okay, now I've got you on the record saying my best friend is Jewish. I think that Jews, as a Catholic, I believe that our responsibility is to protect Jews. I don't think that Jews should be annihilated or exterminated. It's kind of like, this is like the baseline level, but now he's on the record in one of the largest forums possible, declaring this. Not as a means, someone might say, like some of Nick's people who hate Tucker might say, oh, well, now he's dragged him and he's baited him into being pro-Jewish. I reject that frame entirely. No, he's brought him out and humanized him. You can't hold him up as like this big evil boogeyman who wants to gas all the Jews, because he's just not that. That's just not him. It makes all the anti-Semitism things ring all the more hollow, and it's continuing to disempower this the Nazi and the anti-Semitism and like that as an effective political epithet. Now, the point that Nick makes here about identity politics, I think, is very good.
Politics, like it's a bad thing. I think identity is a reality.
Identity is a reality. Absolutely. You just can't have a country of 350 million this diverse where it's just like warring ethnicities, because then it's Rwanda soon. And, the people with the most force just kill the others. So like, you can't have that here. Right?
Yeah. But I would say specifically as it pertains to,
if you can't have that, then that means that if people are going to be in America, they can't be in America subscribing to some other ethnicity. If you're in America, if you belong in America and you're going to live here, then you're going to subscribe or subordinate yourself to the American ethnicity. That's how it works. That's the only way that this is going to be functional in any sort of sense at all. You can't have any other sort of ethnic obligation and maintain any sort of civilizational or coherent structure.
I think have said it's the neocons. And I think that neoconservatism, where does it arise from? It arises from Jewish leftists who were mugged by reality when they saw the surprise attack in the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, that's a lot of it for sure. But then, like, how do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that, John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all, George W. Bush, like Carl.
So what's interesting here is that Tucker he's disagreeing with Nick, like in language, but he's actually agreeing and amplifying in substance. Because he's like, yeah, you can source the Jewish, you can source neoconservatism. It has this very strong Jewish sentiment, but it's actually even worse than that. You've got all these non-Jews who are subscribing to this as well. So the problem is actually larger. So the effect of the back and forth they're having here is that it seems as if Tucker is disagreeing with him or is pushing back on him. But the effect of what he's doing is actually agreeing and amplifying Nick's point, Nick's broader point.
Rove, I mean, all people I know personally who I have seen like be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then the Christian Zionists who are Christian Zionists. Like, what is that? Right. And I could just say from my
what is that? That's got to be a Tucker drop. Like, what is that?
Self, I dislike them more than anybody, because like what? Because it's Christian heresy, and I'm offended by that as a Christian. That's why. So I don't why not? Like, I'm pissed at the neocons.
I don't want to slide by that too quickly. Tucker Carlson just said that Christian Zionism is a Christian heresy. Just period.
Very pissed. I've said that a million times. I've been mad since December of 2003 when I went to Iraq. And so, I went and asked straightforward questions to Ted Cruz, because that seemed like he was a sitting senator who's serving for Israel by his own description. He seemed like a worthy target. I'm not going after MTG, who's the most sincere person. Why not go after Ted Cruz? I don't understand.
Well, again, with Marjorie, I was a friend of hers, and she spoke at my conference, and then the day after, she pretended like she didn't know me. And that was in 2022.
But it's a continuum. Like you said yourself, you showed up in college, one set of views, they evolve as you interact with reality, as the reality itself changes, as you learn things, you grow, whatever, people change.
Well, and look, now that everyone agrees with me, I will graciously forgive them for being
But why
so
make
hostile.
it personal? Who cares?
It's not personal for me. Like with Marjorie, if she wanted to, be aligned or whatever, I would totally be on board with her.
But where do you disagree with her?
I don't know, because I don't know what her new views are. She's really only come around on Israel this year, and I've been talking about this issue for 10 years. And
right, okay, all right, you win. But
no, but it's not. But it's not like that. It's just it's a little. It feels like BS to me that, and I've said this on Twitter the other day. It's like got treated like I didn't exist.
Right, I get
and canceled for 10 years for saying these things. And that's really where all this drama comes from. A time when there was this intense censorship and nobody was on board with this stuff. Like, again, Marjorie, she fired, one of my people was working in her office. She fired that guy because someone found out that a groyper was working in her office. And, you know, that guy got his life ruined. And she pretended like she didn't know me and lied and said, I had no idea the conference I was speaking at. She knew exactly what it was. And that's fine. But now that she's on the same page, there's like this expectation like, okay, well, you know, why did you have a problem with her in the past? It's like, because she was on the other team in the past.
Yeah, well, so was everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
so now
are you.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
so what? I mean, what? Why not? It's got to be bigger than just like us, right? And it's not. I don't think. Well, I'll speak for myself. I don't feel like I'm at war with the neocons or Israel. It's much bigger than that. It's like you want to restore America to a place where your grandchildren would enjoy growing up. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's some Bob says, this is not personal for me. So that was a fucking lie. This is the same issue again, that Nick is like, well, it's not personal. And I think he actually has kind of rationalized it to himself. He's given himself a rationalization why it's not personal. And I think he genuinely believes that. But you can tell once you start parsing this, once you start taking this apart, which Tucker is very good at getting you to take apart your thinking, or at taking it apart for you. He's like a surgical interviewer. It's clear that this is being motivated by personal offense. Yeah, it was shitty that she did that. But also, she's a sitting member of Congress, and she finds out that she has a groyper in her office. You're the one who made the groyper identity what it is. You're the one who made that identity such that a sitting congresswoman has to fire a guy if she finds out that he's a groyper working in her office. You're the one who made the groyper name toxic to people. You knew exactly what you were doing. You did this on purpose. You went out of your way to poke and prod at all the things to be as transgressive as possible. And yeah, you're young and dumb and you've got all this fame and it's going to your head and you've got all these reasons to be resentful and yeah, you've gotten a raw deal and yes, all of this is true. But you went out of your way to create an identity that you knew would be provocative and toxic to people, and then you're complaining that nobody wants you on board with them. Well, now you're getting an opportunity for people to, the things have moved sufficiently that now you can actually start getting on board with some of these people. So it's time for you to let bygones be bygones. Yeah, Joe Kent did you dirty. Marjorie Taylor Greene did you dirty. These different people did you dirty in the past. Are you here to sit at the big kids table or not? Are you ready to actually play the real game? Can we call a truce here? And will you begin to actually comport yourself in a way that is productive to playing the power politics game? He got himself to this point virtually through his own merit, through his own, ability to entertain and his own intelligence. He's tremendously competent and charismatic and talented. He's gotten himself to this point. Now, if you want to elevate and actually play the big boys game, then you got to set aside all this petty stuff.
Right.
Well, and as far as Marjorie,
so it's not who cares. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Okay, lots of people hurt my.
Shout out to Anonymous gifting 5 subs to the community over on Kick. And congratulations to Rob P2, Borp88, Mars Monkey 17, and Living Dead, and Daron. I know 4 of those names. I do not know Daron. Welcome, Daron. And also, Karumo X just followed the channel. Welcome to you. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to get through this whole thing because, we're just past the 5-hour mark, and my voice is actually starting to go. So I may end up having to hold off of some of this. We'll go for a little while longer, but some of the most interesting stuff that I wanted to go through is this latter part, the last, 30 minutes or so. Wife Fuentes hates weed and alcohol, how porn is destroying men, toxic feminism. There's some very, very interesting stuff in that. So I think we'll probably go, where are we at right now? 104. We'll probably go up through his dinner with Ye and Donald Trump and we'll stop at the assassination attempt on Fuentes, which is very interesting story. The dude's, I didn't know necessarily all the details of it. It was quite fascinating to hear. And we'll come back tomorrow. I'm gonna take the gamble. We'll come back tomorrow and get through more of the, get through that last bit. Yes, Mo Bob. Nick is a very smart guy, which is what frustrates me about him. Yes, very much. Very, very much.
Dave Rubin called me tonight, which he would never do, though he has my cell. And he said, I'm really sorry I called you Hitler. Like, I didn't mean it. You're raising lots of legitimate questions, which I think I sort of agree with, or I'm thinking about in a deeper way. I'd be like, great.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care.
And look, Tucker, that's why I'm sitting here, Right. I mean, because we had a contentious dialogue.
Well, I thought you were a Fed. I
thought you were a Fed.
I was a Fed. Yeah. I'm not a Fed. I don't care what people think.
We showed each other a badge as we know well.
No, but I thought you were a Fed because I was like, why not? It's not cucking to say you're not talking about all Jews when you oppose a foreign policy position. It's not. There's nothing liberal about that. It's just true. That's the Christian position, okay? And two, why are you attacking like the best people and not the worst people?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, he disavowed me for my views on Israel and said I talk too much about white people and Christianity. And to me, that's like a sincere ideological disagreement.
I get it.
And, same thing with Marjorie. Marjorie fired my guy. She disavowed me. And
Slutty Milk says me showing up to the King Build meetup. I should start calling them the Fed meetups. You coming to the Fed meetup? By the way, we will be having a Fed meetup in DC next month. It reminds me, I got to get my ticket purchased for that, my plane ticket. Let's see, November 14th, Friday evening, November 14th. If you're in the DC area or you would like to get to the DC area, I know there's some people who are coming from a few hours away. If you would like to join, then please let me know. Shoot me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, or DM me on Twitter @realkingpilled. If you email me, then just give me your Twitter handle. If you don't have one, just create one, and I'll put you into the group chat that I created. And if you don't think you'll make this one, I can tell you probably within the first couple of months of next year, I don't know, February, March, something like that, there'll probably be another DC Fed meetup. And so if you don't think you'll be able to make this one in November, but you want to make a future one, then just let me know, and I'll add you to that group chat, and we'll keep it running going forward. Isaac says you should check out Asmongold's reaction to this on the show at least a little bit. He had some great clips during his stream. Okay, good to know. I will I'll add that to the watch list before tomorrow, hopefully. Fed Brewery. Thank you, Slutty Milk. How does he do it?
And you worked with Blumenthal on that article, but you called me on the phone, and we talked.
I mean, I was like, from my perspective, this is all so stupid and inside baseball and whatever, but for the record, I was like, first of all, who is this kid? I'm working at Fox News. I'm aware there's an internet, but I'm more out of it than you may appreciate. And I'm like, out of nowhere, attacking this one. I had Joe Kent.
Now, here's a very interesting thing, and I haven't had the time to go do the legwork on this, but he says, you were working with Blumenthal on that article. So Tucker was a source for a Max Blumenthal article. And I don't think this is the recent one about the Charlie Kirk, the thing with Bill Ackman and all of that. I don't think that's what they're referring to. Tucker's talking about when he was working at Fox, and he was a source for a Max Blumenthal article. And he and Nick talked on the phone back then. This is what I'm saying. They've had this connection for a while. At the very least, this connection goes back a couple of months. They've talked on the phone at least a couple of months ago. And so when Tucker called him gay, this was Tucker firing an opening volley to initiate this back and forth with the goal of ending up here. Tucker knew exactly what he was doing. Nick knew exactly what was happening. Nick played his role in it perfectly. This was not like just some random out of the middle of nowhere and then Nick totally owned him. No, they both knew exactly what they were doing. They both know how to play this game, and they've played it very, very well. Once you see the game, once you see how it's played, then that's why when I saw that happen, I was like, oh, within like 3 months, Tucker's going to be hosting Nick Fuentes on his podcast, and they're going to agree on a whole bunch, and it's going to redefine the right-wing coalition.
To my house. I did this interview with him, and I'm always in search of a sincere politician. Don't have to agree on everything, but I really believe sincerity is the whole game. If someone's heart is pure, he will be brave. I always have thought that, and it's turned out to be true. Marjorie's a perfect example. And that's all that matters. If you're afraid inside, if you're weak inside, you will crumble when it matters. So I really felt like, wow, Joe, don't agree with him on everything, of course, but I was like, this guy is really sincere. He's like a good person. And then you show up and you're like, he's a CIA officer and I'm going to, I mean, he was a CIA contractor, but like really like crush the guy. And it's like, why of all people, you agree on 90% of stuff, you know, that was my view. And I was like, well, clearly this kid's a Fed.
Right. But you didn't know the whole story.
I didn't. You're absolutely right.
And look, and now that, and I want to be, I'm not trying to be combative. I think that,
go ahead. You're not hurting my feelings.
I mean, here's what I'm trying to say is now that Marjorie is pushing in the right direction, I absolutely support everything she's saying. And I've not been critical of her at all this year.
Yeah.
Because I think that what she's doing is extremely courageous. And I think you're right. She is sincere.
So it sounds like you're, not to put words in your mouth, but your life.
This shot here, some of the best memes ever come from this shot right here. Remember Braxton McCoy with his big, huge ass hat? Now you can see just how small of a guy Nick is. And for the record, I don't think Nick is gay. I kind of did at one point. I don't think he is. But he definitely is. He definitely is a little guy. And you can't be a little guy and not have that sort of change your personality to a certain degree. Just like you can't be a big guy and not have it change. It just sort of colors your demeanor and the way you carry yourself and the way you relate to other people. I say this as a big guy. Nick is definitely a small guy, and Tucker is a big guy. Now, Tucker's pretty tall. I think Tucker's probably like 6'2", maybe 6'2", maybe 6'3", kind of slouches. But he's a good, healthy American man, healthy sized, and Nick is quite small.
Experience has left you so stung by the Republican establishment, you don't trust anybody, it sounds like.
Well, no, I mean, these people attacked me when the rules were different, and now they got better, and now I'm good with them. I mean, I'm willing to be good with them, but I think that I don't know if Marjorie still has a problem with me or not.
I don't know. I do know, though, and this is the last criticism I will level, and it's maybe not even your fault, but I do know that, the coordinated attacks against totally reasonable questions about what's in America's interest and what's not, those are all coordinated by the Israeli government. It's all come to light now. And they're against me. I've always thought I have the world's most moderate position on Israel. Don't hate Israel. Just don't want to get involved in their wars. Don't want to pay for this. Don't want to pay for abortion on demand in a foreign country. Sorry. When we're cutting food stamps on our own, like, that's outrageous. It's not America first. That's my view. I'm not embarrassed of it at all. They are totally determined to take me out, I think because I'm reasonable. Who would disagree with that? And call me all these names, the most dangerous anti-Semite, when I'm not even an anti-Semite. And they're not doing that to you because, this is my view, and this is not necessarily your fault, but because they're like, Fuentes discredits the reasonable people because he's always banging on about the Jews. And so he makes everyone else look like a Nazi. And so it's like he's playing a pretty valuable role in the same way that Israel's always funded extremism throughout the Middle East, including Hamas, because it discredits the reasonable people. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Just drop it in there, Israel funding Hamas. Just dropping that in there. Tucker, you sly dog.
I would just say I disagree. I mean, because you said the other day, they like me. I don't know what you're talking about when you say that because,
I don't
know. Let me just kind of.
You said the other day, they like me. There's another callback to a conversation that they had offline.
Rebut that.
Well, by the way, I'm not saying you have anything to do with this. I'm just saying I've noticed the phenomenon.
Totally. And I just reject that because they have been messing with me for my entire adult life. I mean,
the
ADL got me banned on YouTube. The SPLC posted my house on their website.
What do you mean posted your house?
They posted a photo of my house on their website.
This is where Nick, I think, is, I don't know if Nick's just like playing dumb or if he's kind of being dumb here. Like, it's clearly possible for both of these things to be true at the same time. Like, they're going to fuck with you, and they're also going to make great use of you serving that role. Like, if you're gonna play the edgelord role the way you have, if you understand the way they play the game, if you understand the nature of the game, it's even more incumbent upon you to recognize the role that you're going to play. That the role that you were going to have played for you with your own personality, if you choose to comport yourself the way that he has. Like, obviously, anybody who understands anything about the our favorite Middle Eastern democracy understands that they are desperate to have ardent anti-Semites. Passionate, vocal anti-Semites. They will create them if they don't actually exist. Why? Because it suits their cause. So if you're going to be a passionate, vocal, proud anti-Semite, you have to recognize that they're going to make use of that, whether directly or indirectly. And so then if you decide you're going to be, you're a deep understander of the tiny hat problem, and you're going to be a passionate, vocal anti-Semite and proud of it, then you can't turn around and be like, everyone's just slandering me as an anti-Semite. You signed up for the role, son. You volunteered yourself for that. And the fact that they've been fucking with you is not does not remove the fact that they also are very happy to have you where you are. This is like the great, don't make me pull out the quote from The Believer again. The Ryan Gosling movie about the self-hating Jewish Nazi guy. This is the nature of the whole phenomenon itself. The whole victimhood and the whole like everyone is rallied against us, and if we don't have anybody who hates us, then we're going to create the people who hate us, because this is a great way for us to advance our own ethnic interests. And if you understand that, then you cannot play stupid when you get pulled into it.
Right.
How can they do that?
I guess that's a free speech thing.
The SPLC posted a picture of your house on their website?
Yes.
When?
In 2022.
Actually?
Yes, they wrote an article.
Here's they've already had this conversation. Tucker's well aware of this. Now he's like, what? Just like with the no-fly list. What? Tell me more. Please get the word out about this awful thing the ADL did to you.
They said Nick Fuentes bought a building in this city, and they said we interviewed his neighbors and property records reveal this and that. And on the front page, the picture for the article is my house where I live.
That's crazy. And then someone showed up with a gun and tried to kill you at that house?
Yes. So that's why I say, you say, well, they're not doing this to you. It's like the ZOA, the SPLC, the ADL, the Daily Wire. All these groups have been on me for years. So that's news to me if they're really endorsing my activities.
It could just be my perception. But I guess what I'm saying is, as someone who thinks his own views are like completely reasonable, pass every smell test, you could x-ray my soul. I don't think there's a lot of hate in there. And to the extent that they do make me feel hateful, the people who attack me, I do like say prayers about it. We're not allowed to hate people. As we forgive those who trespass against us. That's like our core prayer. So I just feel like I don't know. Am I being paranoid? I feel like going on about the Jews like helps the neocons. That's
what about my views do you think are unreasonable if yours are reasonable?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. See, here's where it kind of felt like I'm trying to figure out what Tucker's driving at here, because he's really belaboring this point. He keeps coming back to it over and over and over again. And so Nick turning this around on him, okay, so if my views are so unreasonable, what's reasonable about yours? What's the reasonable position to have? If we both are in agreement about the nature of this problem here, there's something where we disagree on. So what is that?
I think, again, I don't think it's cucky. I think it's reality to say that guilt is not inherited. Blood guilt is bad. One of the reasons that I'm mad about Gaza is because the Israeli position is everyone who lives in Gaza is a terrorist because of how they were born, including the women and the children. That's not a Western view. That's an Eastern view. That's a non-Christian. That's totally incompatible with Christianity and Western civilization. They say, well, we're the defenders of Western civilization. Not with that attitude. You're not. Collective punishment is the enemy of Western civilization.
Yeah.
And so I hate that attitude. It's genocidal. The current claims that I'm a cancer, from Ben Shapiro or whatever, we need to be excised from the body of conservatism is a genocidal position that it basically encourages violence, as they well know. The whole thing I hate. Mm-hmm. So like anytime you say a whole group of people is responsible for the sins of some of its members, like I'm out.
Yeah, but that's not my view.
It's not. Okay. So
Mr. says, do you think that question Nick asked was scripted? I don't know. It depends on what you mean by scripted. I think both of them, they've planned this conversation ahead of time. I don't think it's down to like, okay, I'm going to ask this and this and then this and then this. And then when I ask this question, you ask that question. No, it's like, we're going to sit down and I got to have a meeting of minds. Okay, here's the territory we want to sketch out. And maybe there's like specific things we're not going to address. We're not going to get into this right now for this reason or that reason. I mean, they get into quite a bit. So I don't think there was really a lot that was necessarily like off the table in terms of what to talk about. But I think so I don't think it was necessarily like, okay, at a certain point in the conversation, you're going to ask me this question. But I do think that there was some overarching idea of here's the subject matter that we want to cover, and I want to use this opportunity. I want to use this conversation as an opportunity to say some of these things. And so, Nick probably has an awareness of some of the goals that Tucker has with the conversation. Tucker has an awareness of the goals Nick wants. And so they're intentionally asking questions to draw those things out. But I think there also is a little bit of there's freedom within that structure, and there is a little bit of pushing and prodding and probing back and forth on them. So I think Tucker is driving somewhere, and Nick's like, okay, I don't know where you're driving at, so how about I turn this around on you, and you just get to say outright what the thing is, what is the point that you want made here. And the point that Tucker's driving at, that he keeps coming back to, is this idea of blood guilt and collective guilt. Like, this is the thing. He apparently really wanted to get Nick to say something about how, like, basically not all Jews. And he wants to make this point about blood guilt. And specifically, he says, this is actually the thing that's happening in Gaza. This is I reject what's happening in Gaza precisely for this specific reason.
So tell me your views. Like, rather than, you're one of those people, one of the reasons I wanted to meet you.
One thing you may notice throughout this, it stuck out to me big time. Every time Tucker says rather, he says rather.
Not my view.
It's not. Okay. So so tell me your views. Like, rather than, you're one of those people, one of the reasons I wanted to meet you is you're one of those people who is defined by clips.
Yes.
And I'm one of those people also.
Yes.
Right? So I get it. So I'm going to just shut up and you tell me what you actually believe.
Yeah. Well, and listen, I mean, and I appreciate you saying that, because that's just the reality of the media environment we're in. So I don't expect you to know all my views, but I mean, as far as the Jews are concerned, I think that, like I said, you cannot actually divorce Israel and the neocons and all of those things that you talk about from Jewishness, ethnicity, religion, identity. And let me give you like a perfect example. So you say on your show that we need to treat Israel like any other country. And I sort of understand that in principle, because Israel is another foreign country.
Yeah.
But Israel is unlike every other country in the sense that because the Jewish people are in a diaspora all over the world, there are significant numbers of Jews in Europe, but also in the United States. And because of their unique heritage and story, which is that they're a stateless people, they're unassimilable, they resist assimilation for thousands of years. And I think that's a good thing. And now they have this territory in Israel. There's a deep religious affection for the state. It's bound up in their identity, the story of the Exodus from Egypt, the promise of the land, all these things. So let's say in the United States, for example, somebody like a Sheldon Adelson, he's not Israeli. Is he an ideological neocon? Does he believe in the promise of democratic globalism? I don't think necessarily. His heart is in Israel. And it's because he is a proud Jewish person. And I guess what I'm saying is that if you are a Jewish person in America, you're sort of, and again, it's not because they're born, but it's sort of a rational self-interest politically to say, I'm a minority. I'm a religious ethnic minority. This is not really my home. My ancestral home is in Israel. There's like a natural affinity that Jews have for Israel. And I would say on top of that, for the international Jewish community. They're extremely organized. Many of them are critical of Israel or Israel's current government or the project of Israel. But I guess what they have in common, unlike, let's say, like Singapore, for example, is that they have this international community across borders, extremely organized, that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country. And there's no other country that has a similar arrangement like that. No other country has a strong identity like that, this religious blood and soil conviction, this history of being in the diaspora, stateless, wandering, persecuted, and in particular, the historic animosity between the Jewish people and the Europeans. They hate the Romans because the Romans destroyed the temple. That's why Eric Weinstein goes to the Arch of Titus and gives it the finger and takes a picture. We don't think like that as Americans and white people. We don't think about the Roman Empire in 2,000 years ago. They do. And so I guess that's really, and I don't think that's me saying the Jews. I don't think that's me being hateful. I don't think that's me being collectivist. I think that's understanding that identity politics, whether you love it or hate it, whatever you feel about it, it's a reality that we live in a world of Jews and Christians, of whites and blacks. These identities mean something to us and they mean things to each other, and we can't sort of wish them away. And it feels like white people and Christians are the only ones that do that.
There's no question about that, your last point, for sure.
That was very well presented. That was exceptionally well presented. And when the first time I heard it, I was like, I can't believe that I'm hearing this being presented in this way to, what is it, 1.8 million views now in a day? Is that what dropped yesterday? Or it was 2 days ago. So basically 1 million views a day on YouTube alone, which is probably a small fraction of Tucker's audience. We are galaxies away from where we were with respect to this conversation, even just a year or two ago. We're now getting the calm, reasonable, rational presentation for why this is this is not just some weird, hysterical, paranoid little niche corner of the internet. We've come very far.
Sure. One of the reasons they do that is because they've been taught to hate themselves, of course, since the Second World War. Another reason is, however, the reality of...
Since the Second World War. That's one thing Tucker makes a lot of references to I don't know if he's actually said Nuremberg regime or post-war consensus, but I don't know if I can't remember if he said those specific phrases, but he definitely pins that point in time very, very often as the beginning of the current age.
A multi-ethnic country requires you to sort of set aside community or group interests in favor of corporate interests, universal interests, national interests. And you have to do that or else it doesn't work. And so, I agree those attitudes, I mean, certainly in other parts of the world, people think this way, but you can't have that here. And so it's just important to remind everybody that, things may be generally true, but again, they're not always true. And there are people who just strongly disagree. And by the way, in the specific case of Israel, there are a ton of Orthodox who I know who are opposed to the state of Israel. They're more Jewish than Dave Rubin, a lot more. And yet they oppose it. Jeff Sachs is the most wonderful man, the most who's Jewish and most articulate kind of critic of the state of Israel that I'm aware of. So I don't know, that's just meaningful. You can't, if everything is inherited, then there's no hope for the continuation of America. Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't think it's genetically inherited. And what you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest,
yes,
that's absolutely the case. And that's the only way the country's going to stay together.
Exactly. That's my concern.
And I absolutely agree with you. I would say, though, that...
There's that again. Point of alignment. I agree. However...
main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America. I don't think Bill Ackman is capable of that. I don't think Sheldon Adelson is capable of that. I don't think Yoram Hazony is capable of that, for that matter. And many other, on the right and the left. And I see Jewishness as the common denominator. And you're right, it's not all Jewish people feel the same way. No one would say that, but that does seem to be the common denominator. And I just feel like it needs to be called out explicitly. And I like what you said the other day. If you're serving in another country's military or have dual citizenship, you really can't be a part of this project.
Well, that's an easy one. But I am much more comfortable as a Christian and an American keeping it on that level, because
there's one really this is where I was almost shouting at my headphones while I was listening to him talk about this. I was like, the thing you're going for is not all Jews and every single time can both coexist. There's no conflict between that. Not all Jews and every single time. Both of these memes are not mutually exclusive.
It's easy to just set universal rules that apply to everyone, not just the Jews or the Christians or the anybody, just like Americans can only serve in the U.S. military or they lose their passport. I mean, I don't know. That's not hard. And I don't know. Why not just say that?
Say what?
That. Why not make every statement about how Americans ought to behave applicable to all Americans? It's the defense of universal values that will hold the country together and the emphasis on parochial group values that will break it apart inevitably.
Because
this is where I'm kind of listening. I'm like, man, Tucker is just really fucking belaboring this point. He really is driving at something here. And we just haven't gotten there for some reason. And, but what it did put me in mind of is, sort of the 5D chess kind of angle on this, where, for example, let's say we don't need to overthrow the Civil Rights Act. No. The Civil Rights Act has landmark legislation. It's baked into the American legal tradition at this point. No. This is part of American heritage. We're not going to overthrow the Civil Rights Act. We just need to ensure that the Civil Rights Act is applied across all Americans. So white Americans have civil rights as well. And if somebody commits a crime against a white person for hateful reasons, then they're guilty of a hate crime. They're going to be prosecuted under hate crime legislation. And in this way, if the thing is applicable to everyone, it's also applicable to no one. There's this thing about everyone and no one, that if the Civil Rights Act is applicable to everyone, including white Americans, then that's the same thing as repealing it, effectively. Once you make it applicable to everyone, there aren't any special carve-outs for it. Well, you've this is like the shortcut to repealing it. Repealing it would be a massive Herculean lift. It's going to take generations, and you're amassing a tremendous amount of political capital just for this one thing. The amount of political capital required to repeal the Civil Rights Act would be equivalent to the political capital required to conduct a land invasion of Europe. Like we're going to draft. Or not even to draft. We're gonna use a volunteer military to go conduct a land invasion through all of Europe. Like that's the amount of political capital you'd have to get to abolish the Civil Rights Act. But it doesn't take nearly that much to just say, well, the Civil Rights Act is applicable to all Americans. So dual loyalty is applicable to all Americans. So I kind of wonder if that's an angle that Tucker is pushing at here. But it did seem weird to me that he kept harping at this.
This is a particular issue, and it's acute. Like I said, I think they are unique in that way. I think that's a unique issue, especially in the Republican Party, especially in the conservative scene. So
how would you like this all to be resolved?
What I would like is for the U.S. government to not be influenced by these kinds of foreign allegiances, not with money that comes from, American citizens like Sheldon Adelson, not from foreign lobbyists. So, I mean, in terms of tangible things, I don't think we disagree on any of it. Like registering AIPAC and FARA, banning dual citizenship. Like I'm basically in agreement.
I think 80% of the public agrees with those things. So that's kind of what gets me a little bit annoyed. It's like these are like America First, the concept. It's the most popular, self-evidently true idea you could have. Like, don't let foreign powers, especially tiny ones far away, control your country. Like, of course not. Everyone agrees with that on both sides.
Yeah.
So the trick is not to let that idea get subverted.
And here, this is when it became clear. This is what he's driving at. He's like, okay, so you boil everything down, but the tangible, like, policy things that you want, well, a supermajority of the country agrees with these things. So if the things that you want to accomplish are things that are agreed upon by a supermajority of the country, why are you positioning yourself as this like transgressive outsider? This is on you. This is on your own political chops. Yeah, everyone's done you dirty, and you've been screwed over, and you've been betrayed, and you've been disavowed, and all of this. But at its core, your message is something that a massive supermajority of the country agrees with, and yet you haven't figured out a way to make yourself palatable to that massive supermajority of the country that agrees with you. This is a you thing. This is not an everyone else thing. That's not saying that everyone else is just off the hook and that they didn't do you dirty or you haven't been screwed over or whatever. But if at its root, the things you want to accomplish are things that are very ordinary and reasonable and they're not crazy radical extremist things, why are you posturing yourself as a crazy radical extremist? Why are you allowing yourself to be presented that way? Why are you allowing yourself to be characterized that way? You're undermining yourself. And not just that, you're offering yourself as a pawn to be used to undermine other people, like Tucker Carlson. Tucker's leaning into it. He's like, fuck you. If you're gonna use Nick Fuentes to undermine me, I'm gonna embrace Nick Fuentes. I'm gonna platform him and I'm gonna delineate all of this in front of the entire world. I'm gonna bust this shit wide open. But also, goddamn it, Nick, why did you have to put me in this position? It's time to set aside the childish things. It's time to be a man and play the man's game. I've been doing this shit for 30 years. I've been playing this game. You got tremendous raw natural talent. It's like Nick is like the I don't know, like the thoroughbred horse that's like super explosive and prancy and jittery and skittish and everything, and he has to be focused. He has to be trained and focused. And you could look at that as him being buck broken, or you could look at that as him being honed and refined and upregulated. And if you want that, if you want to be politically effective, this is what it requires. And who knows better than Tucker Carlson how to be the outspoken, controversial figure who maintains mainstream appeal and is politically effective? Who knows how to do that better than Tucker Carlson? That's why the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes alignment is going to be groundbreaking for the American right wing at the moment when the American right wing is ascendant.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think we agree on that.
But it's subverted when they're like, that's hate. No, that's hate. It's not hate.
Yeah. Well, and, here's what I will say. I think that there is increasingly a contingent, because what you're talking about exists. When you say that there are people that legitimately detract from this, there is legitimate racial hatred out there.
Big time.
And it's growing. And
I know.
People on our side are afraid to talk about it because they know, like you said, they're going to get called a cuck or a squish or whatever. And I agree with you. The people that are detracting from that need to be called out. And I think there should be no harbor for cruelty, hatred, prejudice, those kinds of things.
And some of them, I'm sorry to be a conspiracy nut. I really try not to be a conspiracy because it's embarrassing, But after January 6th and just finding out the number of FBI personnel in the crowd, it's like, and I've just seen this. David Duke is a great example. Some of these are the Charlottesville rally.
Yeah.
Had a bunch of feds there being like, we're white supremacists. We hate the blacks. Using the N-word, whatever. It's like, that's not real. Like there is some of that going on. Don't you think?
I think that there's a lot of sincere people.
For sure. Oh, I completely agree.
And they're just numbskulls, and some of them are legitimately, they see the opening, that there's legitimate critique of this, and they see an opening to air out their grievances. They get a license they think it's okay now. And
now this is where I don't, those of you who maybe have more groypers on your timeline, I've kind of gone out of my way to curate away from them. But some of the stuff that Nick said in this, and particularly in this section right here, I would imagine he probably pissed off at least some subset of his audience. And I'm curious to know if you guys have those who see that sort of thing more than I do. Please report from the wild. Report back to the home office here and let me know what you guys are seeing with that toward that end. Because I've said for a while now that eventually Nick is going to have to part ways with a substantial portion of his audience that he went out of his way to attract and retain, and has very obviously seems as if he's gotten tired of them. Doesn't really want that part of his audience anymore. And it can be a little hard to tell sometimes because he does have the thing. Like he said early on in this, he talked about how Mark Levin, he used to be a daily listener of Mark Levin, and Mark Levin had said something about how America's on track to be a minority white country. And Tucker's like, you mean you got radicalized on race by Mark Levin? Nick's like, yep. Yeah, so I'm curious to see if any of his audience has started turning on him or saying he's cucking out or he's selling out for the mainstream gig or whatever. I'm interested to see when that starts happening.
And I do think it's important to differentiate and say that fundamentally, I guess the word that I would use, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is reassurance, because I think there's a legitimate need to reassure people. And this is kind of what I've been doing on these podcasts, that we don't want to harm anybody. We don't want to kill anybody. We don't want to harm anybody. Right. We just want to put America first. And I guess, to the extent that I've been taken out of context over the years or things like that, I'm trying to set the record straight and say, and I appreciate you've given me this opportunity. These are my real views. I'm not one of those haters, let's say.
Yeah. Well, I think people should be allowed to describe what they think. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's like a basic human autonomy question.
Yeah.
Like if I want to know what you think, I should just ask you and let you talk. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
So who's going to be president? Who should be president next?
Who should be president? Well, yay, of course. Kanye.
You had dinner with Trump.
I did.
And Kanye.
Kanye.
You had dinner with Trump.
I did.
And
I always wondered if that was a cut there. If it was a slick one.
Kanye.
Yes.
What did you think of that?
It was surreal. Because
this is the last segment we'll do here tonight. We'll go about another 6.5 minutes or so on this video, and then coming up on the 6-hour mark. So I'm gonna call it.
Those are my two heroes. Those are my two number one heroes of all time. I've always been a Kanye West fan.
You like the music first?
Yes, the music, the fashion, everything.
Really?
Yes.
Do you wear those weird one-piece shoes?
I do.
You actually do?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like in public?
Yes. You don't think that's cool?
Tucker laugh.
I'll get you some.
I've worn the same clothes since high school. Don't ask me about clothes. I'm not good at that at all. That's hilarious. So, but you've always been a fan.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
huge fan.
You described your love for Trump, since your
yes
childhood love for Trump. So what was it like to find yourself at dinner with them?
It was funny because it was literally Thanksgiving dinner. It was 3 days before Thanksgiving. So not only was it dinner, but I'm having Thanksgiving dinner with Ye and Trump at the same table. And these are like my heroes. And I mean, the way that it went was sort of interesting. Ye is sort of shy. He deeply admires Trump. He loves Trump. And I like that about him because Ye really admires anybody that's an industrialist. He loves builders, visionaries, architects. He's very into that.
Look
so
at
he
my
has a deep
African
regard for
American
Trump.
over here.
And
Look
so
at
at the
him.
beginning, it was a little awkward because he wouldn't talk. And he was sort of shy.
Yay.
Yes, which is surprising, right? Because he's so outspoken. But Trump was trying to get him to talk. And it was kind of like a boomer moment because Trump was trying to get him to talk about like opportunity zones. He was giving him like the black voter pitch, you know, the black Republican.
Really?
Pitch. Yeah. And I was like, dude, like he's not that kind of Republican, to say the least, you know.
Fair.
At this point, I think people know
So what
that.
were you saying?
Well, so eventually, you know, Trump didn't have a lot of luck with him. So he's kind of fielding the table and he's talking to me. And
Trump does like other people to talk.
Yes. Well, he likes to talk too.
He does, for sure. But he asks questions.
Yeah, he does.
More than you would think.
Well, he's a good guy, fundamentally.
Yeah.
He's a very warm guy. So he was asking everybody, you know, what's up and who are you? And we got to talking. And, you know, I guess it was going too well because I was being very complimentary of Trump. And Ye was kind of kicking me and saying, like, you know, a couple of days prior, we were talking about if Trump and Ye wind up on the debate stage, what is that going to look like? And I was coaching Ye, like, these are his weak areas. Like, this is where we got to attack Trump. And so Ye was like, tell him what you were saying the other day. Tell him what you were saying last night. And I was like, dude, that's our playbook. Like, we don't want to blow up our... and Trump was like, go ahead, don't be bashful. Tell me, what is it? And I said, you know what? I said, I think you're one of the greatest living Americans. I said, I'm a young guy. I said, I really have nothing to say other...
What he says to Trump here, I think is very good. He capitalized on his opportunity very well, assuming this is an accurate retelling, which I don't imagine why it wouldn't be.
Then thank you. I have nothing but gratitude for what you've done for the country. I said, it's really not my place, you know, to give you advice or correct you. And he said, no, don't be bashful. Tell me. And the story that I brought up was, this was really what sent me. In the first Fox News debate in 2015, in the Republican primary,
yes,
Bret Baier, the first question said, raise your hand if you will not pledge to support the eventual nominee.
Yes.
And Trump raised his hand. Because that's what he was saying. He said, you know, if I don't win, I'll run independent and I'll make Republicans lose. And so I brought that up and I told that story and I said, you know, I feel like what was inspiring in 2016 is that you were willing to let the Republican establishment lose. Like you were serious about blowing them up, such that you were not going to say, like Pat Buchanan, who I respect, but Sam Francis acknowledged that was one of his great mistakes, was ultimately endorsing Bush. I said, it showed you were serious. You were playing to win because you said, I will let this Republican Party crash and burn. I want to run as the Republican, but if I can't, I'll run independent. I said, and that's how I knew you were serious. And that's how I knew you were the guy. I said, and I feel like lately, this was right after Ronna McDaniel became the head of the RNC again. I was like, I feel like lately you're just behind all these people. I said, we're not here for Kevin McCarthy. We're not here for Ronna McDaniel or Mitch McConnell. I said, we are here for you. Like, we will die for you. We are loyal to you. I said, and when you did that, that showed you could win, and we rallied. I said, so I want to see more like that. I want to see you hit DeSantis, let's say, who was running against him. And he was like, oh, okay. He goes, oh, so you like that? It was right after he called him DeSanctimonious.
Yeah.
I said, that was awesome. You should have kept hitting him. He's like, oh, you like that? He goes, this guy's hardcore. I like this guy, he was saying about me. And so I was trying to just get his mojo back, you know, and, you know, gas him up a little bit. And so that's how it went between me and him.
And what was Ye saying at this point?
Well, he was beaming with pride. Because Trump turns to him and says, who is this guy? This guy's great. And Ye was like, right? And I was like, this is amazing.
Did you call your parents from the parking lot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You'll never believe. Yeah.
I try never to think like, how will this be perceived? It's better just to like be as honest as you can be all the time. And, you know, and honest people will respond, agree or disagree, but they'll feel your sincerity and your honesty. But there are always people who are going to like distort it. And I recounted basically the Christian gospel at Charlie Kirk's memorial service, and everyone's like, you're an anti-Semite. I literally didn't have one thought about Jewish people. It had nothing to do with that. It was whatever. So, but I was thinking about this conversation, which I'm sure I can't imagine in the ways that it'll be distorted, but I do hope that people who want to learn what's happening and who you are will watch the whole thing. It's probably naive hope that it won't be reduced to whatever you're saying something naughty and me laughing and see they're both Nazis. I mean, you know that's going to happen, of course, but I'm willing to take that risk because I just think it's important to know you're clearly ascendant. You're enormously talented. You're more talented than I am, for sure, as a talker. So, and there've been a lot of attempts to silence you and it hasn't worked. So my calculation, I'll just be as blunt as I can be. It's like, do I want to have Fuentes on? It was going to be like, but you're a Nazi just like Fuentes. Okay. But then I'm like, I don't think Fuentes is going away. Ben Shapiro tried to like strangle him in the crib in college and now he's bigger than ever. So it probably would just be worth hearing what Nick Fuentes thinks. I just want to be transparent about my motives here.
Yeah.
So those are my motives. let me ask you.
All right. That's when they start talking about the assassination attempt on Nick. And then after that, they get into the rest of it. Why is political violence in America rising? Why Fuentes hates weed and alcohol. How porn is destroying men. Toxic feminism. And what does America's future look like? And there's some I think Nick reveals some, especially in the the talk about women. he reveals his inexperience, and then it's going to be it sparked a whole bunch of thoughts for me when I was listening to it early this morning. So I'll have to save those for tomorrow's episode. Hopefully nothing crazy and dramatic happens between now and then that fills up all of the lab time tomorrow. As long as that doesn't happen, then we'll do the last 45 minutes or so of that. We got about 45 minutes of it today, so we'll get through last 45 minutes of it tomorrow on tomorrow's Astrolabe. Last thing for you guys here tonight. Landshark tweet, one of the greatest tweets. It's good to always remember that even if we are playing against a cabal of unimaginably powerful opponents with endless wealth and influence, our enemies are playing against God. Thank you, Arthurian candidate. Appreciate you, Spud Ruckus, Mr. Sue, all of you guys who have stuck it out here in the chat deep into the wee hours of the night. Coming up on 6 hours now, so I think I'll end it here. Go join the King Pill Discord, kingpill.com, and the live chat. If you like the live chat here, you will enjoy the conversation in the King Pill Discord. It's kind of like the Astrolabe chat, just keeps going, even when the lab isn't happening. Follow me on Twitter at RealKingPilled. If you'd like to join me for the DC King Pilled meetup, the Fed meetup on November 14th, then shoot me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, or a DM on Twitter at realkingpilled. Also, if you'd like to support the show beyond the Streamlabs link, which is tips.kingpilled.com, if you do that, then that'll show up here on the stream, and I'll make sure it gets read out. If for whatever reason you don't want to use that or it's not working for you, then there's a Venmo and Cash App Patel, King Pilled on both of those, and buymeacoffee.com. Shout out to Nancy, who just bought me some beers over on Buy Me a Coffee and said that she appreciates the optimistic, positive spirit. Well, I appreciate you, Nancy. Thank you for your support. And buymeacoffee.com/kingpilled if you'd like to go that route. And make sure you're subscribed over on Substack. It is free. There is a paid option if you'd like to support that way, but it is free, and that is the backup. I got a whole bunch of stuff in the show today that may or may not make it through the YouTube censors, may have to get clipped out. So if you want to listen to the whole thing, then the best place to do that is going to be on Substack. That is always the place. If the episode for whatever reason isn't showing up on YouTube, or if there's weird glitches in the YouTube stream, then you can always default back to Substack. And please, if you're listening to the podcast version of it, leave a 5-star rating and review. Help us with the podcast algorithm. Stay tuned for many interesting things to come with EWBSX. Reminder that we're going to have a spook-tarded, fright-pilled Halloween, special Halloween content on EWBSX on Halloween on this Friday. So make sure you download the EWBSX app and stay tuned for more interesting things to come here on the channel. And make sure you go follow Miranchuk now as well. The man is powering back up. He's had a rough last year or so, but he's got big things coming down the pike, and yours truly will be showing up over there, hopefully a couple times over the next month or so. So make sure you're subscribed to him, following him. Thank you, everyone, for your support, your contributions to the Make More Americans. I'm never going to be able to say this in the first try. Make More Erickson's Fund. Got to get some practice. Thank you for your contributions to the Make More Erickson's Fund. I will see you guys tomorrow when I return for another episode of the Astrolabe. Until then, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough, and I said,